got started? Okay.
What's going on, Detroit? We want to welcome you. Thank you for coming out in this low air quality. It's getting better today. Is that what the forecast read?
It is.
Yeah, so we want to welcome all of you to the 2026 Eastside Candidate Forum. This is a collaborative effort between the Eastside Community Network, Authentically Detroit, Michigan Service Employees International Union, that's SEIU, and Home Rule Project. We are broadcasting live from the Stoudemire Wellness Hub inside the Eastside Community Network. My name is Sam Robinson.
And I'm Donna Gibbons-Davidson.
And we want you guys to follow, like, listen to our podcast, subscribe to all of the daily and Authentically Detroit podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify. Today, we are really happy to bring you this candidate forum. For those who have joined us in person, please excuse our dust. You can see the construction all around. ECN is preparing to build out the Angela Brown Wilson Gardens, the green oasis in this industrial corridor that seeks to promote outdoors. This forum is also live streaming on Authentically Detroit's YouTube page. This forum will be moderated by myself and my co-host, Donna. We want to thank the SEIU of Michigan and the McGregor Fund for sponsoring audio, visual, and refreshments. This is Authentically Detroit's 6th candidate forum. We seek to give every candidate an equal opportunity to educate our community on their policy priorities, so please be sure to follow these rules. In planning this event, we confirmed the official candidate list on the Michigan Secretary of State website, where we also looked up candidate email addresses where we sent invitations and follow-up correspondence. Some candidates did not respond. Others communicated that they were not able to show up. We want to applaud all the candidates. Thank you, Donavan, for being here today.
There's a live audience here, and they have promised to remain silent throughout the duration of today's forum, except for at the beginning of each forum. Please help us welcome one of the candidates in the running for Congress in Michigan's 13th Congressional District, Mr. Donavan McKinney. The parameters for today's forum are simple. Each candidate will have the opportunity to give a 2-minute opening remark uninterrupted. We will direct questions to candidates and they will have 90 seconds to respond. We will allow for 30-second rebuttals if a candidate makes a direct claim at another candidate if time permits. Each candidate will be allowed 90 seconds for closing remarks uninterrupted. To assist candidates in timekeeping, we will hold up signs that confirm remaining time. Okay, now it's time for I guess we're going into our questions right now. And our questions are going to be divided in topical areas. The first question is relevant to a day like today, pollution in our neighborhoods. The EPA is at its lowest staffing in 40 years, and its environmental justice offices are closed. But even at full strength, it did not stop what happened on Detroit's east side. The Conyers III Greenway was torn out and replaced with a wall. The land was rezoned for heavy industry next to, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Let me stop for a minute. We're going to go to opening remarks and we're going to come back to this question.
Okay. Just good morning, everybody. Appreciate Donna and Sam for moderating. Appreciate everybody to be able to show up today at ECN. Again, my name is Donavan McKinney. Currently serve as your state rep. I'm going to be your congressman right here in Michigan's mighty 13th district. I grew up in the district. I grew up with my mom, my brother, and my grandmother. We moved over 13 times across the city. Spent the vast majority of my life in Northeast Detroit. We stayed in cars, we stayed in shelters, sometimes out in the street. And there were days when we didn't know where our next meal was going to come from. But there was no shortage of love and prayers that got us through those tough times. And I remember what my grandmother taught me, which is to never fight the urge to give. And I still live by that principle today. I put that quote, her quote, on my first piece of literature, and which led me to a life of doing public service. And just happy to be here amongst you all. I currently represent the poorest district in the state of Michigan at $14,000, and I'm running to represent the 5th poorest congressional district in the nation. So I know we'll get into all the issues, so I'll just let letting me be here.
All right, I'm gonna try this again. Pollution in our neighborhoods. The EPA is at its lowest staffing in 40 years, and its environmental justice offices are closed. But even at full strength, it did not stop what happened on Detroit's east side. The Conyers III Greenway was torn out and replaced with a wall. The land was rezoned for heavy industry next to homes. A cement plant opened inside a residential neighborhood before it had permits. Question: does the federal government have a duty to protect people from industrial pollution where they live? If so, what would you do in Congress to stop it? And what would you do for families already living with this pollution?
So yes, to answer your question directly, federal government has a direct role alongside state, county, local governments to provide or at least remedy as many or as much environmental justice harms as possible. At the state level, partnering with State Senator Stephanie Chang, we introduced called POCA legislation, which stands for Protecting Overburdened Communities Act, also known as cumulative impact legislation, dealing with, in particular, air quality. And so we have zip codes in our area throughout Metro Detroit, especially on the east side. By the time your child at the age of 5 years old, they have a 70-80% chance of developing asthma. What happened with COVID and things of that nature just exacerbated the current issues already with people with pre-existing conditions like pulmonary issues, lung cancer, lead to neurological diseases like MS and ALS. So essentially, we have to look at in totality how our corporate polluters are polluting our neighborhoods instead of what EGLE and EPA is doing, which is looking at sulfur dioxide, carbon, PFAS in individual terms instead of looking like the overall impact of our air pollution. And so we have to pass that legislation at the state level. I'm looking to do it at the federal level as well. But we have to get the legislation on the books in order for EGLE and EPA to follow suit.
Thank you. Next question is on water. Nestle, the company, has pumped over 500,000 gallons a day out of the ground for $200 a year fee. More than 80,000 people objected. Now, AI data centers that use millions of gallons of water a day are being invested in with tax breaks. The federal government program that kept nearly 1 million families from having their water shut off ran out of money in 2024. And of course, Donavan, we know what happened with the failed water affordability in the legislature. The question is, should our water be protected as a public resource instead of sold off? And what would you do in Congress to make sure every family can afford the water coming out of their own tap?
Yes, so I've led the way at the state level. Me and Senator Chang again with water affordability. I got appointed by the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, I think it was right before COVID hit, to the first state ever Environmental Justice Council. And I made a guarantee that we were going to try to fight for it. And we got like $2 million in executive dollars for the emergency of what COVID was happening with the water shutoffs. And so at the state level, I got dollars for water affordability, water assistance programs, and getting rid of a lot of our lead service lines, over $600 million, to say the least. But at the federal level, what we can do is we have to set up a nationwide, because there's some cities that are doing pilot programs like Philadelphia and some other areas, but you need federal investment in those dollars. And so that's what I'm going to be looking to do. I haven't necessarily calculated how much it's going to take nationwide, but I do have the numbers for Michigan alone. It takes a lot of money and investment to make sure we have water rates based on people's income, but you need dollars to make sure that those programs exist and continue.
Because you are speaking unopposed, I do have a follow-up to that question.
Yes, ma'am.
And that follow-up is that, water is also being siphoned from our aquifers.
Yes.
Do we need a national policy to protect our water resources from industrial and other uses?
Yes, we do. And I support Senator Bernie Sanders' moratorium on data centers right now because in Michigan we fought for the largest protections out of anywhere in the country. However, it is not enough. because there's some loopholes within the legislation because Meta and Google and IBM, like they all came in and spreaded dollars to our elected officials to water down the legislation. So at the federal level, because what's happening is these data centers are coming in and pretty much running amok in our communities. I got people across different states that are turning on their faucets and no water comes out. It's not necessarily happening here in Michigan yet because of the backstops we put in place. However, we do need a national framework when it comes to it, and that's why I do agree we got to put a moratorium on it until we figure this thing out.
Okay. Next question, paying for affordable housing. Detroit is short about 66,100 rental homes affordable to families with the lowest incomes. We have homes, but they're not affordable, right? In some instances, we don't have homes, but many of those that people rent out are not affordable. Rents and home prices have risen faster than incomes, much faster, and decades of mortgage and tax foreclosures push families out of owning and into an already crowded rental market. Question, do you believe stable housing is a human right? Name the one federal program you would fight for to help improve access to affordable housing and how you would pay for it.
Yes, water as well as housing is a human right. I do believe that wholeheartedly. What happened is back in 2008 with the housing bubble and the recession that hit. I don't know if you guys know this, probably some of you do. Detroit had the highest black home ownership rate out of any major city in America. We had, I think, 82% black home ownership rate in the early 2000s before recession hit. Now, I think it's still true. We went down to a majority renter city, and a lot of people ended up losing their homes and generational wealth. And so at that time, Democrats had the power in Congress. And guess what they ended up doing? They ended up, subsiding or at least giving the dollars, our taxpayer money, to bail out the banks instead of the people that needed it the most. And it's literally, we have never recovered from it. And then COVID just exacerbated even more a lot of those issues. But a lot of people didn't walk away from their homes. And so federally, we're going to be pushing for housing for all legislation that ensures that at the end of the day, we put our money where our mouth is and ensuring that people have access to gain not only home ownership, but if they don't want to do that route, then they're able to have some type of affordable rents and be able to live peacefully. Because rent is one of the largest things people have to pay for in their day-to-day expenses.
All right, next question is on jobs. From the clean energy shift, we are told we have to accept pollution to get jobs, as if the only jobs are dirty ones. Michigan already has about 128,000 clean energy jobs. How would you make the clean energy shift? Solar, fixing up homes, replacing lead pipes, building EVs, creating good union jobs in locally owned businesses and neighborhoods that carry the pollution without leaving workers behind.
So, how many people heard what happened to the GM plant, the Poletown plant, not too far away from here, border San Antonio, Detroit, and GM ended up eliminating, I think, over 1,300 jobs recently, and replaced them all with robots. And so, this is impacting our day-to-day and people's pocketbooks, let alone their gainfully employed. And so what I'm looking to do at the state level, what I'm already introduced was community solar legislation, which allow pretty much opportunities for communities to have their voice and their opportunity to not only own their power, but actually get paid to do so. And then how you do it is you have to get our companies on board. What happened with the Build Back Better law at the federal level under Biden got cut short. Like, I think only 10% of it actually came to fruition. And because of that, those federal resources of dollars that are coming from federal government didn't get to the communities, it didn't get to the companies in time. And so that's why they started to shift away from clean energy and solar jobs, when in reality we need to push forward. I got 10 seconds left, but like it's about putting the legislation in book, staying committed to it, and then getting the money behind it to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to the clean energy future.
Okay. The next question is about ICE.
Oh yeah, it's great.
In 2025, the federal rules that kept ICE away from schools, hospitals, and places of worship were rescinded. Congress controls ICE funding, oversight, and detention standards. Do you believe we should protect immigrants from ICE in schools, hospitals, and places of worship? If so, what would you do as a member of Congress to protect them?
So I will abolish ICE, and unlike my opponent, I will not thank them, and I will not increase their budget multiple times. ICE has been in our communities in Detroit for decades. Because we are, when it was first created, they only had jurisdiction over the 100 miles from the border, and since we're a border city from an international crossing from Canada, they have already been here terrorizing our communities, especially those folks in Southwest Detroit and downriver. And so this is a new phenomenon, how ICE is operating. They're literally not just detaining the worst of the worst criminals, they're literally killing and deporting U.S. citizens. And I don't think anybody in this room, I don't think any of your listeners really care for ICE and their ability to operate right now. I can't believe the federal government just increased their budget again. And we have to take all that money back, wrangle it back, defund them, as well as abolish them, and put that money where it needs to go, which is healthcare, food assistance. Because of the implementation of HR 1, the one big shitty bill, I like to call it. People call it one big ugly bill. Or one big beautiful bill, but it's one big SHITTY bill. Because that money needs to be reappropriated with something else. Something more productive instead of killing us. It is just unbelievable what they're doing.
We want to talk about continuing on the topic of public safety, violence reduction. This one is from the community, submitted by a resident. Detroit has 566 fixed license plate readers. We have 262 flock cameras, shot spotter gunshot detection system, community violence intervention, youth programs, and family support. They all compete for the same dollars. Where should federal money go? Surveillance technology, community violence intervention, and youth programs. And what proof that it works, what privacy protections, and what public reporting should be required before federal money buys police technology?
Yes, no, that's a good question. And I've been hearing people on the ground in other cities, as well as in Detroit, the issues with technology. We have the same issue with like the green light cameras here in Detroit. Like falsely identifying somebody. Because if you're black and you got a beard, I think you have a 70% chance at one point being misidentified as the suspect. So we do need to utilize our new technologies, but I'd rather use that money to put it towards community members that are already doing the work, formerly incarcerated folks that are able to provide those wraparound services, because we expect our police to be not only our mitigators, but we expect to be them, our social workers. They're not trained to do all of that, so we need to put the money where it needs to go. I've led the work at the state level for CVI funding. Literally, we matched it with the state, what the federal government was doing when they set up the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Because of that, Michigan has become the first state in the nation to have a statewide CVI program. And because of that, we actually lowered homicide rates in a lot of our jurisdictions across the state. However, that's not enough. We got to figure out how we balance technology with human capital, but I'm always going to be making sure that we invest in human beings first rather than the technology if we have to pick and choose. Thank
you. Our final question for this segment, I believe it's on voting rights.
Yeah.
Some of us have watched a deliberate rollback in voting rights over the past, I'd say, 15 years, not just recently. In April, the Supreme Court gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, that provisions that made majority black districts like Detroit possible at one time, especially in places in the South. The Justice Department has demanded voter rolls from nearly every state and has sued Michigan for refusing to hand over ours. More than 33 million voters have been run through a Homeland Security database that has already flagged citizens as non-citizens and gotten them removed from the rolls. And people whose rights were restored when they came home from prison are exactly who a record scan catches. So in other words, returning citizens in Detroit can vote, but get removed, right? Eligible people in our jails and halfway houses are never handed a ballot. Last night, the president sent the FBI back into a 2020 Michigan case that would disenfranchise or disqualify the votes many people in this room gave in the year 2020. What is voting rights? What would you do as a member of Congress to protect our voter rights from these types of assaults and to ensure that the voting rights of people who are marginalized and most at risk of being thrown off of rolls are protected?
Good question, Donna. What we can do immediately is pass the John Lewis Voting Rights and Advancement Act. The House ended up passing it 3 times, I believe, and the Senate failed to act under the Biden administration. And the reason why Trump seems like he has all this power is because the 3 branches of government is not working as it intended to, right? So you got the judicial branch, the Supreme Court, that literally just gave this man full immunity for God knows what he's doing every damn day of my life. I see this orange man creating all this chaos and confusion and harm on our people. And then you got the legislative branch, which is our Congress, who are literally saying to Trump, we're scared of you. And so we need people with courage in these type of times that are willing to meet the moment. And courage to me, Donna, doesn't necessarily mean the absence of being afraid. Courage to me means even when you're afraid, you still stand up and do the right thing on behalf of the people you represent. And this is about damn time we elect somebody in Congress who is not afraid and who's willing to put their life on the line for this and understands that this is not just about us in this room, this is about future generations, ensuring that we're not going back to Jim Crow, black codes, and slavery, that we fight like hell for our birthright citizenship. That's under attack right now. And last thing I gotta say is the only reason why I'm able to hold office right now and even run for office is because of birthright citizenship, the 14th Amendment. I know my time's up, but I have to say this, they are literally running Project 2025. And within Project 2025's agenda, out of 330 million people in our great country, they want to get rid of at least 100 million. And think about this.
Thank you.
Who's a part of that 100 million?
Yes.
It's all of us. We gotta fight back.
I just want to point out that we're about to break, and our next candidate is ready to join us, but I just want to point out, or ask one little follow-up. I know these rules, whatever. Okay, one little follow-up, brief. If there is a majority change in Congress this coming term, in the House and Senate, some of these things are possible, especially if it's veto-proof. But there's a real possibility that won't happen.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't happen, what can be done to protect voting rights even in those minority states? Because we can understand how 3 branches of government have been operating, but what could you do if you were in Congress?
So it's not just about passing legislation. We have to figure out, we have to utilize our own voices. And so we gotta utilize every single tool we have. That is not only by voting, but making sure that and they're doing a good job. The Democratic Attorney General's Association and the Democratic Secretary of State's, they're literally putting injunctions in there. They're finally pushing back. And they're actually winning a lot of our cases. So we're gonna have to rely on current case law and the law on the books. But as a congressperson, as a soon-to-be congressperson and your legislator, what I can do is start educating the people, mobilizing them, and understanding that we have to push back. But it's an inside-outside game, Donna, I have to say, like Dr. King preaches and teaches about. We need to let people on the inside that are going to represent our values and interests, but we need folks on the outside to continue to push. But we have to do more than just give us platitudes and talking points. We got to organize together, and we got to develop real leaders and give people the opportunity to understand their own power.
All right, thank you. We want to allow you time for closing remarks.
I'll say this, my opponent has failed to show up multiple times. We have been calling on the debate to put our records head to head, and he knows that if we do that, there's no comparison. And so he's spreading so much hate and lies on our record. And I want to let everybody know, rest assured, that we're running the grassroots campaign, not taking any corporate PAC money, 8-pack money, special interest money, literally over $1 million we raised so far. $30 is the average donation to our campaign. And when we fight for you, it's really about you. It's not about me. This is about a nationwide movement, understanding that we're tired of status quo politicians giving us the platitudes, giving us the talking points, but not doing the real work behind it. And I'll tell you, if you vote for me and put me in this seat, you won't regret it. And we're going to fight like hell to make sure that every single person is heard, they feel valued, and they're dignified. And that's all I can do on one person. But just know that with us, we're going to build a real movement together, and I will not forsake you or leave you behind. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Donavan McKinney, running to be your congressman right here in Michigan's 13th district.
We ran over time, we started a little bit late. So we're going to move more quickly. Oh, 5 minutes? I just want to try to roll because we started late. Okay. Yes.
Thank y'all.
Huh? Like music or something?
No, I mean just to let you know what's coming.
Oh.
And give you super fast. All right, I know all about TV.
A little bit.
Just like,
Well, I'm punching you, get on that switching, man.
One of y'all can get some crowd reaction shots if y'all want to. You know what I mean?
I'll do a pan
Yeah.
around the crowd when we get
Yeah, well, exactly. Like when it starts filling up, we can definitely start getting that. Especially your wide, you can get that. We're good. We're good. Oh, you just gotta. I was gonna tell you that, but it was.
No, because I had to get off of that.
I thought. You want to hear?
Well, I was listening on my iPhone, and it's got a lot of echo.
Hold it. You was like, it's just the room.
Okay.
You know? But it's coming. You can hear it. You can hear it. That was the main thing. I didn't care about it. I said, I need to make sure.
These candidates coming in. Is going to be our last forum session with just one candidate. Of course, Shri Tanadar, who is running against Donavan, and then Justin Unwendu is running against Abe in the 1st State Senate District. That's Detroit downriver.
and both declined to participate, both were asked.
Yes. So we want to thank all the candidates that made it here today and came a little bit early to watch other. Yeah, give them a round of applause. All right. We want to welcome everybody back to the 2026 Eastside Candidate Forum, a collaborative effort between Eastside Community Network, Authentically Detroit, Michigan Service Employees International Union, and Home Rule Project. We are broadcasting live from the Southern Wellness Hub inside of the Eastside Community Network. I'm Sam Robinson.
I'm Donna Gibbons Davidson.
We want you to like, rate, and subscribe to Authentically Detroit wherever you get your podcasts. Please help us welcome one of the candidates running in the state Senate's 1st District. This man is Aiyash.
It's on? Okay. Good morning and what up, Doe?
Abraham, you have 90 seconds for an opening statement.
Good morning, everybody. Abraham Aiyash, former state representative and lifelong Michigander here in the Metro Detroit area, and I'm running a campaign that is focused on all of you. Every single year we see our DTE bills go higher and higher, and we've experienced service quality that gets lower and lower. So I want to freeze DTE rates for 5 years to ensure that families get a break. Car insurance in the Motor City drives us insane, and we do not have a public option for a public mandated car insurance rule in the state of Michigan. So I'm proposing a public option for car insurance and ending the zip code tax once and for all. So we're not charging people based on where they live, but rather how they drive. And finally, my mom and dad raised 8 kids going to Farmer Jack's on one factory job at Chrysler. And you cannot afford that same life to even raise yourself in this economy. So we need universal child care here in the state of Michigan. And all this is under the guise of the billionaires and the benefactors trying to tell us how and what we should be doing with our lives and our resources. Data centers are ravaging communities all across the country, and they're telling us it is a public benefit for everybody. So I'm proposing a complete halt on data centers being built in the state of Michigan until we protect people's priorities first. And this entire premise of the campaign is built on one idea, an idea that the great Aretha Franklin talked about many years ago, but we still listen to today, that every single person deserves RESPECT. And the working people of the state deserve respect, and it's high time that our government showed that respect in policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our first question is keeping heavy industry out of neighborhoods. The dirtiest kind of industrial zoning is supposed to be kept away from where people live, but in Cadillac Heights, the neighborhood itself was rezoned for heavy industry, so the pollution isn't next door, it's inside the neighborhood. And the state approves polluters one at a time without ever adding up how much a neighborhood already breathes, without ever evaluating cumulative impact. Would you change state law so a neighborhood can't be rezoned for heavy industry and give the state power to shut down a repeat violator when the community is already overburdened? And will you vote to put a right to clean air and water in the state constitution?
Can you say that last section? I'm sorry. Would
Will you
vote
vote-
to put a right to what?
Will you vote to put a right to clean air and water in the state constitution?
Yes. So there's actually in our Constitution right now, there's language that says the role of the government is to protect our air, land, and water as a natural resource. With respect to cumulative impact, I actually worked on this legislation during my entire tenure in the Michigan House of Representatives. We introduced POCA, which now State Representative and State Senator Stephanie Chang and Donavan McKinney have reintroduced the Protecting Overburdened Communities Act. And the way it works is this. In the state of Michigan, 2 different factories, 2 different companies can apply for a permit that are side by side so long as they're not polluting you with the same type of toxin. That's bullshit. It does not make any sense. If this factory can pollute you with sulfur dioxide and this can pollute you with mercury, that does not make it better just because they're 2 different chemicals. A chemical is a chemical is a chemical. So what I'm proposing is to actually consider the public health impact of a community before you issue, renew, or deny permits. And nowhere did we see this happen than on the east side. Beneteau and Chrysler with the paint fumes, U.S. Ecology, now Republic Services in Poletown, the Detroit incinerator over I-75, Marathon Refinery as well, the concrete crusher that the Maroon family through Kronos is doing. And the one thing all these companies have in common is they are funding dark money campaigns to support candidates like my opponent. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, who are we going to elect that will have the courage and the clarity to fight against this pollution? And I have a plan on day 1 because I've been working on this plan before day 1. And I'll be hitting the ground running with that legislation once more.
We want to ask about water and power. Detroit's Help with Water Bills is a small program on temporary money that already stopped taking new families. The Water Affordability Act in Lansing, of course, we mentioned it with Donavan, would have capped bills at a small share of income permanently. Meanwhile, DTE charges the highest rates and runs some of the worst outages of the Midwest. Community solar, letting people who rent or can't afford panels share a local solar project, is still illegal here because the utilities lobby against it. Question being, will you vote for the State Water Affordability Act and to make community solar legal with real savings for lower income families? Will you refuse campaign money from the utilities that keep killing it? I think I know the answer to this one.
On the issue of water affordability, I'm proud to say that to quote the man from Vermont, I wrote the damn bill around water affordability, and we were one Democrat short of passing that bill, literally one Democrat. A lot of folks blame Karen Whitsett, but the real cancer to this issue that didn't get passed is Peter Herzberg. And the difference that I'm going to do this time around versus the last time is I will name names. You will know who's an enemy of the people, because if you are not willing to pass water affordability, if you're not willing to stand up to DTE, if you're not willing to stand up to corporate polluters, you are an enemy of the people. And that is a statement I will say every single time. So those two individuals were part of the problem for why we did not get water affordability passed. But the single no vote was a man named Peter Herzberg out of Westland who said, we should not pay for Detroit's water. We all know what that dog whistle means. So yes, we have to pass water affordability, and it's a commitment I want to make within the first 100 days. And I have a commitment from the hopefully next Speaker of the House and next Senate Majority Leader that we will get that passed. Now on the question of DTE, you can't spell Abraham with DTE because they don't give me money, they can't stand me. In fact, they have spent over $350,000, them and their counterpart consumers, to prop up my opponent. Now the question is why? Why are they so invested in one state Senate race, making this the most expensive state Senate primary in Detroit's history? And the reason being is because they know who they can control. And they cannot control me. I am the first and only candidate that launched our campaign with a 5-year freeze on DTE rates. Now there's a lot of politicians that say, I'm running to lower your rates. They're lying to you. You cannot lower people's rates, and if you deceive and disrespect people by saying you can, you are being dishonest. There is no mechanism to just magically reduce the rates. What I'm proposing is a 5-year freeze. People say, why are you focusing on 5 years? Well, no one runs for elections in 5 years, number one. So they're not going to be beholden to the election cycle when they get the job done. And in those 5 years, we want to do 3 things. Number one, audit every single previous rate hike and figure out what the hell they've done with the money. Do a full audit of the entire infrastructure that DTE and consumers owns to figure out, have they actually invested? A 20-minute storm knocked out 500,000 Michiganders because of their negligence and their prioritization of their shareholders and their executives. And the third thing we can do is figure out how we can give people alternate sources for energy, like community solar, which, by the way, the utilities have fought tooth and nail for the last decade. Things like rooftop solar, which they fought over the last decade as well. So this is legislation we can start moving forward in that 5-year freeze. Now, what DTE will tell you, and I've heard this, Abe, you're being dishonest. And it's funny that DTE tells me I'm being dishonest when they've lied to people when they turn the power back on. So if you can't even give us a real accurate assessment of when we're going to restore service, how the hell am I going to trust you when you tell me about policy? So the reason why they are so afraid of this issue is they say, we need money to fix the grid. Well, you made $1.5 billion last year, $1.4 billion the year before that, $1.3 billion before that, and $1.1 billion before that. So don't tell me you have no money to fix the grid when all you can offer people are $42, yet you spend over $400,000 to try to buy this Senate seat. So trust and believe this. There is no one running for state Senate anywhere in the state that will be a fearless fighter against DTE like myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Detroit is short about 66,100 affordable rental homes to families with the lowest incomes. Rents and home prices have risen faster than incomes, and decades of mortgage and tax foreclosures pushed families out of owning and into an already crowded rental market. Do you believe safe, stable housing is a human right? Name the one state policy you would prioritize to pay for it.
So this is a great question on the housing issue in Detroit. We have some of the most beautiful and diverse housing stock in the country. If you ever drive down any block in Detroit, you'll never see 2 houses that are cookie cutter and look the same. which I think is a very remarkable thing for a major metropolis like Detroit, a couple things we can do. Anybody that will tell you we just give developers more subsidies to give you affordable rent, it's not a sustainable solution, because in 15 years when those subsidies expire, everybody's rent goes up and those cardboard apartments they built are no longer interesting for people to live in. So we have to think about the current housing stock we have in the city of Detroit. We had a previous mayor that decided they're going to demolish and poison the soil all across the city of Detroit, particularly on the east side, which was detrimental. We also had a previous mayor that did not acknowledge, and we need reparations for this, for the hundreds and thousands of residents in Detroit who lost their homes due to the unconstitutional property tax foreclosure. Now, the question always is, how do we get there? The question that we have to answer on that is, where do we get the money? Everybody tell you, I'm going to support this policy and that policy and that policy. You can't do it without cash, y'all. So I have a quick fix to begin the process of affordable housing by fixing the housing stock in the city of Detroit. If we allowed local units of government to do things like set a separate sales tax on top of the state sales tax to generate instant revenue for things like home repair programs, we give ourselves an opportunity to actually start funding some of these options. People say, it's a regressive tax. Hey, what are you talking about? I guarantee you talk to any Detroiter and say, if you paid an extra penny and a half or 2 cents on what you're buying now, it guarantees that we're going to use all that money, every single nickel, towards a housing repair program, Detroiters would agree. But this is not something we're going to mandate. It's something that we're going to allow the city to factor in and have the option to make that possible.
Thank you. We want to talk about public safety, violence reduction. We asked Donavan the same question. Detroit has 566 fixed license plate readers, 262 flock cameras. We have ShotSpotter. We have our CVI guys that come out. And we have youth programs, and we have family support. They all compete for the same dollars. Where should the money go? Surveillance tech, community violence intervention, youth programs. And what proof that it works, what privacy protections, public reporting should be required before public money buys police technology that we're still debating in city council whether it works or not.
So, in my first term, right on Buffalo Street, I had a young man, 17 years old, played on the basketball team in Hamtramck, was shot and killed right on his block. There's a drive-by that they shot and killed him. I remember seeing 17 bullets with all of the police investigative tents that they put up to be able to check that out. This is a serious problem. We saw just yesterday or the day before, 5 people were shot at a funeral. A couple days before that, a baby was shot on the west side by accident. In fact, my canvassers were knocking doors on the west side 3 days ago, and there was a drive-by in the middle of the day. So there's a serious crisis when we talk about crime and violence, particularly around gun violence in the city of Detroit. How do we solve the problem? Now, some folks will tell you, if we can catch the bad guys, we are getting in the right direction. Companies like Flock, while the technology may be useful, the data collection and who actually owns and what actually happens with that data is a serious, serious concern. So I'm not going to tell you that I support Flock right now because I'm deeply, deeply concerned about what the surveillance state looks like. There's a book I read called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. I actually told the previous mayor to read it because it was when we were debating on ShotSpotter. This is a very important thing to think about because when we talk about surveillance, that data is then being sold for companies to do other things beyond public safety. And that is a legitimate concern that we have.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
All right. I was going to talk more about CBI, but
That's okay.
All right. You can address those in your closing statements, okay? In 2025, federal rules kept ICE away from schools, hospitals, and places of worship were rescinded. Congress controls ICE funding, not the state. What would you do as a member of the state Senate to protect people in these public places?
So, for those of you that don't know, it takes you longer to be a nail tech salon and get certified for that than it takes you to be an ICE agent here in the United States of America. Some bullshit. One thing we can do beyond prohibiting ICE, we can do the work of prohibiting ICE from entering mosques, churches, schools, daycares, places of worship, and hospitals, and medical centers. But the second thing we can do is actually enforce the law. Right now, ICE agents show up with impunity, masked, hiding their badges, wearing plain clothes, And it's like, are you guys doing a sting operation, or are you trying to collect a 35-year-old Venezuelan woman who came here for opportunity? So the way we think about ICE is inherently problematic. Now, hopefully we get a United States Congress next year that can be a stopgap and defunds ICE in the process until we can formally abolish it. But in the meantime, we gotta start making sure that if you are a company, if you are a group that is contracted by ICE, you have to have a judicial warrant, straight up. And we can try to set parameters by prohibiting any new facilities from being built to detain people. The GEO Group has a space in Baldwin, Michigan. We had a 19-year-old young man named Moore, who was still in high school at West International High School, was detained by ICE the day before Thanksgiving. And they said a $10,000 bond for this guy. $10,000 for this kid, rather. It didn't make any sense, but we raised the money and got him out. The problem that we have is this company is making record profits off locking people up. It is a system that is inhumane, and we have to make sure that if they're ever going to show up to Michigan, they better show up with a judicial warrant from an actual court, not some kangaroo court that this stupid-ass president thinks he can keep rolling around with impunity.
Thank you. We're going to ask about a hot topic, voting rights. Detroiters have watched a deliberate rollback. In April, the Supreme Court gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We have watched President Trump, without any evidence at all, discredit the 2020 election. If any of you in the audience have any evidence of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election, you would make me, if I could find that and report it, I really would. I haven't been able to find it yet. He's talking about sending election monitors now, and there are folks concerned with the interference of vote counting, the seizure of voting machines. Abe, what would you do as a state senator to protect our voting rights, especially Detroiters, in the light of these federal and state efforts to suppress our vote?
So we're incredibly lucky, and I want us to take solace in the fact that the citizens of the state of Michigan passed Promote the Vote. We passed Voters Not Politicians and protected so much of what Trump and his Supreme Court are trying to gut with the Federal Voting Rights Act. So I always tell folks, we should always be glad that we have a state that has some of the best voting access laws in the country. Now, if they're going to gut federal laws, state laws take precedent, and we have strong, robust form of state laws. But it's not enough when it comes to election administration. So what the Michigan Voting Rights Act, and I want folks to really understand this, the Michigan Voting Rights Act is not simply a copy of the Federal Voting Rights Act. What the Michigan Voting Rights Act does, it takes into account protecting minority communities through the election process, but also makes the administration of elections a hell of a lot easier, so that we're not dealing with so much bureaucracy on the state level or incongruency between different communities with respect to voting rights. So passing the Michigan Voting Rights Act is important. Now, unfortunately, in that trifecta, we had leaders from Detroit who did not prioritize or did not think it was an important piece of legislation to pass before the Democrats walked out of that trifecta. Someone from the East Side decided it was not a priority. So we can pass the Michigan Voting Rights Act to uphold and protect minority voting protections as well as administration of elections to be easier. But we are incredibly lucky that we have codified in our Constitution the protection of early voting, the protection of mail-in voting, the protection of absentee voting, and all of these types of programs that have been established. So we are fortunate in Michigan to have such an incredible opportunity to do that. And it's the one area where I say we don't call ourselves Mississippi, in that we have strong voting rights laws here in Michigan, but we have to strengthen them in the face of constant federal attacks.
Thank you.
All right. Your closing statement? That's our last question.
Well, I appreciate everybody coming out here. I know this is streaming, but I'll give my phone number out anyway. I'm running for state senate, y'all, because we have a generational opportunity in the state of Michigan to shift a politics of tinkering around the edges to actually doing bold things for our state. And we will have a new governor, we will have a new Senate, we will have a new House. And that gives us an opportunity to reset the playing field to say, should Michigan work for the working people that built this state? Or should Michigan work for the billionaires and their benefactors? And we've seen people like Dan Gilbert and the Penske family and so many others get all the tax breaks and incentives and money that they want, while our sisters and brothers in the purple and gold, and our sisters and brothers who are teachers and nurses and service hotel workers, they're not getting the same cut of that pie that is supposed to be Michigan's opportunity. My dad came to this country in the 60s from inventory at Woolworths, picking strawberries in California, and then found opportunity after going to Northern High School in Detroit to work a Chrysler job that provided for his family for 54 years and still going. Those people do not have the opportunities that my dad had who are working the same job that he is working. So there's something broken about our system. And a lot of people will talk about affordability, but they will not give you concrete plans of what they actually intend to do. I can't lower your groceries. If I could bring back Farmer Jack's, I would. I'm not going to be able to make sure that all your costs are going to go down. I'm focusing on 3 principal issues because I know they matter to you because we've talked to you. I don't have a corporate controlling factor in my race. They didn't tell me I can't show up here today. But notice that there's a second microphone that is empty. And the question is, if you're afraid to face community before you are elected, how will you face community after the corporate class tries to tell you what you can and cannot do? So no, I'm the only candidate in this race that has never taken a dime of corporate money, and I never will. I'm the only candidate in this race who is not having dark money spent on their behalf or having hundreds of thousands of dollars spent to try to prop up a false narrative. We are running a grassroots campaign like Donavan, and we are hopeful that on August 4th, that the people are going to see that the okie doke doesn't work in Detroit anymore, and that we can actually elect people that are going to prioritize the working people and their needs first. So my name is Abraham Aiyash. Phone number is 313-770-1780. Like Kim possible, call me, beat me if you want to reach me, just not after 1 a.m. Because I will question your intention if you call me again.
Abe, thank you. We appreciate you for joining us. And we want to remind you that Election Day is August 4th. We're going to take a short break and we're going to prepare for the State Senate 3rd District Forum. We got some fun coming up.
That's a great district, by the way.
Stay tuned. Yeah, it is. A lot of candidates.
A lot of good candidates.
It's going to be action-packed, so stay with us.
He incorporates music, huh? I know, they keep moving the mic, yeah. I'm gonna tell him like, yeah, you gotta keep this mic here. Cause she blocking his whole face.
If he can work it straight like that guy,
Yeah.
that'd be fun.
And he's fine. He's good.
we want to invite candidates in state Senate District 3, come on up.
Did you want another share? Y'all good? All right. You doing good?
Again, we want to invite
Pretty much.
candidates
But they're going to be bigger.
in state Senate.
You know what I'm saying? The more, and mind you, look, we're on session. We're on session 3 already. There's only 5. There's only 5 sessions. We're already on session 3. Yeah, so we might get out here early. These might go a long time. I don't know, but I do know that it's only 5 sessions. Yep. We on District 3. They got District 9 and District 11. After that. But I do know one of these sessions has 8 people. Yeah, 8 people. So they're gonna get bigger. They're gonna get bigger and bigger. You know what I mean? So you know, right here, that basically you just kind of focus on who's talking, and they're never gonna be talking over each other. They all be asked the same questions one at a time. So you won't have to it'll be pretty stable for you to work. Pass them on. They really only need 2. I mean 3 mics. You needed one and then one, and just pass it on.
Speak clearly into it. Thank you very much.
Hey, look at this show. You want to go with this for the next round?
We got Mers News in the building.
Yeah, get all the. Don't worry about the moderators. Just get all of it.
This is being recorded and reported on by Lansing and Detroit journalists.
Go back to the watch. I'm going to be a TV director.
The technical director.
TV, yeah. He don't do nothing to work.
No, he don't. Hey.
I can blame everybody else.
Jefferson has been completely disinvested. Right now, if you can see the IHOP that Anita Baker started, if that business can shut down, how can any business on the east side of Detroit survive? So it's time for us to start building wealth in our community and building opportunities for us. Thank you.
We are going to kick it to Ebony Taylor.
Good morning, everyone. Is it morning time? I don't know. Is it? Barely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ebony Taylor, candidate for State Senate District 3. Thank you to Authentically Detroit and SEIU for hosting this Eastside Candidates Forum. I actually grew up not too far from here in the Chandler Park neighborhood. Shout out to Chandler Park. I am a very, very proud product of the East Side of Detroit. And in the same vein, I am a very proud graduate of King High School. Any Crusaders out there? I don't care if it's any technicians out there, but if it's some Crusaders out there, shout out. I'm running this race because I'm a mom of 2 boys. And the work that I've done throughout my career has been centered on putting community first and putting family first. Whether that's in my previous role as the Michigan Executive Director of Mothering Justice, where I focused on paid family leave and landed on an earned paid sick time agenda, or if it's the work that I do now as the Vice President of Higher Heights, where I aim to help Black women get into higher office across the country. I knew, though, that when I said yes to running for this seat, I wanted to make motherhood front and center, because a mom in charge means that communities are made whole. And what does that look like? That looks like lowering car insurance and property taxes. That looks like fully funding our schools and after-school programs, and it also looks like investing in our seniors and retaining our young talent. So on August 4th, I please ask that you put families first and keep a mom's voice in the state senate. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We are going to kick it to Adam Ollier. Over there.
My name is Adam Ollier. I'm a former state senator. Really excited about the opportunity to continue to serve and represent the east side of the city of Detroit. I'm a captain in the Army, still serving in the reserves today, and after I left the Senate, I ran the Veterans Affairs Agency in the Governor's Cabinet. I'm really excited about the opportunity to come back and do this, right? When we talk about what the east side needs, it needs somebody who understands that everything is too expensive, right? When we start talking about what does it mean to reinvest in our neighborhoods, nobody else is. When you start looking out and seeing new housing development, those kind of things, it's not happening in our communities, and when it is happening, it's not happening by people who live in our communities. We have to continue to invest in our neighborhoods and make sure that the people who have lived in our communities have the resources and the support that they need to do that. When I was in the Senate, I led funding so that we got more Black developers here in the city of Detroit and got them additional dollars so they can do the work, which is why we see more Black developers in the city of Detroit. Got a bill signed into law every year that I serve, got rid of zip codes, credit scoring, the type of work you do from your auto insurance rates, and was one of the principal sponsors of the Clean Slate legislation, which led to more than 1 million Michiganders getting criminal marijuana convictions expunged from their records. We've got a track record of getting things done, and I think that's what we need in the Senate, is someone who can continue to get things done. So again, my name's Adam Ollier. Last name looks like Hollier, sounds like Ollier. But I'll be the only Adam on the ballot, so you can remember that.
Thank you. We are going to kick it to Korey Hall.
Good morning. Stand tall with Korey Hall. I say stand tall with Korey Hall because I'm standing on over 20 years of experience in providing resources to the community. I've worked at every level of government in decision-making capacities. I started off working for the incomparable Barbara Rose Collins, who I met in the elevator and asked her for a job. When I tell people to have their elevator speech ready, have it ready, because by the time we got to the 6th floor, I took a job for her. She helped me get my master's degree and do a dual degree. And she made me, and not made me, but told me about the promise of giving back to the community. And so I spent my entire career of giving back to the community. From working for Barbara Rose College to working for Detroit City Council, from working for, the Wayne County Commission in the Executive's Office, to working for Senator Debbie Stabenow, Senator Gary Peters, and finally working for our good Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Let me say this, my family started off over here at Parkside Projects. My father came home from Vietnam War injured, but before he left, he was with UAW at the Price Show plant, and he came back, that job was still waiting for him. And because that job was waiting for me, the benefits that he had, I saw my family having not a lot of Christmas and those holidays, and sometimes having to get the block cheese, to moving forward and upwards in society, not in society, but in their station in life, and making sure that we had enough to eat and had those things that we needed in life, to the point where my mother graduated from, to get her PhD, I graduated from college. And so I saw how labor, I saw how community helped us. And so I want to get those things back, from double up food bucks, to the $100 million to Highland Park, to leading the fight for local control of our school board. Those are things that Korey Hall has done, working for these individuals, and now I want to work for you. Thank you. Stand tall with Korey Hall.
Thank you. We're going to kick it all the way over here to Kimberly Hill Knott.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Kimberly Hill Knott. And, you know, this race is so important because of what's going on in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, many of the bills that are being introduced, the responsibility that is actually being shifted to state government. So when you look at SNAP, when you look at many of the critical programs that people are relying on, well, the federal government is now mandating that the state actually begin to pick up some of those costs. And so I actually had the opportunity to work in Congress for several years. I worked for Congressman John Conyers for over a decade. I got my introduction into politics back actually interning on Capitol Hill. After leaving Congress, I became the Director of Policy for the oldest environmental justice organization in the state of Michigan, which is Detroiters Working for Environmental Justice, and led the development of the City of Detroit's Climate Action Plan. I am also a small business owner that focuses on advocacy and coalition building, and just last year convened a congressional roundtable with parents and members of Congress, Head Start parents and members of Congress, to talk about the importance of preserving Head Start. So you really need somebody in office who understands the importance of policy, people, and the regulatory part of government. And so that is what I will do. Look at how we can bring government to the people by not just serving in Lansing, but actually being in the community, hearing what the community has to say, and working with the community to develop legislation that really moves District 3 forward and the entire state. So how do we bring more resources to the state of Michigan? How do we look at the Michigan Public Service Commission to make sure that we have the right people who are serving, so that the residents can save money and also begin to, you know, just really enjoy a good quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but certainly not least, we're going to kick it to John Conyers III.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the lack of enthusiasm. The air quality has gotten the best of me, so I'm going to do my best here. My name is John Conyers III. I'm obviously a candidate for Michigan Senate District 3. My campaign is about affordability, economic growth, transparency, and accountability in government. I'm a native Detroiter, graduate of Renaissance High School. I've been an organizer here in the city of Detroit with Planned Parenthood, One Fair Wage. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm also a published author. One of the things, or some of the things that I think are primarily important, is when I'm on doors, hearing from our elders and the constraints they're facing with being able to stay in their homes, the inability to get the support they need from our government, but also not having the resources to fix it themselves. We have to focus on ensuring that people can stay in their homes. When we see these teen takeovers, we have to make sure that there are things for our young people to do. That's why I've invited some of the organizers of what we've dubbed the teen takeovers to be a part of my campaign. I will get into more as we answer these questions, but that is just what my campaign is about: affordability, economic growth, transparency, and accountability in government.
All right, thank you. Question number one is the right to clean air. The destruction of the Conyers Greenway and construction, the building of a concrete plant in the Cadillac Heights neighborhood have one thing in common. These polluting activities were facilitated by the expansion of Stellantis industrial activities on Detroit's east side, where the city gave away land to industry. Stellantis opening a new plant also led to several clean air violations. Both the former Greenway and the Cadillac Heights neighborhood were rezoned to intensive industrial, which is a violation of the city's own zoning rules, that intensive industrial operations are incompatible with residential areas. Should the state intervene by standardizing enforcement of zoning rules, support or deny, or pulling a permit from a repeat polluter? And will you vote to put a right to clean air and water in the state constitution? This question is directed to John Conyers.
Yes, I will vote to put a right for the right to clean air. Whether it's a conversation I've had with Brenda Hale or some of Miss Brenda Hale, and also the rest of the community, the Benetton community that's right by this land plan. I'm very keenly aware of this issue, and we have to do more to make sure people have safe air. Full stop. Can you repeat the rest of the question, because I didn't answer the second part, or the first part?
Well, yes. The first part is, should the state intervene by standardizing enforcement of zoning rules? In other words, should the cities be allowed to allow activities that violate their own standards, or should the state protect people from those violations?
The state should protect people from the violations, but beyond that, I think when you have repeat offenders, the consequences should be more punitive. They continue to pollute our neighborhoods. The consequences, or what happens, doesn't go far enough, and our citizens have to live with the health consequences. And we know what the socioeconomic background is for the cost of health care. It is terrible. So I think it doesn't go far enough. The consequences need to be more punitive, and I support the right to clean air.
All right. Next, Kimberly Hill. He'll not. I'm sorry. He'll not. Yeah, we're going in reverse order. Opening statements.
Okay. All righty. I've been waiting to answer this question. I believe in polluter pay legislation. Polluters need to pay for their emissions and being bad actors, and we cannot continue to give them a slap on the hand and allow them to continue to adversely impact our communities. I had the opportunity to serve on the Board of Zoning Appeals. I was unanimously approved to serve on that, and when I served on the Board of Zoning Appeals, I brought my environmental justice lens to make sure that I was really challenging developers in terms of their development plans. So if they wanted to expand, if they wanted to build a new facility, I would ask for, a comprehensive health impact assessment to make sure that those facilities were not adversely impacting the community. And I would often vote against those, oppose those standards. So yes, I believe that not only there needs to be legislation, but the enforcement arm of EGLE, the environmental arm of the state government, needs to be strengthened through that legislation so that they can properly and appropriately hold these polluters accountable.
Okay. Gary Hunter?
Gary's not here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, Korey Hall.
So I agree. Polluter pay legislation. For far too long, we've seen it. What Stellantis has done. We've seen it with the Detroit incinerator. We've seen it with the downriver with the Mobile refinery, and we have our children suffering their ills with asthma from air pollution. And so, back in the history, we have not done the appropriate things to protect our children from issues like asthma, which my kids have. And so I support that. I absolutely support the environmental protections. Let me also say this though, you in your question, you said the state constitution. The state constitution, I believe, is a vote by the state, or 2/3 vote by the legislature. And so I want to make sure that we talk about that and classify that in which order we're talking about. Is the legislature, or are we talking about a vote by state, a statewide vote?
The question is whether or not you would support a statewide change in the Constitution.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Next we have Adam Ollier.
That's convenient. I was one of the sponsors of the polluter pay legislation when I was in the state senate. The problem we have is there are too many Detroiters that live every day like the majority of us have been living the last 3 days, right? Where you're talking to your kids and you're like, no, you can't go outside because the air is dangerous, right? I represented a portion of Southwest Detroit, but that was not a once in a lifetime, once in a year thing. It was, oh, it's Wednesday, right? We have got to live in a community where people are not concerned about going outside, where they can breathe the air freely and it does not make them sick. And that is not just the, hey, I have some medical issues, but everyone should be okay walking outside and breathing the air. And we do not live in a state like that. We do not live in a city like that. And too many people live in communities where every day they are like, well, what's trying to kill me today? And that's not okay. And your legislators, I don't care what level we are talking about, the question should not be, are we here to support you? Are we going to do this legislation? Are we going to make sure that you can be safe in the world? So yes, absolutely, I'm happy, ready, willing, and able to do all the things to support that. But I want to make sure that we are talking about where we need to go, which is that you can feel safe breathing the air. It's a basic thing that should be happening, and something that we have a real opportunity to do. But it is not just, it doesn't just happen by saying we're going to change the zoning rules. It happens by us changing how we view air quality, us changing how we view our expectations, and making sure that those things change. Because I also represented Grosse Pointe, and I can tell you the air smells and feels cleaner there, and every Detroiter deserves exactly that here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ebony Taylor?
I think this conversation starts with what the people want. We already know that our neighborhoods are overwhelmed with these companies, with these massive emissions. As I mentioned earlier, I grew up in the Chandler Park neighborhood. We all know, the folks in here know how close that is to the Stellantis plant. And we actually already know how many particles, right? We have data. There's actually a reader on top of ECN that records how much of that particulate matter that my opponent here is suffering from the air quality. But we have mechanisms in place that tell us how our communities are being impacted. So my number one thing is continuing to listen to the community. We're far past the point of hearing and holding spaces for folks to let their grievances be known, and then we do nothing. Of course, I would support a constitutional change, but I think we need to ratchet up the policies that we already have. I think polluter pay is only a portion of the story. We need to go beyond that and continue to listen to the community, because as a mom with 2 boys growing up on the east side, you know, I won't say a curse word, but I'll be doggone if we continue to decrease our air quality starting on the east side of Detroit. And so absolutely will support any efforts toward that end.
All right. Toyna?
Thank you. So I'll start by saying, Donna, yes, I agree. I would support each of those initiatives. But stepping away from all of this political jargon nonsense, I'm gonna give you a little bit of insight about what this actually looks like in real life, okay? I live here on the east side, just down the street, other side of Jefferson, on Conyers, right here. So right here by the Stellantis plant. But besides all of that, I want to talk about an initiative that we've been having in our neighborhood. Lewa is putting a pumping station in our neighborhood. When I say in our neighborhood, I mean on the intersection of Algonquin and Fruit, right in the middle of the street. And told us to drive around that bad boy, okay? And we don't have elected officials that are standing up to prevent that from happening. So we also live in the floodplain in the Jefferson Chalmers. On the other side of Alter Road, they're not in the floodplain. So Alter Road is the boundary. That means if you're in the Detroit side of Alter Road, you're in the floodplain. If you're in the Grosse Pointe side of Alter Road, you're not in the floodplain. Because they have resources, they have people who are fighting for them. We sat for over a year, residents, putting together a benefits agreement, going through city council. That's 30 seconds.
Okay, time's up. All right, thank you.
That's the wrong one, Bill. You good? Sorry, train of thought. Can I get back to you?
Yes.
So we sat there for 2 years. Over 2 years working through city council to prevent this from happening. City council gave us a promise we're not going to bring that back to council for a week. Within 2 days before they supposed to bring it back, they took it out of committee and voted past it. We found out through a report. This is how they treat Eastside residents, like we don't even matter. So the most important thing is to protect citizens' rights. We don't have lawyers. We don't have time to come off of work after 2 shifts and do all of their city council work for them. We have to put back in places where if you want to have any type of development in the city of Detroit, you have to go to the residents first and get permission. You have to have an environmental impact study done, and it has to be funded through your organization.
Thank you. Latanya?
Yep, go ahead.
So I'm gonna come from a standpoint in which Tonu came from. You don't have to really get with the citizens to understand that you need clean air. You don't have to have a round table to understand that you need quality water. The state of Michigan needs to be held accountable. We have someone that worked with the governor, and at that time probably could have pushed measures a little bit more forward with holding bad actors accountable. So let's just deal with the reality. This is not a one-person initiative. This is from the local to the state to the federal government, holding each person accountable for their vote. When people don't vote in the best way for their constituents, when it comes time to elect them, you need to hold them accountable. Okay, so yes, will I stand as I did as a state representative? Will I stand with the constituents for air quality? Absolutely. Against Marathon, we did that with my former colleague, Stephanie Chang. Holding the Great Lakes Water Authority accountable for the water that you drink. As I'm still a constituent whether I'm elected or not. So yes, I stand with you like I would stand with my own family every step of the way, but we also need to hold local government accountable as well.
Thank you. Our next question is sort of a two-part question. We've been asking other candidates, and we're going to ask you guys as well about water debt and our utility bills. Highland Park has been buried in water debt for years. The help currently with the bills is a small temporary program. Of course, the Water Affordability Act in Lansing would make it permanent and based on what a family earns. Meanwhile, the East Side has some of the worst power outages in the state. About 400,000 customers lost power over the 4th of July weekend. And of course, we know that community solar is still illegal here. Sort of two questions. What's your specific plan for the water debt crushing communities like Highland Park? Will you vote for the State Water Affordability Act? And will you make DTE pay customers for long outages? And what is your thoughts on community solar? Should it be legal? We're going to start with Latanya.
Thank you for the question. Again, I've sponsored over 50 bills as a former state representative, and Highland Park was part of my district. Highland Park did receive great funding for their water issues. But however, I served under a Republican-led governor. We worked together to make the bills more affordable, which I will continue to do. Stop taking money when we talk about our electrical bills. Stop taking money from DTE. That will be the first start. Stop allowing them to fund our campaigns and make them accountable. Because our bills are constantly going up, but then when we talk about water affordability, and I know that this is not part of the question, me and Stephanie Chang led a water affordability package. Also, we was the first two state representatives to hold water hearings. So I am very in tune on what's going on in Highland Park, but across the state of Michigan. But what we also are not talking about are these data centers that is going to consume all of our water and lead us to a water shortage. So let's be clear as I wrap up, I will stand like I did for the last 6 years when I served with my constituents. I will continue to stand with them to get making sure our water is quality and affordable and electrical.
Thank you. We are going to go back the other way. Toyna, go ahead.
Hello. So DTE and Gleewood both operate like monopolies. They have no competition, and they can raise rates however they want to, whenever they want to. When you're given this mandate by the government there should be some type of representation when you decide to raise rates. Either it should go through a congressional or statewide legislative approval process, or as I support, you have to have a ballot initiative to decide whether or not you want to raise rates. Because when you can raise rates whenever you want to, you don't have to have market competition, you don't have to have approval. As we say, no taxation without representation, it becomes a tax on us. They can raise taxes whenever they want to. And if you don't have that check in place, they have no incentive to become more efficient. Just like I said before about putting this pumping station, if you had half of a brain, you can come up with a better solution than that, but they don't have to, because there's nothing controlling them. So number one, I believe in free markets, meaning that the people should have to give approval for any type of DTE rates, either legal or DTE. But more importantly, let's come back to the facts here. How was legal started in the first place? It was started after the bankruptcy that the state of Michigan created by withholding sales tax revenue from the city of Detroit, forced us into bankruptcy, took our city assets, sold them off. They gave us all of the debt with the old piping. They took all the assets. That should have been addressed when the Democrats controlled the state legislature, and they didn't.
Thank you. We're going to kick it to Ebony.
So yes to community solar, just right off the rip. Yes on a permanent state water affordability policy. And I think just on the note of DTE, we have an issue with the Michigan Public Service Commission. How many of y'all know that they have approved rate hikes for DTE several times over, even in the midst of tremendous outages? Can I see some hands? Okay. I'm the only person on this panel who has been able to go up against the Michigan Public Service Commission and get them to deny DTE a rate hike. I did this as a coalition lead for Defend Black Voters. This was back in 2022 or so. And one second. So the governor, as we know, appoints this 3 to 4 person panel. As a state senator, I will work very hard to ensure that we can change how those folks are appointed. None of them are neutral, right? They're supposed to represent all parties, right? Democrats, Republicans, whatever, but they are not neutral. And so I would want to move to change that, because they are the people, if I remember Sam correctly, you were asking about do we want them, like how to get them to pay folks for the outages. And so that's the pathway to get them to pay for the outages, is by changing who gets to be on the Michigan Public Service Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam.
Again, we're talking about something that should not be a problem. Most communities don't have to deal with how unreliable their power is. You turn on the lights, your lights stay on. You go in your room and you are not worried about whether the medical device that keeps you alive is going to work or not. That is not the concern in most communities, in most places. But that is the reality for us, because we are in the oldest section of DTE's grid. Hard stop, they have to reinvest in that. And when they don't, they have to be held accountable for that. Right, when you are sitting at home and your refrigerator's out for 3 days and you lose all the food in there, that $30 that they give you ain't covering the eggs that you bought. Right, like we have got to fix that. We have got to hold them accountable to doing that. We also have to recognize that water is the cheapest bill that anybody has. When we start talking about water affordability, we have to start talking about how people need to make more money. Right, we have to get places to a position where people are making more money so they can afford the water bill. While I was in the legislature, it was the first time we expanded how we fund utilities for water, right? So we have thaw that helps you with your heat and your gas. We expanded that same work to allow folks the support that they need with water bills, right? We have got to make sure that if water is a human right, which it is, that people just have it. Nobody says, hey, we're gonna make food cheaper. We say, hey, we're gonna make sure that people have a basic amount of food, because we don't want people starving. That is how we have to address these issues. We have got to invest in people and invest in our community and the infrastructure to do so, because that's what it's going to take for us to get community solar in neighborhoods. We've got to make the economics work.
Thank you. Korey.
So, DTE, so first, I support absolutely water affordability and community solar. But let me say that DTE made $3 billion last year. Profit. And we cannot, as Adam said, in this grid on the Lower East Side is antiquated. And throughout the whole conversations that I've had throughout this District 3, water infrastructure, electric grid infrastructure is a prevalent conversation. And so I think that if we can support and have support for a fund that helps folks when they talk about the MPSC, when we talk about, when we talk about the MPSC, have greater oversight of that commission. MPSC meets, but they don't necessarily tell everybody when they're meeting, and they're power in numbers. And so when we do the advocacy work, vote is the most important thing. The second most important thing you can do in the state legislature is advocate. And when we go to advocate against the MPC rate hikes, and we tell them that this community doesn't want it, it actually does matter. And so I'm a proponent of that. And I'm a proponent of, when I worked for THAW, I used to work for THAW, I helped THAW with the inception of LEWA expand their program for water affordability for seniors. And I provided and helped get Highland Park $100 million to improve their water infrastructure program and their meters so that those individuals that lived in Highland Park could afford their water bill.
Thank you. I believe we're at Kimberly Hill. Not.
Yes, it's such an important issue. Of course I support community solar. I think it should have been a part of the historic clean energy bill that was signed into law by Governor Whitmer. I also believe that with community solar, obviously, community members would be able to be compensated, particularly if they reinstated what's called net metering, which actually made owning solar affordable. What I also believe needs to happen in terms of controlling these power outages is we must have microgrids that are powered by renewable energy. If we had community level microgrids, we would see a lot less power outages. There has been an effort to actually push this, but it has really not gone anywhere. If I am elected, I will certainly push this type of policy. In addition to that, there needs to be legislation that strengthens the Michigan Public Service Commission so that they can actually take into account the impact of these power outages and power plants that are coming online because of AI centers, the health and environmental impact. And so these different entities need to be empowered through legislation, and I believe that it is past time for the Michigan Public Service Commission to perhaps be elected. And of course, I support the Water Affordability Act and believe that it also needs to include money for water audits so we can determine where the leakages in the homes are taking place in an effort to reduce the cost of the water bill.
Thank you. Mr. Conyers.
So first, can you repeat the question?
Yes. You want to repeat it?
This is your question.
Or was it?
Yes.
Yes, it was. It was water and utility bills. What is your specific plan for the water debt crushing communities like Highland Park? Will you vote for the State Water Affordability Act? And will you make DTE pay customers for long outages? Should they be compensated? And your thoughts on community solar as well?
So I support community solar. It's something that was discussed. I was canvassing in 2022 when I ran for Congress and talking to folks when I was on doors. And so yes, I 100% support community solar. I also support the Water Affordability Act. I want to focus on that really quickly though, because I think there's a couple things that haven't been discussed here. I think obviously not obviously. Highland Park is in a tremendous amount of debt related to water. Part of my platform is rooted in economic development, economic growth. One of the challenges that Highland Park is facing is that they don't have a large tax base. They don't have a real means to create revenue. One of the things that my father worked on that I would like to advocate for on the state level and work collaboratively with our federal representatives is getting money back to the state to get Highland Park's water treatment facility back online. If they are able to get their water treatment facility, one, refurbished and up to date, and then back online, that creates competition. It creates revenue for that city of Highland Park. And now as Detroiters, we have an option. And for Highland Parkers, they have a way to get out of that debt. So that's that piece. As it relates to the Michigan Public Service Commission, I think I haven't heard anyone talk about holding hearings because I have giving public comment about not wanting these rate hikes to go through. And somehow, every time, I'm sure many people in this room have given public comment and said, we don't want these rate hikes, they're not justified, what are we getting for the money we're paying? And yet, year after year, the hikes go up. So I would like to have a hearing, whatever committee I end up sitting on, to hold them accountable and understand what's being done with the resources.
Thank you.
Our next topic is affordable housing. There's a housing crisis in Detroit. The city itself estimates a need for 66,100 units built, rehabbed, preserved, and or subsidized for very low-income renters. Although low incomes are part of the problem, this is not solely an income crisis. Detroit's housing costs have risen substantially faster than both inflation and residents' income growth, reducing the amount of housing that existing incomes can pay for. How would you address this problem? Do you believe safe, stable housing is a human right? And if so, what would you do to address the unmet need for affordable housing? This question goes first to John Conyers.
Well, yeah, I believe stable housing is a human right. Beyond that, I would use Austin, Texas as a model. During COVID, people flocked to Austin, Texas, so much so that they had a similar housing crisis that we had, but for different circumstances, just they didn't have enough stock. And between 2020 to 2025, they were able to go from 6% vacancy to back up to 13% vacancy. And they were able to do so through some deregulation, tax incentivizing people to build, but by making them issue a bond. So before you get this tax subsidy, and if you don't deliver on it, we have some money. Taxpayers aren't just footing the bill in this development. And as it relates to the housing piece, I do believe it is a wage issue. If we are accepting that inflation is real and it's an affordability piece, we have to talk about wages. We cannot leave wages and the lack of increased wages in this state and in this country out of the conversation about housing affordability. I think we can talk about affordability and building as much as we want, but when the median income in this city is so far below the national average, wages have to be a part of that conversation. And until we address wages, not only in the state, but in this country, we're going to continue to have an affordability crisis, no matter how much we build.
Okay, Kimberly Hill-Knott.
You know, it's interesting. I understand that Congress just passed the bill, and it was very unique, where it became law after 10 days, and President Trump did not veto it. And so it was an attempt to make housing more affordable by getting certain players, equity advisors, or whoever the investors are, out of the market. And so I think that Michigan plays a key role in terms of developing legislation to look at different ways of making sure that other people are not able to buy up large large pieces of land and drive up the cost for affordable housing. I also believe that there need to be more tax incentives for affordable housing and real affordable housing. And oftentimes when you think about affordable housing, it's the middle class that oftentimes cannot afford the houses. And so we have to look at innovative policies and programs that actually enable them to. And I think that one of that is public-private partnership. When I worked in Congress, I worked for the With Ownership Wealth program. I headed that program up, which really worked with the banks and government to pay or to provide a substantial down payment assistance. So that's another thing. Another thing is really looking at taxes and how families are taxed, because many people are losing their homes because of unaffordable taxes. So there are many different things that we have to look at to consider affordable housing.
Thank you. Korey Hall.
So let me just say this, first we need to preserve the existing affordable housing. And then when we talk about affordable housing, we need to make sure that it's quality affordable housing. And so those individuals that are making, so that those individuals that are making the livable wage can afford those homes. And so we also need to protect those individuals, those renters that are living in these houses from eviction and making sure that their rents don't go up. And so I'll go back to the first thing that I said, we need to preserve the existing affordable housing. We need to make sure that the affordable housing for the new developments are quality in nature. And then we need to make sure that we protect our tenants who are renting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Olivier?
Our housing stock is 100 years old on average, right? Our housing stock is too old. We need to build housing. It doesn't work for HVAC. It doesn't work for all the things that people are dealing with. And the cost of renovating homes like that is astronomical, right? It just is a real problem that everybody's dealing with. And so when we talk about what affordable housing means, it means at every level. Because right now we build low-income housing, we build veteran housing, we build senior housing. And we do those because there are federal programs that make it make sense. We have to have the kind of programs that allow you to build housing for people who have children, who are going to work, who are aging in place, right? These single-story spaces. We have to build more public housing. We haven't built public housing in a generation, and we have to build it right now. But that also means that we have to do more than just say we're going to build. We have to train a generation of people who can do this work. Because I don't know about you, but when you call a contractor and they come to your house, they're like, yeah, it's going to be 3 times whatever you thought. And you're like, why is that? I'm like, yeah, because I got 5 jobs that I can be working right now. We don't have enough people who can do this work to accommodate all the work that needs to be done. And we have a bunch of people who are really challenging in this space. When I ran the Veterans Affairs Agency, I was grateful that we had programs that allowed seniors who had served in the military to get the kind of renovations in their homes they need, updating their bathrooms, fixing their roofs, doing the HVAC stuff, that allowed them to stay in their homes. That's what we have got to do writ large. We also have to make sure that young families can afford to buy homes in our community, because I can't tell you how many people are saying, I can't afford to live in the neighborhood I was raised in, and that's a problem. We've got to fix it.
All right. Ebony Taylor?
A couple of things here. I would actually support existing legislation here in the state of Michigan, specifically the Housing Readiness Zoning Package. A couple of things in that package includes increasing supply. We know, a few folks have said it here, we need to increase our housing supply here in the city of Detroit and in this District 3, the Senate District 3. We also need to change some of our zoning laws, right? And allow for us to have smaller square footage. This will allow, some folks who already have large plots of land or want to purchase new land, they can put smaller parcels like those containers, those shipping containers on their land. This actually is helpful to our most vulnerable populations, elderly and students. The next thing is we need to have, Reverend Warnock, or Senator Warnock actually has some radical legislation, radical legislation that I think we can learn from, where we're not allowing private equity to just buy up as many parcels as they would like to and sit on them for as long as they want to. And say again? Yeah, it just passed. Yep. And so I think we can learn from that. And then lastly, rental caps. I think the state should allow municipalities to decide if they can put caps on rental rates that are extremely high.
All right, Tonya?
Repeat the question, please.
All right. Do you believe safe, stable housing is a human right? And name one state policy you prioritize to make sure that we make it available. How will we build it?
That was a full question. I think you had a
Okay, I can start. There's a housing crisis in Detroit. The city itself estimates a need for 66,100 additional units built, rehabilitated, preserved, or subsidized to accommodate the unmet need for very low-income renters. Although low incomes are part of the problem, this is not solely an income crisis. Detroit housing costs have risen substantially faster than both inflation and residents' income growth, reducing the amount of housing that existing incomes can purchase.
Thank you, Donna. So I'll just say this. When we look at these tax incentives for construction, these are basically like, they complain about welfare when it comes to SNAP benefits and WIC and everything else. But this corporate welfare, like there's no end to it. Right now, City Council is hitting tax incentives and corporate development like it's a crack pipe, okay? It's nonstop. And so we have to take those incentives. They can give over $500 million to developers to build office buildings, which I call sandcastles downtown, which have that don't have anything to do with building any type of wealth among households or increasing our economic outcomes. Why can't we build housing? There's no reason why you can't build housing. You just have to have people who are going to start taking it forward. So a few things that I want to say, it's not just a renter's problem. It's also a home ownership problem, because as we know, home ownership is the single largest source of building wealth in any household. We have to give residents an opportunity to start owning home ownership. So what I'm advocating for is to, number one, incentivize housing construction, which will lower prices. Number two, to allow renters to have equity ownership in those apartments in which they rent. So even if you're a renter, you can still have equity ownership. And number three, when it comes to all the land bank and the land use, we can't just start giving it to corporate developers. But right over here, we have what is it, Hans Farms, which is an abomination of what happened in our community.
All right, thank you. Latanya Garrett?
Thank you. This is why a track record is so important. I work with Reverend Faye Fowler over at Cass Community Social Services during my tenure as a state representative. I have a track record. She has received for affordable housing over $700,000 of funding that I advocated for in the Michigan House. So I'll let my record speak for itself.
All right. Now I just want to point out that, yes. I want to point out real quickly before we turn over, let's see. Gary? Are you Gary Hunter?
He is, yes,
Oh,
that
okay.
is. Gary Hunter.
I am so sorry.
Join
So
us.
Gary Hunter joined us. Thank you for joining us.
us.
Wasn't certain you were coming. All right.
I live around seniors. One of my seniors failed.
Okay.
That was more important for me to attend to them than to rush here, and I wanted to rush here. So I had to make sure she was okay.
Thank you for taking care of this evening.
But can I answer the housing issue?
Yes, please, please.
We need to look at track workers that work. And people who say, look at my track record. We have to understand that nobody in office has given us affordable housing that works. It takes us going to Chicago, LA, and Atlanta. Mayor Dickens, Mayor Johnson, and Karen Bass all have built affordable housing with wraparound services that is included with the housing. Mayor Dickens is doing a wonderful job. He included TI and community leaders to make sure, and he made a very bold statement. He said to give people a sandwich, to put them in an apartment, and encase them in a box. It's not what you would want. Don't give it to them. So they built affordable real housing. And we've got to get out of this people smiling in our face, not giving us what we asked for. This is the only city that is being charged for where the rain dropped because of lack of leadership. No other city in our water department is being charged for where the water drops. That's the same way with housing. Every building they built downtown, except 3 in this city, was all white controlled and white owned. Thank you.
Okay. Latanya and John, I think you were asked to respond.
Yes. When we talk about affordable housing, if you know anything about Cass Community Social Services, they house over hundreds of people every year. Can't compare it to a TI program, but Reverend Faye Fowler has laid a foundation, and that's why I advocated for over $700,000. So when we're gonna talk about something that we know, she has already laid the foundation while you at home sleeping, she's housing people.
John.
John?
I just really quickly would like to add, some of the challenges that we're facing have to do with preemption in the state. And that's something that, if any one of us get there, last time we had a quote-unquote trifecta, they said they were going to repeal preemption. That's something that has to be a priority if we are going to empower our city council and our mayor to do what they need to do related to housing. So I just want to add that.
All right,
Thank you.
I just want to, before we move on to the next topic, I asked about very low-income housing because according to HUD standards, the median income in Detroit is very low income. And so when we start talking about a housing crisis, we absolutely want to make sure everybody has a home. But if housing is a human right, then we should be having policies that ensure people are not sleeping on the streets, are not paying 50% of their income on housing, and are not facing the risk of living in unsanitary, unsafe housing because they cannot afford someplace safe. So as anybody who gets elected to this role, please understand that the least among us need housing, and we also owe other people as well.
Our next topic is one that we've been talking about, public safety, violence reduction. I'll repeat the question the same way that it was asked of other candidates in other races. Detroit has a number of surveillance technology that the police department uses. We have 566 license plate readers, 262 flock cameras. We have ShotSpotter across several neighborhoods. We have community violence intervention groups across several neighborhoods. We have youth programs, family support programs.
Excuse me, can we not speak so that we can make sure that we're all hearing?
And we also want to remind you guys, I know it can be exciting to hear something that you agree with, but let's save the applause until after all the candidates answer the question. So, question being on community violence, public safety responses. Where should this money go? All the things that I just named, they compete for the same dollars. Surveillance technology, CVI, youth programs. And what proof that it works, what privacy protections, and what reporting should be required before public money buys police technology. We're going to start in our reverse order. So we're actually going to start with you, Gary. What do you think about this?
First of all, anything that helps us with curbing crime, disciplining our community to understand it's not a free-for-all. We have an issue. And in order to deal with that issue, you've got to come up with things that challenges those issues. Everybody can't seem to worry about their privacy. But we're the ones that can't pull up to the gas station. We're the ones that can't go to the grocery store. We're the ones that's got to put 2 or 3 locks on our doors. But we don't want nothing done about it. There's a very thin line between our rights, our freedoms, and our safety. And we have to figure out how to blend them all. Our House, the Senate, the governor's office, the attorney general was all Democrat. They cried for years they wasn't doing anything because the Democrats didn't have power. We got nothing that changed our standard of living when they were in charge. Who was in those rooms? We need to change who's going in those rooms. You don't need the people who've been endorsed, because that's the same thing. You don't need the people who's been there, that's the same thing. Let's be bold, let's be real, and let's face the facts. We need a change if we expect a safer environment of living, loving, and cohabitating.
Thank you, Gary. We're going to kick it all the way over to John Conyers.
It's really simple for me. I don't support flock cameras, so let's get that out there. I don't support them. I do support community violence intervention. I think it's been proven to work and shown to work. Actually taking the time to speak with our kids, spend time with our kids and our young folks, and show them what else exists. But I think the number one thing that's just not being talked about when we talk about safety and what's going on is the investment in community. There is a direct correlation between violence and employment, between crime and employment. Like, these are things that we know. So I think oftentimes in these debates and when people ask these questions, there's a lot of conversation about symptoms where we're not addressing root causes. Employment solves a lot of these problems. Creating economic opportunities solves a lot of these problems. Investing in our young people, investing in our schools, and having better outcomes for our young people solves a lot of these problems. So for me, all the things that you talk about, getting rid of flock, I don't think we should be under surveillance in the way that we are, right? They always pilot these programs in our neighborhoods, right? And it increases the school to prison pipeline. So I want to get rid of flock. But I think more importantly, we need to prioritize providing economic opportunities and economic viability for the young people in our communities.
Thanks, John. We're going to go to Kimberly Hunt.
Okay, I actually agree with what John just mentioned. I do believe in community intervention, violence prevention, and in fact hosted a meeting at my church with Donavan McKinney where they talked about the amount of money that was given to different programs within the community, and so I will continue to support community-based initiatives. But I also believe that we need to use technology and use the technology and make sure and invest in technology that does not use racial profiling in terms of misidentifying the wrong people and causing trauma. And those are traumatic experiences that people have to go through. So I believe that if we use those technologies, if they have been proven to work, there needs to be an analysis to see if they are actually effective. And so I think that it would be a vote, it would be a discussion that is not done overnight. Additionally, I believe that we need to look at how we hold police officers accountable. If there is legislation that we can develop at the state level to do that, to make sure that they are not, interrogating people, and people are not afraid to go to the, gas station and other places because they are going to be stopped, but also because they may be robbed. So it's a very fine line that we have to walk, and so I believe that we can do that if we do it strategically.
Thank you. Korey Hall.
So as we talk about CDI and public safety and SWAT cameras, I'll just say this. Of course, I support CDI. I actually was responsible for the city of Detroit getting $26 million for CDI work, and want to expand that program to make sure that it gets to the community block level where those organizations are doing the good work. But some of those organizations don't have the technical capacity to do the reporting. And so I want to add additional dollars into this next session to help those organizations do the reporting and so that they can do the good work that they do to lower crime. Secondarily, just let me say this, about 6-8 weeks ago, there was a little girl that was kidnapped in Hamtramck. And because of the flock cameras, they were able to get those assailants. And so I think that technology can be good, but we have to manage it in a way that we can ensure its efficacy and effectiveness. Thank you.
Thanks, Korey. Adam.
The problem is people don't feel safe, right? Detroit is the only place in the world where people don't say goodbye, they say be safe, right? When you're out knocking doors by something like, what are you gonna be fine? It's like, yes, I live over here. I should be fine walking down my street in my neighborhood. That is the reality, but very few people feel that way, right? I was a big sponsor, I'm the principal sponsor getting the money for cameras. While I was driving on 94, somebody pulled a pistol out and was waving it out the car, because highways are one of the last places that they didn't have cameras, and that is why you saw those shootings on them. Because of the license plate scanners, we were against license, they were able to catch that person, right? That's one half of the stuff. The other side is CPI is so critically important because it gives people other options, right? It says, hey, you were incarcerated, you had these issues. Programs like Goodwill Industries, which I help save, those things give people the options to turn their life around and have options that they did not previously have. When we are talking about this issue, it is not, are we gonna fund this or that? It is, we're gonna fund all of these things until you feel safe walking out your door, walking down your street, and raising a family in your community, because that's what the expectation should be in our neighborhood, is that you can walk safely, that you can be safe in community. And that means that we continue to use every tool available, whether that's technology, whether that's people, whether that's organizing. It is being locked in on making sure that you can feel safe in your community.
Thank you. Ebony.
The reality is that a lot of the surveillance programs that we see, like, is it Shot Spotter? They cost millions and millions of dollars, and yet they're minimally effective. We've seen the data, we've listened in on the police commission meetings, whatever, and we've seen that they're minimally effective, yet they cost us, the city of Detroit, millions of dollars. My biggest concern is, so we have more surveillance, and what does that do? It puts more people in prison. It puts more people filling up our jails, right? And as a mother with 2 boys, as y'all full well know, right? I'm a mom, I'm running on being a mom. I have 2 boys sitting in the back. They're 8 and 9 years old. My 9-year-old will be 10 October 2nd. And that 10-year age is the age of competency here in the state of Michigan. If a 10-year-old does something bad, right, his life is ruined. So I think that we need to look at the criminalization of our youth. We need to increase the age of competency from 10 years old to at least 13 years old. Over a 3-year span, we've seen kids under 12 years old in the state of Michigan, 4,500 kids under 12 years old be criminalized, right? And that is unacceptable, and we need to do something about that. Now, I will agree with some of my opponents who said we need to invest in our youth. That money that we spend on ShotSpotter and all these different surveillance pieces need to be put into our kids' future.
Thank you. Tonya, thank you. So, a couple of things here. What do we support in terms of technology? I think that that's going to be a case-by-case basis. So I grew up, in the Bruce, like I said before. It's a hot spot. Live over in Jefferson Thomas. It's a hot spot. We had a home invasion before I moved back to my mom's place. She had a home invasion when she was at home by herself. That's real life, And so I'll say that I think it should be, it's different for people in different parts of Detroit. People live in Sherwood Forest and in Village. They may not have all those different type of needs, but we need protection in our parts of the city of Detroit. And so I think it comes back to, like I said before, if you want to do anything in the neighborhood, we used to have the CDC, the Citizen District Councils. It should come to the neighborhoods and for them to make their decisions. We have to start empowering our neighborhoods and start empowering the people where they are, instead of us having to be parents all the time and trying to dictate. I'll also say, growing up in the Brewsters, I can't even count how many of my close friends have been incarcerated for any number of things, selling weed, for example. When cannabis became legal in Michigan, how many cannabis dispensaries do we have in Detroit that are owned by African Americans? We controlled the entire weed pipeline since the 1980s. But then when it became legal, we don't own anything. So it comes back to the fact that we have to start having elected officials that are going to start empowering us rather than exploiting us. Like I said before, sending our youth to prison is not a solution. There's no reason why we can't take the same hundreds of billions of dollars, start creating opportunities for them to own their own businesses and start doing things legally and making their own profit like everyone else in the country wants to do.
Thank you. Latanya.
I would like to just kind of curve this just a little bit. Instead of talking about crime so much, let's talk about a little bit how to prevent it. And my thing is what I'm running off of, creating safe spaces for our children, making sure that they have what they need from a child all the way up to adulthood. And the way that you do that is through education and employment. We need to invest more in our youth, which I think local government has done, maybe not to the point that we would have liked them to do, but they have done it. Try to reduce repeat offenses. Youth recidivism. I was a sponsor on the youth recidivism bill. So therefore, will I support you guys? Absolutely. During my tenure in the state house, we gave back lots of money, over billions of dollars to community organizations for them to do what they felt like they needed to do to secure their own neighborhood. So absolutely, I will support.
Thank you, guys.
We'll go to our next question, which is about ICE. Immigration enforcement is federal, but Michigan decides whether local police share data, honor ICE requests, or take on immigration duties themselves. What state law enforcement action would you back to protect people being targeted? Should you protect people being targeted, first of all, and if so, what state law enforcement action would you take to protect them? And what role, if any, should Michigan and local police play in federal immigration enforcement? And we'll start with you, Latanya.
I will work with the congressional, Rashida Tlaib or the other guy. I would work with them and we will come up with policies that will benefit our local communities. I won't say right now, I'm not an ICE fan, absolutely not, but I think working together will get the greatest outcome.
Okay. Toyna?
The other guys at Donavan? Okay. So So, anyways, I was going to say here. So, as a first generation American, my father is from West Africa, from Liberia. So, this is a very serious issue. I have to constantly remind him that he has to take his passport and his credentials with him, even when he goes to the supermarket. I have cousins of mine who still speak with an accent, and they're going to be targeted just because they have an accent, even though they become U.S. citizens here. And so, it's not just about protecting targeted individuals, it's about protecting everybody. So no one should have to. I lived in India for 15 years. I never had an ICE agent break into my house and take me out and put a mask on me. So we have to understand as responsible citizens of the world how we treat others, how we're going to be treated. And this type of thing happens in America. I can guarantee you, for those Americans who are overseas, they're going to be facing that. I remember any number of times when I had to face issues by depending on the president is, whether it's George Bush or Donald Trump or Barack Obama, you get treated a different way. And so that having been said, specifically here in the state, we want to protect schools, places of worship, and those institutions from having any type of ICE interactions. More importantly, we want to maintain the policy that the city of Detroit has, that our police department will not cooperate with ICE. They're going to operate independently as they do. We're going to operate independently as we do. But we also have to protect, police have a right to protect individuals if they're being assaulted by anyone.
All right, thank you. Ebony?
Immigrants are they're the cornerstones, right? They're part of our communities, and the way that they're being rounded up is just simply not right. So to answer the question, I believe I would abolish anything at the state level that requires the state of Michigan to work with federal ICE agents. I would also persecute, any ICE agents who abuse their power. I think that for me, it's not only looking at the traumatization of the actual person who is picked up by ICE. It's also their families, and it's also whole communities. I've been checking in a lot with Council Member Gabriela Santiago Romero about how ICE agents work with the city of Detroit, the city's police department. And I know that she's working fiercely to ensure that they are not required to cooperate with ICE agents. So I absolutely do not believe at the state level that we should cooperate, and that we should treat our community members as just that, our neighbors and folks who are absolutely critical to the lifeblood of where we live, where we eat, where we sleep, where we pray, and that's where I stand. Thank you.
All right, Anna?
The most important thing we can do is make sure every Michigander has valid Michigan documents. ICE does not have a right to your birth certificate. They don't have a right to all these documents. The first thing that they do is they ask you for your ID. We should grant every single person who lives in the state of Michigan a valid ID. That should solve a significant portion of this work. And then we should be doing everything we can to make sure that if a Michigander is abducted by ICE agents because they are not following a lawful pattern, they are not doing those things right, that we go after them for breaking the law in the state of Michigan. Other states have done it, other communities have done it. It's something that we can and should be doing because they are breaking the law with Michiganders. And so we do exactly what we would do with anyone else who was kidnapping or taking somebody hostage. We treat them as that way. That's what we got to do.
Okay. Korey?
Agreed. I think that the state of Michigan should not allow its enforcement officers to participate in any ICE activities. And rarely do I say this, but in agreement with Adam, I think that if we can get individuals to get their Michigan IDs, that will solve a large portion of the problem, because that's exactly what they do, is they ask you for documentation as if we were in Nazi Germany. And so let's make sure we get our IDs. Let's make sure that we prosecute those ICE agents that are operating illegally, and let's make sure that our law enforcement agencies are not overreaching in their respective duties.
All right, Kimberly? Oh, I mean, in the order. I'll go ahead in the order.
Yes, the order is that you're next, I believe.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am next.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I know that you're in order. So, I believe that dealing with ICE should really be up to local government, should be up to local municipalities. And I think that we must protect safe locations like churches and faith institutions and schools, and ICE should never be allowed to go into those places. I think that if there is an instance where someone is a bad actor, and we know that that is obvious, that actually happens, but I think we have to be very careful about how ICE is used, and them just pulling people over just because they think that they may be an illegal immigrant is wrong, and it should be prohibited. And I think that the local municipalities and state governments should develop very strong legislation that prohibits that type of targeting. I think that, when these immigrants are pulled over, it's a traumatic experience. And so who's there to provide the assistance when the people have to be thrown into a detention center? And so I think that the way that it is being done now is horrible, and I would never, ever support that type of activity. All right, John?
So I would make sure I would support us not cooperating, the state of Michigan not cooperating with, having law enforcement not cooperate with ICE. I think while what Korey and Adam said is fine, I think we should go further and do what states like California do to ensure that our undocumented immigrants, should they come in contact with police, they are able to drive safely, and that is get a driver's license. You should be able to get a driver's license so that when you come in contact with police, you have the proper documentation, and that they don't bother you. Beyond that, of course, I don't think that I should be able to go into schools or places of worship. I think this is why the Attorney General's race is so important, so that we have someone that, should any of these, we have a catastrophe like what happened in Maine or in Texas, should we have those things happen in the state of Michigan, we have an Attorney General who is going to take the fight to ICE and the federal government and ensure that there is justice served on behalf of anyone that is accosted by ICE.
And then finally, Garrett.
Thank you to all my supporters. Sound like y'all all voted for me. John, thank you. It's who we elect. It's who we put our trust in. We wouldn't be in the shape we're in now if Duggan and the Michigan Democrats had supported the Democratic nominee. Slotkin has voted against the Democrats. Haley has voted against the Democrats. You mentioned the Black Caucus. There's all kind of notes out now about the Black Caucus, wondering what's going on with our Michigan legislative body that continue to support what is happening. We wouldn't have an ICE issue if we understood the collective results of elections. But we forget there is an option. There's a vote and a no vote. People are choosing the no vote because we're not showing them the basic issues of supporting our people. Only you who think our ID is going to do it. They arrested U.S. citizens with ID and passports. That's not doing it. Wake up. We got a rogue president. Because all of these racist white people.
Thank you, dear.
Our colleagues from the SEIU are going to come and ask 2 questions. As they come up, I just want to remind people that 200 years ago, if my ancestors had been in Detroit, they would have needed papers. And I want to remind you that 200 years ago, slave catchers could go anywhere to come get them. So as we think about humanity, we think about what this community looks like, remember that we have a history. And I also think it's important to acknowledge the reality of the fact, because a lot of people think it is a Hispanic issue or Asian issue. It's a people of color issue who are getting arrested. And so as we think about that, think about the rights of all people, whatever your policy decisions are. And with that, we're inviting up our friends from the SEIU.
She's going back there. She's going back there.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Jackson. To make a development project happen in the city of Detroit, give business tax breaks. Those businesses turn around and hire people for those jobs, put property level wages instead of a living wage. And since we're paying to give ourselves jobs that aren't enough to survive on, laws like the Death Star bill prevent cities like Detroit from raising wages at private business and in these cities, these businesses and these buildings they operate. And receiving massive tax breaks for those jobs to exist. What is your position on the Death Star bill and state promotion of local labor laws that prevent Detroit from ensuring good jobs?
We'll start with Garrett.
I believe that number one, we've got to figure out how to get back to the grassroots of unions and the people working together. When I looked at the Labor Day parade last year, you would almost assume it wasn't but 10 black folk in the whole city. The unity of all of us together has got to become another building block. Let us not think that the racism is not on the inside. I close with this. I can show you the receipts of the pictures. 98% of the Labor Day parade was white people in a 80% black or 70% black city. It is ridiculous that we think that this is going to happen because we go in all these secret rooms. And I wonder how many candidates who've been endorsed by them are challenging them to get back with the people. Can we please unify back with the people? You got a budget, you got selective power, and it's not working. Until we get back to collective working together, we're going to all be fighting to figure out how we get our side heard. Thank you. I'm going to give you 10 minutes back, 10 seconds back.
Thank you. John.
So I would support repealing like preemption, right? We got to get rid of the Death Star bill. So we can give our municipalities their powers back, right? I think that's first and foremost. I think when we talk about wages, we talk about developers and tax incentives. I touched on it earlier. If a developer, whether that's a housing developer, whether that's somebody like Oracle who just bullied the Saline Township, if these companies want to come here, then we should be forcing them to do bonding, where they have to put up some form of capital so that if they leave, or they don't employ people the way they said they're going to employ people, or if they don't hold fast to their commitment, which is rooted in their tax incentive, that taxpayers aren't left holding the bag. And then finally, I firmly believe in increasing wages. Like this conversation about affordability, there's only so much you can squeeze out of a penny. Money only going to go so far if we know that inflation is a real thing. We have to stop putting it on our citizens to quote unquote be more responsible, work more jobs. We have an underemployment issue in this country. So to answer the question wholly, we have to fight and advocate for raising wages. Full stop. I've done that before with one fair wage and the fight to raise the minimum wage. I've accomplished that or worked as an organizer to help accomplish that for the state. And the wages haven't gone far enough. They're not high enough. So that is my answer to that question. And I'll yield back the balance of my time to Ms. Knott.
Thank you. It is your turn, yeah. Kimberly now.
You know, I believe in fair wages, and I believe that businesses who get tax credits from the city, those tax incentives should be repealed if the wages are not fair. And not only just fair wages, but ethical labor practices. So making sure that they don't have to work in hot weather if they're construction workers, or making sure that they don't have to work extremely long hours and unhealthy hours and in unhealthy working environments. So I believe in fair wages. I believe that the municipality should be able to determine what those agreements should look like.
with developers, and I believe that, you know, it is a discussion that should take place with not only developers and different employers, but also the workers, to develop legislation and strengthen legislation that can promote ethical work standards as well as fair wages.
Thank you. We're going to kick it to Korey Hall.
So I believe that in local control for our communities, as we talk about preemption laws that have limited the city's ability to set higher wage standards, I also think that we need to look at workforce protections or workplace protections, scheduling protections, and worker safety. I think that the government, the state government, needs to make sure that operating agreements between these developers and businesses that try to do projects in our municipalities have the community first. I think that the livable wage standards that our cities, like the city of Detroit, represent should be adhered to, and with involvement from the community.
Thank you. Look, the problem is the deck is stacked against working people, right? Like, there's no question. If you are in a union, you do not have the same kind of rights to negotiate for contracts and benefits that you did before. Now, we've got to fix that. But you should expect your elected officials to be there, not just when it's election time, but when you are negotiating a new contract, when you are organizing on the shop floor, when you are trying to get people together. And that's what I've been with you, especially as we talk about Local 1, right? When y'all were out trying to get a new contract because the downtown businesses weren't giving you the contract you needed, you had a small number of elected officials who were showing up and being there. That's what you should expect us to be able to do, right? When we start talking about what's going on, what the real issue with preemption is, it doesn't allow you to negotiate on the things that matter to you. Mandatory overtime, the type of work that you're going to do, when you're going to get a shift, how long that shift is going to last. You should be able to negotiate all the things that determine whether or not you go into work, how long you show up, and what you get paid for that, right? Look, that is what it means to be in a union. That is what it means to have power over your own self and agency. And as a state senator, I'm really committed to doing the work necessary to make sure you have those same rights again, because you deserve them.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ebony.
Thank you so much, SEIU, for that critically important question. And I stand with SEIU around repealing the Death Star bill. I know that very recently we've seen, if I can just be transparent and honest, a betrayal to Michigan labor force. We've seen a betrayal to working families with the veto of a number of bills at the state level very recently. And so, as a state senator, as the next state senator for District 3, I absolutely will stand behind labor and all the issues that you all lift up and have been fighting for decade after decade, year after year, and it's just high time that we make real changes. In terms of tax incentives and just essentially bad actors who come into our state, who want to develop, who sell us a dream and promises, we absolutely need to hold them accountable. And I think holding them accountable means if you receive a tax incentive from us and you don't hold up your end of the bargain, you need to pay that money back with interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Toinu.
As a union lifer myself, my father was in the union, worked over off of Jefferson Assembly over here, my uncles. My grandpa worked at Bud Steel when I was over there off of Conyers. I also worked at Bud Steel, same assembly lines when I was in college, paid my way through college. And I know what the benefits of a union life actually is. I also know the hardship of a union life. My father went through multiple layoffs. We had to go through strikes. We had those very difficult questions conversations at the table that, we're not buying Frosted Flakes anymore, we're going to be buying Corn Flakes, the white box, So, the white box, you don't know about that. Anyways, what I was saying is that growing up as part of the union family is what drove me to become an economist. What I mean by that is the way that they have these incentive structured is completely wrong. How many people here get paid in advance and then you come to work? Does anybody here do that? Why are we paying them in advance? There's no reason to do that. If you get a tax incentive from the federal government, what happens? After you when you have to file your taxes, You have to demonstrate, I've done all of these things, I gave this much money to a 501c3, and then you get the tax incentive. There's no question about having to claw back anything because we should not be giving the money in the first place ahead of schedule. First you make the jobs, first you show us that you've done something critical in our neighborhoods, and then we will give you a tax incentive afterwards. That's how it works.
Thank you, Latanya.
It's right here on my literature. It says, I am labor strong. I worked with SEIU when I was a state rep for 6 years. I will continue to work with SEIU and the other unions. I'm sorry? I absolutely oppose the Death Star, so I will stand with you all.
Thank you so much. Our last and final question for this segment was also submitted by SEIU Healthcare Workers. From SEIU Healthcare Michigan, that's 50,000 healthcare workers via a home care worker member. This question. Across Michigan, seniors and people with disabilities depend on home care to live safely at home with the dignity they deserve. Cuts to Medicaid, worker shortages, and poverty wages are putting that care at risk. What is your position on investing in home care by raising wages, perhaps fully funding the historic home care legislation passed in 2024, and funding a strong contract between home care workers and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? Can home care workers count on you to support investing in home care? That question submitted by an SEIU healthcare worker. We're going to go reverse order again, so we're going to start with Latanya.
As a former state representative, I supported, one of the things that I supported was reducing the amount of patients to our nurses. And the same way we reduced the amount, attempted, because it wasn't done, attempted to reduce the amount of patients to our nurses is the same way I will work diligently in regards to our home health care workers. They should be paid adequately, and we should stand with them every step of the way. So I will continue to support like I did when I was a state representative.
Tonya.
For those of us who are, in the working class right now, who are in the workforce right now, many of us have to take care of, children, but then many of us also have to take care of aging parents as well. And I'll say beyond that, I also know that there are many people in our aging population that don't have their children with them anymore. And so if we're going to consider ourselves to be a functioning society, we have to take care of those individuals, meaning we have to provide those services, we have to fund those services on behalf of those individuals, number one. And number two, by strengthening our healthcare, our home healthcare services, that allows individuals who are in the workforce to be able to go to work, knowing that their parents are going to be cared for at home. So this is a very critical need for our economic infrastructure, for our economy. If we don't have these type of services, not just in terms of home care for aging population, but also child care, having affordable child care as well. That's one of the things we talk about when we talk about making it affordable, increasing wages. You can't have better wages, you can't have better jobs if we can't afford to go to work in the first place. So if we really want to start seeing an expansion or a growth in our economy here in Detroit, we have to take care of our home aging home aging population, those who are living with their children, those who are not, and also with our child care as well.
Thank you. Ebony.
If we don't have home health care workers, where do the folks go who are needing care? Do we have enough space in our hospitals? Do we have enough space in nursing homes? The answer is no. And so home health care workers are essential to the healthcare space. And I think it's high time that we treat them accordingly. And that's not only with wages, right? That's with the same level of training that any other healthcare worker receives, and that's with any other set of resources that healthcare workers receive. And so I absolutely stand with SEIU, and again, thank you for another critical question. I know that home healthcare workers have been going up to Lansing consistently, advocating to be treated in the same way as an essential worker, as an essential portion of the healthcare community, and I absolutely stand with any and all the demands that they have of our state and our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to kick it to Adam.
Look, it's very clear that we are not taking care of our most vulnerable folks. But home health care workers are, and they are some of the least paid workers in our economy. And that's just a hard stop. Like if you were talking about who is taking your grandma, your aunt, your uncle, your cousin, your church member, it is home health care workers. And they got a pay increase a couple of years ago because they were getting paid absolutely poverty wages, right? And it's still nowhere near what people deserve. We have got to increase the wages they're making. And the way that we do that is by supporting the union that they are in, right? A big part of this fight was making sure that home health care workers could join a union, and we should let them negotiate a contract that makes them whole. That is what it's going to take, right? This is not something that we should be determining at the appropriations table, which is what we were doing before, saying, all right, well, we're going to reimburse at this rate or that rate. No, this is something where the state, as the primary hire in this space, should sit down with SEIU Healthcare and negotiate a rate that makes sense for its members and for us, because that's what it's going to take to make sure that people have the representation they need, the resources that they need, and most importantly, that we get the kind of people taking care of our loved ones that can afford to take care of their families too, because they can't do that right now.
Thank you. Korey.
So I support higher wages and better benefits for our home care workers. Absolutely. I have family members who needed that service, and I saw the good work and the value of these home care workers to our family specifically. I had a son who had cancer, and we had to have a home care individual to help him, and I literally saw the value of home care workers, and he wasn't elderly, he was a child, and we were able to benefit from that help. You know, I think that as we talk about labor and making sure they have the right to negotiate is very important. I think making sure that they have the right to collective bargaining is important. I think that the right for them to have a livable wage is important. I think that we need to do everything we can do to lift the home care workers up to make sure that they have a livable wage as well.
Thank you. Gary.
Can you give me a little thing? As a recipient of it, being a throat cancer survivor, losing a brother and a sister in the last 2 years, I'm just wondering who's been in these rooms to allow most of this to happen while we vote for these people over and over again. And I'll say again, if you gotta dislike me, I don't care, as long as I get to fight for my people. If you don't like the way I present, as long as we get fair wages for the people. If you don't like the way I present myself, as long as we get fair housing for the people. There's no need for us to even have these conversations if we had people who really care about the people. The substance of this is people being in the room that's not used to be with the governor that didn't do anything for us, used to be in the House, used to be in the Senate, and didn't do anything for us. We need a total overhaul. It does not make any sense that the conversation is still the same conversation. You want to change the dynamics union? Change who you endorse it. If we lose, just fight for what's right.
Thank you. Thank you. Kimberly.
First of all, I would like to thank the healthcare and home care workers for the critical service that you provide. I also had a family member who had to, who relied on home healthcare worker, and that was my grandmother, who actually lived to be 94 years old. So thank you for your service. I believe in not only higher wages, but a livable wage. So what is a livable wage in 2026? And that's what we have to look at and allow the unions to be able to negotiate, but not only a livable wage, but also a safe environment. So where you are working, you are safe, you are comfortable, you're able to do the work that you were hired to do. So I certainly believe and support these critical these critical workers, and would pass legislation and work with them to strengthen their ability to have a better quality of life, and in an effort would enable them to even perhaps provide even better services.
And John?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. Question is about supporting healthcare workers, home care workers. What is your position on investing in home care by raising wages, fully funding the historic home care legislation passed in 2024, and funding a strong contract between home care workers and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? Can home care workers count on you to support investing in home care? That question was submitted by an SEIU healthcare worker.
Well, first, thank you for the question. Sorry for my voice being faint. I'm just feeling it all still. So I understand how difficult the job is to some extent. I took care of my dad the last 2 years of his life. So I understand how challenging this role is. The short answer is yes, they should be paid, because it's more than a notion of being at home with someone and making sure they have what they need, giving them the support they need in vulnerable moments, and just being present for them when they need the care. So I support the SEIU and home care workers' ability to negotiate and collectively bargain, but also I support fully funding the legislation, full stop. I don't need to be long-winded about it. The answer is yes. I support you. I have always supported SEIU. I will continue to support SEIU.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Well, this concludes our Senate District 3 forum. I want to thank every candidate who showed up, answering questions, and just giving us your best. This is what democracy candidates should look like. I also want to thank the SEIU for sponsoring the Audio and McGregor Fund. SEIU and the McGregor Fund made today possible by sponsoring our audiovisual and the delicious soul food lunch that is waiting for us right now. It is lunchtime, so please go. We have servers here. We've got ribs and chicken, mac and cheese, candied yams, and collard greens. So have at it, folks.
Hey, look. Boom.
Thanks to Donna as well.
And so I had it muted.
All right, guys, we are about to get started with the 9th State House District Forum. I want to give you guys a little bit more time. For those in line, we will wait for you. But yeah, we're going to get started here in a little bit. Again, we want to thank you guys for joining us today. Our CNN and MS Now, even Fox News is really paying attention to our U.S. Senate race between Haley Stevens and Abdul Al-Sayed. It's important that we in these forums pay attention to what's happening in our community. And so all of you guys here should pat yourselves on the back and say, I am civically engaged. Not everybody is these days. Our voter turnout in every election is under 20%. That means our elections are decided by 80% of the population that does not vote. And so if you guys haven't talked to your neighbors, your friends, your family about getting registered, Michigan has same-day voter registration on August 4th. You don't need to have done anything before August 4th. Of course, early voting is going on for a few more days.
All right, real quickly, somebody asked me, how do we stop what is happening at the federal level? How do we protect our rights? You do it by showing up and voting in people who will stand up to people who want to take your rights away from you. So, we're going to start in 5 minutes. While we are waiting, we're trying to wait for everybody to get through the line. We'll start in 5 minutes. Some people have asked me where we got this food. We got it from Royal Barbecue right there at I-94 and Mount Elliott. So support Royal Barbecue. They always throw in extra food, and they make our dinners affordable. Anybody been to Royal Barbecue before? Other than me? No, right. Yes. Yes. I'm just trying to
What? Hold on. It ain't my business. incorporating too much stuff. Are you addicted to sitting still? I mean, you are allergic to sitting still?
Yeah.
You just sit still. You ain't got to do nothing. We did all the work.
I gotta move this camera.
You don't have to move
You
nothing.
should push that mic down and then run this right in the middle.
You go push it down.
All right, guys. We're going to get started. This is State House District 9. All right, welcome back. This is the 2026 Eastside Candidate Forum, a collaborative effort between Eastside Community Network, Authentically Detroit, Michigan Service Employees International Union, and the Home Rule Project. We are broadcasting live from the Stoudemire Wellness Hub inside the Eastside Community Network. I'm Sam Robinson.
And I'm Donna Gibbons-Davidson.
And we want you guys to like, rate, and subscribe to Authentically Detroit wherever you get your podcasts. Again, this forum is also being live streamed on Authentically Detroit's YouTube page. We want to thank all the people that are tuning in on the live stream, all the people that are commenting. There's a live chat in that stream. If any of you staffers, flacks of these candidates want to see what the people are saying about your candidate, hop onto the YouTube page. You can watch that live stream. Now, I want you all to save your applause until after the event, but right now you can applaud. We want you to welcome candidates running for the state's 9th House District. We have Willie Burton, Anthony Eade, Arthur Harrington, Brian Hepp, Tony Moore. Thank you.
The parameters for today's forum are simple. Each candidate will have the opportunity to give a 2-minute opening remarks uninterrupted. We will direct questions to candidates and they will have 90 seconds to respond. We will allow for 30-second rebuttals if a candidate makes a direct claim at another candidate, if time permits. Each candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for closing remarks uninterrupted. Now, I'm going to ask people to keep your voices down because we are being recorded and live streamed. It's time for opening remarks. The order was selected through a randomized app. Arthur Harrington, you're first.
What up, though? We can do better than that. What up, though? I'm Arthur Harrington. I'm I'm your candidate for state representative in Michigan's 9th House District. I'm running simply because the people in our communities deserve more. We deserve more than what we've been given as it relates to public safety, infrastructural investments, ensuring that we are codifying our voting rights, ensuring that we are protecting our civil liberties, and it's tight within our country right now. You know, I'm born and raised in the city of Detroit. I'm a lifelong Detroiter. My dad's in jail right now. I'm a first-generation college student. I grew up on Medicaid. I grew up on free lunch. I didn't grow up with many resources in my life, but in a testament to my grandmother being right there, she raised me and my mother raised me to treat everyone with dignity, integrity, and respect. I've worked at every level of government, city, state, and federal, the United States Senate, the United States Congress. I currently serve in Detroit City Council as a policy analyst. I worked in the Department of Appeals and Hearings for the City of Detroit and the Department of Elections. I also worked on Mayor Mary Sheffield's campaign to get her elected as the mayor of the City of Detroit. I'm a graduate of Cass Tech High School, a first-generation college student from historically black college Hampton University, finishing up law school right now at Wayne State University Law School to do pro bono work to serve our community for free. And I've been endorsed by the incumbent for this seat, the first black Speaker of the House, the majority of the Detroit City Council, Chairwoman Alicia Bell, the Wayne County Executive, the Black Slate, the Eastside Slate, Fannie Lou Hamer NAACP Slate, the community organizations that make our communities run are supporting this movement for change in our communities. But the most important endorsement is the endorsement of the people. So if you have your absentee ballots, I want you to support this race. I want you to support this campaign, understanding that our communities deserve more. And I believe that these are things that we can do together. We have the experience, we have the leadership, and we've been running longer than anybody else up on this stage for the past year. So our dedication has been there. So don't judge me by what I say, judge me by what I do. Vote Arthur Harrington.
We're going to remind everyone, please. Hey.
All right, next.
Well, I thought we agreed to not applause until after.
Yeah, can you please hold your applause until after all candidates have given their opening remarks? I know there's people you support, and we want to make sure we can get through this on time. Tony Moore, you're next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Moore. I'm your next state representative from Michigan's 9th House District. I was born right here in the district, right at Riverview. Shout out to Riverview, even though it's not a hospital anymore. I was schooled in the Detroit Public School Systems, graduating from Southeastern High School, which is right around the corner. Who's 30-30? Okay, so I received a dual business communications as well as management degree from Oakland University, as well as a master's of public administration from Wayne State. My first job within the political field was actually the director of communications for the East Point mayor, where I led a small town through a pandemic. After that, I lent my services to the Michigan House of Representatives, where I helped over 15,000 Michiganders get access to their unemployment when times were needed. As of now, I'm running on 3 main priorities. One is to give the city back control from the state. The state has entirely too much control, and I'm fucking tired of it. Number 2, better transparency. We have a lot of liars within our politics as well as the government, and it's time for them to be held accountable. And the last thing is to address the flooding. I know y'all have dealt with the flooding like I have. I live in Jefferson Chalmers. My house has flooded over 10 times during the past 15 years, and there's no ramifications for that, and it's time for us. And like one of my opponents said, we deserve more, and you can get more with MUA. Thank you.
All right. Anthony E.
Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to thank our hosts here, Donna and Sam, as someone who's been a guest on Authentically Detroit before. I appreciate it. I'd also like to thank my opponents for being here today. You know, there are 9 folks in this race, but only 5 are here right now. My name is Anthony E. I'm running for House District 9 here in the state of Michigan, and I'm running because I believe experience matters. I'm the only person in this race who's held a statewide public office before, and the only one that's passed statewide legislation before as well. I got my start at Wayne State University, where I was student body president. We increased the 5-year black graduation rate. We froze tuition for 2 years. And then at the med school, I helped solve the issue where they weren't letting in enough black and brown people into their doors, just like me and y'all. I then served on the statewide redistricting commission, where we ended gerrymandering in our state, passed some of the most fair districts in the entire country today, and got us the Democratic trifecta 2 years ago. These days, I work as the director of public policy at 2 nonprofit organizations, one CDAC and the other COPS, the homelessness organization, where I work on issues like housing, transportation, education, affordability, and voting rights each and every day. So if you want the establishment candidates, you know who to vote for. If you want a candidate who actually has the know-how to not only talk about policy, but to actually get it done, vote Anthony Ede. Finally, I truly believe our city is too divided right now. I sit in on almost every single city council meeting, and they're trying to divide us, folks. They're trying to divide us on where we live. If you're a renter, if you're an owner, if you're East Side versus West Side, if you're a legacy Detroiter versus a new Detroiter. And right now, we're seeing them try to divide us among our ethnic communities. They're doing that because if they have us squabbling amongst ourselves for scraps, we will never come together to go get the real power. That's why my campaign slogan is out of many, we are one, harkens back to the first motto of our country here in the United States. So, if that sounds good to y'all, vote Anthony Ede on or before August 4th. Thank you.
All right, Brian Hepp.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here with you. My name is Brian Hepp. I'm running in State House District 9. I'm a social worker and an urban planner. Like Anthony, I work with people who were homeless and have moved into housing, and that's some of what motivates me to be here today, asking for your vote. The same challenges that I see in the most vulnerable neighbors of ours who we serve, I think are things that all of us are struggling with in the city of Detroit, and that's affordability. I'd like to see the city become more affordable in three main ways. I think housing, healthcare, and transportation. Housing is really important because we want to build back some of the wealth that was lost from our community and taken away from our community in the bankruptcy years. I think Detroit needs better policies, and I think the state needs better policies around taxation to make that happen. On the healthcare level, I support Medicare for all, and I work with a lot of people on Medicaid, and I see the importance of those programs. So I support both the national push for universal healthcare, and at the state level, there's a lot that we need to do to make sure that people are kept on the types of programs that keep people alive and keep people healthy. And I think transportation, specifically regional and local transportation in the city of Detroit, is a key engine for economic growth. And so we can invest in both making jobs for people through things like bus rapid transit in the city of Detroit. And we can also use those jobs that are created to connect people to more jobs. So transportation is a key thing. I'm really glad to see it on the ballot, and I'm asking for your vote along with that. I'm glad Anthony likes it too.
All right, and then finally, last but not least, Willie Burton.
Good afternoon. I'm candidate Willie Burton, former Detroit Police Commissioner and now Commissioner Emeritus. I was the youngest police commissioner in the country in the United States when I first took office, and when I was elected in 2013. When I stepped into office, the city was under emergency manager. We were also under a 13-year federal consent decree. Our police precinct was closing at 5 o'clock. We were able to turn a lot of things around by the time I retired and stepped down to pursue the state rep seat, to continue to fight for our district, fight for homeowners, as well as fight to fix the transit system, but also mental health. Right now, mental health is a growing problem across our city. I partner with Wayne State University School of Law, as well as Wayne State University School of Social Work, and I started a mental health task force that actually got a lot of work done during my tenure as a police commissioner. Passed out thousands of gun safety locks to protect our children from reaching guns and protecting them in their household. Before I left office, I reviewed and helped approve a $475 million budget that went towards our police department. So my colleagues now reviewed it, prepared it, and that budget got passed under the new commissioners as of February of this year. So public safety is something that's big on my heart, something I've been a champion of these past 12 years. I want to continue to fight for our district, fight for what's right. You need someone that's going to hold them accountable in Lansing, that's going to fight to bring those resources back to Detroit, to put those resources behind mental health, put those resources behind transit, affordable housing.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you.
Thanks, Willie.
And that's what we're planning to do.
All right, thank you. First question is the environment and right to clean air. The destruction of the Concrete Greenway and concrete plant in Cadillac Heights have one thing in common. These polluting activities were facilitated by the expansion of Stellantis industrial activities on Detroit's east side, which also resulted in multiple clean air violations. Both the former Greenway and the Cadillac Heights neighborhood were rezoned to intensive industrial, which violates the city's own zoning rules. Question: do residents have an enforceable right to a clean environment, yes or no? If yes, how do you reconcile that with the state permits and local rezonings that put heavy industry inside neighborhoods? And would you support changing the state constitution to make clean air and water a human right? First up, Willie Burton.
When it comes to environmental, once I'm in office, I'm definitely going to push for holding those accountable. I believe that fighting for clean air and water is something that I've been doing for many years. I was part of a large group of Detroiters when we was down in Roosevelt Park, where we marched to help shut down an incinerator that was over-ticketed, received so many citations for polluting our air. And so when it comes to environmental, I'm going to ensure that we enforce stronger legislation to protect families in our city. And so, yes, I do believe water is a human right. Several years ago, 20-some thousand Detroiters were cut off of their water, and it made national headlines. And so I remember talking with Nico Williams over at Hydrate Detroit, and I remember working with him and so many other community activists, including the National Action Network, where I'm a proud long-term member of, and we were able to get some things accomplished.
All right, thank you. Brian Tepp.
Thank you. I want to tell what I hope is a funny story about growing up. I grew up between a mint factory on one side and a paper packaging plant on the other. So when the wind blew one way, the air would smell like mint, and when it blew the other way, it would smell like raw sewage or something. And we always wondered why. It was because this factory was putting out lots of, it was like hydrogen sulfide or something. But anyways, it was like a poisonous gas. You're not supposed to do that. But in the state of Michigan, it is very hard to hold polluters accountable for that. So going back to the question of do we have an enforceable right? I would say we have a right, but it's not enforceable right now. And the main thing that needs to change, we need, I guess, two laws. One is a polluter pays law that makes it easier for communities like the one that I grew up in to hold polluters accountable. They did that. They're getting a settlement now, but it took a long time, and it took federal lawsuit legislation, not state level. So we should fix that so it's easier. And the other part is cumulative impact. So right now, Eagle can't regulate based on the cumulative impact that you experience living next to both the Stellantis plant and, say, a concrete factory. They have to look at each of them separately. We need to change the state level law and the regulations so that you can look at both of those things together and say that a community is overburdened by pollution. Thank you.
Anthony E.
You know, this is a topic where I think my background in the sciences could be a big help in answering. The number one indicator of mortality in our state isn't your age, it's not your race, it's not what other healthcare issues you might have, it's your zip code. Your zip code is the number one indicator in the state of Michigan of how long you will live. We have to have a clear right to a safe environment. How many of y'all like the air quality here the past 3 days? Right? I was wearing a mask 2 days ago out on doors. But this is an issue that the legislature has made some progress on. 2 years ago, the legislature did pass a Clean Water and Environmental Act. but it didn't quite go far enough. If you put me in Lansing, we will expand that piece of legislation and include things like Brian just said, polluter pay, to hold our folks who are polluting accountable. They're also on attack from the federal government, folks. This isn't only a Michigan issue. It's a whole countrywide issue. It's a whole worldwide issue. These fires are coming from Canada, not in the country. And we need folks who will help fight these changes happening in Washington, D.C., in Lansing, to help make sure that we have clean air, clean water, and a clean environment. Finally, it's not directly have to do with the question, but data centers play a role in this too. If we're going to have data centers, we have to make sure that they are only made in a way that supports the environment. That means closed-loop water systems. That means supporting their own electricity infrastructure to make sure it doesn't raise the rates and use up our natural resources here in the state of Michigan.
All right. Arthur Harrington?
Thank you for that question. As I always say, guys, I don't want you to judge me by what I say. I want you to judge me by what I have done. Over the past couple of days, considering that we were just burdened with the air pollution that just took place from the wildfires, I actively ensured that we were going to deliver N95 masks to our most vulnerable, to our senior homes, ensuring that they were prepared for what was to come. Secondly, I believe my legal background helps as it relates to this question, considering that in the Michigan Constitution, it states that the government's role is to protect clean air, water, and land. And so one of the first things that we need to do is not speak in platitudes, but actually look at the legislation that's been put in place already, and it's called POCA, Support Protecting Overburdened Communities Act, what's been sponsored by State Senator Stephanie Chang and State Representative Donavan McKinney. I've made the commitment that as your state representative in Michigan's 9th House District, I will also support pushing through supporting that legislation, as that will help us with our air and also with our water and our housing, understanding that we need to strengthen EGLE's environmental justice enforcement, holding these people accountable for polluting us. We also need to make sure that we are not giving any permits to developers without looking at the community impact, looking at the impact that development would have on the community first. So those are some of the things that we need to do. We also need to ensure that we are expanding affordability assistance programs as it relates to our water. Thank you.
And finally, Tony.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Yes,
There's so many people.
Okay. Do residents have an enforceable right to a clean environment, yes or no? If yes, how do you reconcile the state permits and local rezonings that put heavy industry inside neighborhoods? And would you support changing the Constitution to make clean air and water a human right?
Okay, yes, I definitely agree residents deserve clean air, energy pollution. I also agree with changing the Constitution, but when we talk about changing the Constitution, we have to actually look at what happens when we change the Constitution and how that process is done. It'll take 2/3 of legislative body, both the Senate and the House, and as of right now, we're Republican controlled. Hopefully we'll be democratically controlled once I'm elected. And once we get there, then yes, I think a way for us to really move the needle forward when it comes to clean energy and things of that nature is making sure that a lot of these environmental justice boards have funding. And for me, that's ensuring that the budget is there for it, because I currently do not see it. And as of right now, with all the pollution that's going on, it's insane. And there needs to be more representation and more fighters for that budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Our next question has to do with water and our utility bills. Detroit's Help with Water Bills is a small program running on temporary money that already stopped taking on new families. Of course, the Water Affordability Act in Lansing would cap bills at a small share of one's income permanently. Now, DTE charges us the highest rates and runs the worst, some of the worst grid in the Midwest. Community solar, which is neighbors sharing a local solar project to cut their bills, is still illegal here. And so, kind of a two-part question: will you vote for the State Water Affordability Act, so bills are based on what families can afford? And would you support making community solar legal? On the DTE side of the question, will you make DTE pay for long outages? And are you accepting money from DTE? We're going to start with Arthur Harrington.
Thank you so much for that question. Number one, I am not accepting any money from DTE. Secondly, I would vote to ensure that we are approving, making sure that we can have solar options within our communities. And also, I would vote to approve the Water Affordability Act. Just wanted to get that out the way first. I believe that water is a basic necessity, and I believe that one way that we can tackle this water affordability issue is by tying people's incomes towards their water bill. I feel like your income should be tied to how much you should pay in your water bill. I would also say, as it relates to DTE, that the Public Services Commission should not be able to approve any more DTE rate hikes without DTE showing that they've improved their performance. They cannot continue to go for millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of rate hikes without showing that they've improved their grids in any type of way. We just seen a basic thunderstorm, a basic heat wave that just took place, and it knocked out dang near half the entire city of Detroit, and they're asking for $400 million in a rate hike. We need to send representatives to Lansing that are going to stand in the gap for our communities, that understand that this is personal. It happened to me, it happened to my sister of a newborn child who just had to move to a hotel for 6 days because her power was out. So I've experienced it myself. This is personal to me. And you're going to have a fighter in Lansing that's going to stand up for you, and that's going to ensure that we are holding DTE accountable. Thank you.
Tony.
Yes and yes. It's simple. People should be able to afford their basic necessities, especially at a time where inflation is so freaking high. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm usually a cusser, so I'm trying not to cuss. I'm sorry, but it's like when you've been in this industry for so long and you've seen things that are going on, you just get upset when you want to fight for more. And let's get back on the topic. When it comes to like community solar, I definitely believe that we should prioritize that, as I've been doing so with Sierra Club, trying to get more solar panels within the low income areas. And that's all I have for now, but I would definitely vote yes for a Water Affordability Act. Everybody deserves water. We shouldn't be paying for it if we're going to be honest.
Anthony.
Well, this is a great question. First off, I'm happy to say I'm a candidate here who has taken the League of Conservation Voters no PAC money pledge. That means I don't take money from any utilities. Heck, I don't take money from any PAC, period. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's important we look at the history of this legislation when we're talking about it. That water affordability bill, it passed the Senate 2 years ago when the Democrats had the trifecta. The Democrats had the House too, but it's one of the things that did not pass. You put me in Lansing, I won't just talk about it, I will build the coalition to get it across the finish line. And that's only one of the things that didn't pass. The Mommy Bus, maternal health care bill for black mothers didn't pass. The Freedom of Information Act bill did not pass. There were a ton of bills that died during lame duck due to, there were a lot of reasons, we don't need to get into that. When you put me in Lansing, we will get some of those across the board, across the door. When talking about the Public Service Commission, we gotta take a serious look at how those members are chosen. Currently, they're appointed by the governor. I'm not sure that is the best system in place, because those are the folks that approve the rate hikes that the utility companies make. Finally, when it comes to solar, I see a lot of solutions. We have a land bank here in our city that has almost 60,000 parcels of unused land. That's 4 times as much as the next largest city land bank in Baltimore. I say we take a look at using some of that land to build out our solar infrastructure, which will help environmental issues on the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian.
It's a great question with a lot of parts, so I'm going to tell another story that I think has a similar through line about my work with our most vulnerable neighbors. The day I started as a housing social worker case manager was the day that there was a massive blackout, and I spent the whole time sort of checking in on people, meeting my clients for the first time, but also just trying to arrange for people's in-home health care while there was this massive power outage. So we had to find nebulizers or medical equipment, ways for people to literally stay alive while DTE had, through their own negligence of not maintaining the infrastructure, allowed this to happen. And then it happened over and over and over again. So it's not, this one time stands out to me, it's sort of burned into my memory, but I think we've all experienced it so many times now, it's starting to get old. And that gives me hope that something can change. So something does need to change with DTE. something needs to change about the way that people can access the programs that are supposed to reimburse you, or the plans that are supposed to help you set like an affordable plan. I also support limiting the water bills too. Can you repeat the other part of the question?
Yeah, the other part was about community solar.
Yeah, I support that, and they need to pay a better rate they need to buy back electricity at a better rate. Right now, we're not even building housing that can sell electricity back to the grid because DTE won't pay people for it. So we need community solar, and they need to accept the electricity that solar panels are producing. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to kick it to Willie Burton.
That's smart.
I support affordable rates for water. Water is a human right, and it's not a luxury. You know, once again, several years ago, 20,000 Detroiters cut off of their water, which was very alarming across this country. We can no longer watch Detroiters get cut off or shut off from something that's a basic human right. So I will protect. I will continue to protect and fight for our marginalized communities on making sure that water is accessible to every household. In addition to that, when it came to the DTE, I want to share with you I have not received any money from DTE, nor would I ever accept anything from DTE. And when it comes to solar, I do support solar in our neighborhoods. Solar energy is definitely something that we should have looked at 20 years ago. So the fact that we're looking at it now and we're addressing it, and I would love to see more communities become solar.
Thank you.
Our next topic is affordable housing. There is a housing crisis in Detroit that is closely correlated to severe income inequality, such that the majority of Detroit households in Detroit are classified by HUD as very low income. The city estimates a need for 66,100 new units, rehabilitated, preserved, built, or subsidized for very low income renters or homeowners. Although low income is part of the problem, this is not solely an income crisis. Detroit's housing costs have risen substantially faster, almost twice as fast, than both inflation and the increase in resident income, reducing the amount of housing purchasing power that most residents have. Question: do you believe safe, stable housing is a human right? If so, what would you do to address the unmet need for deeply affordable housing? We'll start with you, Willie.
Part of this whole journey of this campaign trail is talking with families and finding out what's most important to them. And affordable housing is definitely one of those top priorities in our city. Right now you have over 60% of Detroiters wake up every day in abject poverty. And so affordable housing, healthcare, all of those things are top priority. So we're going to continue to roll our sleeves up, continue to talk with community groups, sort of like this organization here, and also they'll work with those in Lansing when we get to Lansing, work with our colleagues and fix this problem right here, because it's a growing problem. We're talking about working poverty, childhood poverty, severe poverty, and so affordable housing is something that is definitely something that we need to really push for more. But we need to hold those developers accountable for when they're building these projects. It needs to be some oversight, and so that would be an area that I would definitely be looking closely into. And then when it comes to tax abatements, I don't want to see.
I'm sorry. Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy?
I'll keep it simple. Of course, I believe in
housing affordability. Primarily, what I think I could do as the state representative for the district and to fight for not just Detroiters but Michiganders, period, is to repeal that 1988 pre-exemption. It's time for the cities to decide how renting and affordability is handled. And I say this because I went to a candidate training not too long ago where we sat with candidates from the districts all around the world, or not around the world, but of course across the state. And they didn't know as much things that we dealt with here in Detroit. So why should an entire body of 138 people decide what happens in one city when they can't even tell you how to properly pronounce DeQuinder, if we're going to be completely honest. Another thing I would also say, and I had this pointed out, was we have to reject landlords from rejecting Section 8 vouchers. There's been way too many landlords and property management companies that reject these folks. And another thing that I said previously is that I would also move to introduce legislation that bans non-refundable rental application fees, because we know that's another barrier when it comes to applying and folks having stable housing. Thank you.
All right, Anthony?
Well, I agree with my colleagues here. I think we all know that housing affordability is a major issue here in our city and in our state. And it's an issue that's near and dear to my heart. I work on this issue every single day through our nonprofits here in the city. And it's a personal matter to me too. I'm a renter, and I'm blessed to have a good job and a good education, and I've still been renting for 15 years. It's hard for me to buy a home. How hard is it for the rank and file, everyday working family to be able to afford a home? It's insurmountable. There are solutions though. One, we need a Detroit-based AMI. Currently, the AMI is a totally Wayne County base, and other communities bring up that annual median income from what we have here in Detroit. We need a Detroit AMI so we can have truly affordable, accessible, safe, and stable housing. We need more competition when it comes to building housing, and we're not going to have that until we get through some of these zoning changes on the city level and on the state level to make it so that folks can build affordable housing. And like I said, I work on this issue every single day. Just in the past 2 weeks, I've met with Amy Hovey from Michigan. I've met with Julie Schneider from HRD. I've met with Luke Schaefer in the new Department of Health, Human and Family Services, trying to build coalitions to actually get these affordable housing metrics done. The city has a plan, but the plan's only going to go as far as how we're able to work with Lansing. You put me in there, we will work with the city and get these affordable housing developments built so people can have dignity in where they live.
Thank you. Bryant?
Housing is a human right, and the challenge is how to realize that right at the state and local level when the national level is going very much against that right now. So even, right now, as we speak, Detroit is losing a lot of money that is going towards homelessness prevention and the creation of affordable housing. And, people like Anthony are doing really good work trying to mitigate that loss and work around it and work with what we are still getting from the federal government. But there is going to be a loss, and we really do need to think about what can we do at the state and local level to make housing affordable and get built in Detroit. The most significant thing is changing the way that land is taxed to discourage land speculation. There are way too many parking lots downtown. There are way too many parking lots on any major business corridor. Places where there's people who are ready to build there, there's people who want to build housing there, but they can't do it because somebody owns it, pays incredibly low taxes on it, and if we raise the taxes to the value of what that land is actually worth, that will encourage people to actually build the types of things that would be useful to Detroit on that land. Thank you.
And Arthur?
Thank you. So let me take y'all back a little bit. Before the recession, the city of Detroit was at 82%. The city of Detroit amongst the black voters was 82%. The home ownership rate, rather, was 82%. After the recession, it's become a majority renter city. And so what we need to do is, again, not speak in platitudes, but how are we actually going to introduce legislation to be able to directly impact the lives of our community on a tangible way? And so what I plan to do as your state representative is put forth, or at least support legislation that is going to support housing for all. I believe that's one of the first steps that we can take to expand home ownership. I also believe that we should lower the rental application fees, as it sometimes disproportionately affects so many people in our communities that are indigent, our minority communities. Many people cannot always afford these rental application fees, so that's also legislation that I would introduce as your state representative. We also need to expand pathways to home ownership. We need to build wealth through our home ownership pathways as well. And I believe as your state representative, one of the two main things we can do is lower those rental application fees, but to also put forth legislation working across the aisle, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, to deliver tangible results for our community as it relates to housing for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next topic, we're going to talk about public safety and violence reduction. Detroit has 566 fixed license plate readers. We have over 260 flock cameras, shot spotter in a number of districts, community violence intervention groups that respond to violent crime as it happens in neighborhoods. We also have youth programs, we have family support programs, and these programs, they're all attempting to do the same thing. They're competing for the same dollars. Where should the money go? Surveillance technology, community violence intervention, youth programs, and as it pertains to the surveillance technology, of course, you guys know that it's debated whether it works or not, what proof that it works, what privacy protections, what public reporting should be required before public money goes toward police technology. We're going to start with Arthur.
Thank you for that question. I believe as someone who aided to manage a $1.3 million community violence intervention budget within the city of Hampton, Virginia as a mayoral appointee, aiding to ensure that we are investing in our black youth instead of criminalizing our black youth, giving them opportunities for success and opportunities for jobs and things to do instead of criminalizing them. I have that experience, and I believe what I would do is ensure that we are putting our efforts towards pushing money towards those same efforts of community violence intervention. We know that our mayor of the city of Detroit, Mary Sheffield, that's one of her main priorities, and I would work collaboratively as a state representative for Michigan's 9th House District with our mayor, Mary Sheffield, to ensure that we are pushing that endeavor to be able to directly impact our communities. Secondly, I'll say this, although flock cameras can be a helpful investigative tool, I believe from my legal background, the first thing that pops up in my mind is people's Fourth Amendment constitutional rights being infringed upon. I don't believe that anybody, whether the data is good or the data is bad, I believe that nobody should be surveilled because sometimes the surveillance, after the police gets them, sometimes they can sell that data over to private companies, which can be to the detriment of our communities, and it's not right. So as a soon-to-be attorney, I would say that's one of the main things we need to do, ensure that our community's Fourth Amendment rights are not being infringed upon, and we need to have better transparency, oversight, and data limits as it relates to flock cameras. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. We are going to go to Tony Moore.
It's simple. We need to put the majority of our funding into community violence intervention. And I say this primarily because it's personal to me. Growing up within the Jefferson Chalmers area, my brother was actually gunned down at one of the gas stations. Oh, Jesus, get a little emotional. And we worked with our city councilman at the time, Andre Spivey, who also happened to be my pastor, to get more community grants for boards to stop the violence. And we've seen the violence decrease when funding for community violence intervention is there. So that's my main priority. And also, like as a state rep, I'm trying to introduce bills that limit the number of flock cameras and license plate readers because honestly, we don't need those. And another thing that I would like to introduce into law is to reject them from actually giving any of the information to federal agencies because we've seen them trying to do that in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Anthony.
Well, I agree with my colleagues on the stage. It seems like we all have a similar opinion on this. We know CVI works, and we should fund the things that we know work. If I get to Lansing, I'm going to use my background in data and evidence to fund things that work. And it has to be proven. We can't just throw money around for things that are unproven. But we know CVN works. We also know that it was not approved when Mayor Duggan was gunning for it in the legislative session 2 years ago. It was one of those things that I was talking about earlier that did not make it through the legislature at that time. And this seat in House District 9 had something to do with that. If you elect me to Lansing, we will get it across the door, we will get it fully funded. As far as the surveillance proposals with shot stoppers, with license plate readers, I agree. I do not think we need that. There is not enough privacy we have in society right now, and we need to be able to have our Fourth Amendment right to privacy. Finally, we have this other issue here in the city of Detroit with youth and these teenage takeovers. We need to do something about this too, and we need to take a twofold approach. First, we need to give teens things to do where they can have some dignity, have some fun, and do it in a safe way around our city. I remember growing up, I used to go to malls, I used to go to movie theaters, I used to go to pools. There aren't those things anymore. Why is that? We can change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian.
A thread I want to build on is that when we talk about public safety, we need to look at the entire continuum of care that our youth and our residents are experiencing. So we can talk about things like flat cameras that pick up when shots are fired. That is never going to be as effective as an intervention that occurs way far upstream. Something like CVI even is targeting people who are sort of assumed or known to be involved in violence. I think that's a good program, but we should go even further to programs that are universal. And those are things that we know about, but aren't easy solutions because they cost money. More funding for schools, more funding for after-school programs, and more funding for positive youth development. Those are all things that I would support as a state representative. There's also, on some level, just a need for more residents. More people brings safety. When I think about some of the incidents with ShotSpotter, they're in very isolated areas, and that's some of the argument for ShotSpotter technology is that nobody is around to hear those shots or report them. That needs to change. That's the fundamental thing that needs to change, and that needs to change through fiscal policy and economic policy, making it affordable for people to live in Detroit and just have more people around you and safety in numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Willie Burton.
Thank you. I wanted to say that Detroit is, you know, the city of Detroit is safer now than it has been in over a decade. We're experiencing historic drops and lows in violent crimes and homicides. And just recently, I worked on preparing and reviewing the $475 million budget the city just passed as of February this year. It was worked on during my administration before I left office, as well as back in December, it was Mary Sheffield, myself, AFT, Wayne State partners, as well as Wayne County Sheriffs, MSP, which is Michigan State Police. We all was part of a press conference where crime is lower for the first time in 65 years, and there has been significant drops in crime in the city. You know, when you look at a city like Detroit, there's always going to be crime happening in every city. I don't care how large the city is or how small, but we are safer now than we have been in 65 years. And there was a press conference that was done on that at Public Safety Headquarters December of last year. In addition to flock cameras, there are 82 communities that's pushing away from flock cameras, including 28 states. The most recent large city to push away from flock cameras is Los Angeles, and that was July of this year.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next topic, we're going to be talking about ICE.
All right. ICE is in communities, targeting Black and brown people for investigation, including stops and arrests that sometimes sweep up people who are citizens and sometimes result in violence and even death. Immigration enforcement is federal, but Michigan decides whether local police share data on our ICE request or take on immigration duties themselves. What would you do to protect people being targeted? And what role, if any, should Michigan and local police play in federal immigration enforcement? We're starting with you, Willie.
For months, during the end of my tenure on the board, I raised concerns about whether Detroit was working or assisting ICE, and the question was no. That was raised in those meetings, and so my colleagues and I, we have raised raised those issues from the community several times in public forums and public meetings, including the Detroit Board of Police Commissioners meeting. And those meetings are available on DetroitMI.gov on the Board of Police Commissioners page. And from the chief's office, Detroit Police have no involvement in working with ICE currently, as it was stated when I raised that question several times on the Board of Police Commissioners. So I am prepared to ask any additional questions, but I also would say that it's important that we hear what's on the minds and the hearts of Detroiters, and we're going to continue to fight for safer streets. We're going to continue to work with our police, our neighborhood partners, and I advise everyone to attend a Board of Police Commissioners meeting, and you get 2 minutes to speak during public comments. And so currently, as it states now,
thank you, Willie. Your time's up.
Detroit Police is not working.
Your time is up, Willie. Thank you.
Bryant?
Thank you. This is something I learned from my city council person, Gabby Santiago Romero, is that it's important to listen to the voices of our undocumented neighbors about how to best support them during this time. And so I think I do not want Detroit cooperating with ICE. I think that we need to remove the possibility of that cooperation by having driver's license for all residents. Right now, really all that changed is that when Bill Schuette was Attorney General, he said that the state needs to see your birth certificate or needs to see proof of citizenship to give you a license, and that wasn't the case before, and it doesn't need to be the case. And the entire possibility of the Detroit police reporting people without licenses to the ICE goes away if we make this state level change. That is the area where I would focus. I think we've also seen a lot of success in places like Minneapolis at prosecuting federal agents who are committing felonies. Murder is still a felony whether it's committed by a federal agent or not. And so I think that aspect of rule of law, of holding everybody accountable to the same law, and of not denying some people access to their rights based on arbitrary decision about documentation, those are the two changes that I would make. Thank you.
All right. Anthony?
I appreciate the question, and it's one that's deeply personal to me. My parents are immigrants. I'm the only first-generation American in this race, and currently, my people are being deported. I want to be very clear about this. We need to abolish ICE. It is unconstitutional. Most people don't know it didn't even exist in this country until after 9/11. And we need to do the education to educate folks on why it's unconstitutional and why we should not be cooperating with ICE here in our streets. It's an important issue, folks. There was talk about an ICE facility opening up in Romulus. There were talks about one opening up in Hamtramck. And that is not what we need here in our community. It's also an issue that's being used to divide us here in our city. Folks are trying to divide the Black community from our friends and other minority communities, particularly the Middle Eastern and Hispanic community. And they want us divided so that we cannot act together to create positive change together. Together, we are more unified, and out of many, we are one. Abolish ICE.
Okay, Tony?
As a daughter of an immigrant, this is actually extremely personal to me. The one thing that I would like to do once elected is to create a state-level trust act, which a law that restricts what information that different local authorities can and will not give, or just basically telling them like, hey, this is what you can do, this is versus what you can't do, because as of lately, we've seen ICE terrorize our communities, primarily, especially me with my immigrant community. And it's a shame. I definitely agree with also one of my opponents in abolishing ICE, but as of now, that's what we have to do. And also another thing I would like to also introduce is to cut off the informal phone calls. So there are a lot of times where folks are tipped off from ICE and they're not held accountable even if it's a lie. So if you want to call on somebody, you got to give your full information. So if it's a lie, you will be held accountable. Thank you.
All right, Arthur.
Thank you. You know, people in our communities are sick and tired of, again, people speaking in platitudes. They want to know exactly what's going to happen. Because on the ground, and look, my campaign is run by the community, and what the community is telling me is that Donald Trump is using ICE as his personal slave catchers. That's exactly what's going on. People are sick and tired of people just saying, oh, I'm going to fight and I'm going to roll up my sleeves and do this. They want a fighter. They want someone who's actually going to stand in the gap for our communities and, you know, talk to them and ensure that we are actually putting forth what they want to see. So one thing that I can say is this, ICE has been in our communities for decades because we're a bordering state to Canada. But what we need is meaningful reform. We need meaningful reform. We need to ensure that ICE is being put back on our borders in the southern border where they're actually needed, not in the arteries of our communities. They are not supposed to be murdering people within the city of Detroit or in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's far beyond the pale for what they, of their job description. And so what we need to do is not only inform ICE, but we need to send legislators to Lansing that are going to ensure that they are not only going themselves, but are also taking the voices of the community with them, standing up against ICE. We need to ensure that we are enforcing laws while respecting people's constitutional rights. Like I said, you know, I'll be one of the only attorneys in the state legislature, and I'm going to ensure that we are fighting against people's Fourth Amendment rights being infringed upon, and I will also not support any funding going to ICE. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to once again thank SEIU, the Service Employees International Union. All right, I'm going to mess things up. I want to thank them for co-sponsoring this event and invite one of our partners from the SEIU to ask the next question.
My name is Linda, and I work at the McNair Airport. To make a development project happen in the city of Detroit is giving businesses tax breaks. Those businesses turn around and hire people for those jobs, but pay property wages instead of a living wage. In essence, we're paying to give ourselves jobs that aren't enough to survive on. Laws like the Death Star bill prevents cities like Detroit from raising wages at private businesses in the city, even if those businesses and buildings they operate and receive massive tax breaks. Sorry, for those jobs to exist. What is your position on the Death Star and state preemption of local labor laws that prevents Detroit from ensuring good jobs?
Arthur, go ahead. Well, first of all, Linda, thank you so much for that question. Obviously, this is a crazy situation. What I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do directly. I'm going to fight for the repeal of the Death Star bill, otherwise known as preemption. We're going to ensure that we are killing that. You know, we're going to ensure that localities are given the rights that they need to ensure that our workers can continue to collective bargain, ensuring that you guys have better rights to safer workplaces, ensuring that you have better rights as it relates to higher wages. Right now, it's as if politicians in Lansing are making the rules for the folks in the city of Detroit, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Think of it this way, as if your neighbor across the street telling you what you need to be doing in your own household. It's crazy. So what we need to ensure is that we are sending representatives like myself. If you elect me, if I'm honored to have your vote, I will ensure that I will fight for the repeal of the Death Star bill and preemption, because Senate Bill 790 and 791 are just the beginning, which gave our home health care workers the right to collective bargaining. But we need to go further than that. We need to ensure that we are expanding collective bargaining rights. We need to ensure that we are giving our localities the right to ensure that they are delivering for their employees, because our localities know best. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Tony.
Well, I feel like y'all already know how I feel about this because I already mentioned it as one of my top 3 priorities. But can you see me, Linda? I'll stand up for you. Okay, so essentially, yes, I'm all for repealing pre-exemption. Like I said, it's time for the cities to make their own decisions and not the state. The state has held on for far too long, as well as fighting to restore Detroit's revenue sharing, because if Detroit gets its revenue sharing back, then maybe we could allow some better things to happen. I would actually love to talk to you a bit more about this afterwards, because I'm not as pristine on the knowledge at hand. I'm typically a social justice kind of girl, so I definitely would love to sit and talk to you afterwards. Thank you.
Anthony.
Hey Linda, thank you for the question. I agree with my colleagues here. We need to work to repeal that bill. But I also have a question here. We could have done it 2 years ago, folks. Why didn't we? This is exactly why I'm running in this race. We need new leadership for this district. We need new leadership in Detroit that knows the history behind these bills, to not only talk about getting it passed, because they could have done it 2 years ago, but to actually get it across the finish line. They could have repealed the Death Star bill. They didn't. They could have repealed the rent pre-exemption bill to make it so that Detroiters have a chance to choose whether we want rents to be capped or not. Right now, we can't do it. We can only do it in Lansing if that law gets passed. We could have decided to repeal the emergency manager law in our state. Those are all low-hanging fruit for the city of Detroit that didn't get passed, even though the former Speaker of the House was from this district. And I think that's a shame. If you elect me to Lansing, we will get those things across the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
There is something that's fundamentally backwards about if the state is trying to create jobs, not involving labor in that. You know, I work sometimes with economic development grants, and I am scared to know how the MEDC is defining job creation sometimes. I think, you know, why not involve the people who are in the unions in that? I think it's a missing piece. That's one of the key things about the preemption that is so insidious, we speak about the Death Star, is that it cuts out the important voice, the voice that is actually speaking for the people who have those jobs and who want the quality of those jobs to be good and for those jobs to be permanent and not just to disappear when the grant money is gone. So I think that is a key piece that is missing. It's not the only preemption. I think, Tony, you were talking about other preemptions as well. In general, those preemptions just take away control from local governments in a way that is really unfortunate. So yeah, Detroit should be able to make decisions about labor relations in the city. Detroit should be able to make decisions about rent in the city, and Detroit should be able to make decisions about taxation in the city on its own, without being cut off from all possible pathways by the state government. Thank you.
Thank you. Willie Burton.
Yes. So our SEIU members and workers in the House today, I have been out there marching and protesting with you for years, for over a decade, over collective bargaining rights. Many of you all familiar with my face, being out there with you, not just talking the talk, but out there marching and protesting with you, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, brother to brother. I'm going to ensure that when we in Lansing, we're going to be pushing for stronger collective bargaining agreements, and pushing for some of these reforms to protect workers' rights and working families. It shouldn't be any tax giveaways to the super rich. We talk about these billionaires that's taken away from our neighborhoods, taken away from funding our schools and our libraries, and taken away from disabled children. We could be putting money behind working families. We could be putting money behind improving mental health by building a state-of-the-art mental health triage center right here in the city of Detroit. These are some things that we can be shifting some dollars towards, and those will be unionized jobs.
Thank you. Our next topic was also submitted by a SEIU healthcare worker. We're going to be talking about home healthcare. There are 50,000 healthcare workers statewide from SEIU Healthcare Michigan. Across Michigan, seniors, people with disabilities depend on home care to live safely at home with the dignity they deserve. Cuts to Medicaid, worker shortages, and poverty wages are putting that care at risk. This question was submitted by an SEIU healthcare worker. They ask, what is your position on investing in home care by raising wages, fully funding the historic home care legislation passed in 2024, and funding a strong contract between home care workers and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? Can home care workers count on you to support investing in home care? Willie, we will start with you.
Yes, you can definitely count on me to support home health care. It's something that many of our precious seniors across the city would like for us to continue to push for support, greater support in that effort. But once again, it has to be some form of oversight, ensuring that they get the help and support that they deserve, but also where the money is actually going and who's really doing the work. So I'm definitely going to be looking at that as well when we get the Lansing. And right now, my team is in the back and taking notes on this forum, and so we're going to be looking at something going forward. I'd love to report back before this honorable body as far as some of our other initiative efforts as far as in this fight. And so definitely expect to hear back from us. But we're gonna continue to have more of these robust conversations, and I'm so happy that you all have this conversation today among us and the community.
Thanks, Willie. Brian.
Working with people who have experienced homelessness and generally also disability, I've seen both the importance of home health care workers in providing care for those people, and also the gap in our current system because we don't pay them enough, and it is very difficult in lots of areas to find a home health worker. You need to really be a special person to want to do that job right now. And you should be able to do that and get paid a living wage for it. So I really strongly support it, both as a matter of principle that everybody should make a living wage, but because I've seen the value that it provides to people's lives and what happens when you can't find a home health worker, even when you're allegedly entitled to one. It's a huge gap in our healthcare system. There's a lot of huge gaps in our healthcare system. That's why I support Medicare for all. And I think, what can we do to achieve that on the state level? It's things like fully fund home health care, allow collective bargaining for home health care workers, increase funding for community mental health, and community-based clinics for mental health as well. There's such a gap in the safety net there. It would be very difficult to put too much money into that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony.
So I appreciate the question. I spend a lot of time thinking about healthcare issues and how we can solve them here in the state of Michigan. First off, yes, we need to fully fund home health care. That's obvious. I think everyone on this stage agrees with that. I'm thankful that we all do. But it really is an insurance issue at the end of the day. It's an issue on how much these insurance companies are paying out per hour to the home health care workers. And we need to get the scheduling changed for that amount to increase their pay. But we know the times we're living in, folks. We know the president, due to his HR 1 I call it the big bullshit bill, personally, the BBB, it's produced a $2 billion deficit here in our state of Michigan. It's going to result in over 200,000 Michiganders losing their health care. We need to send people to Michigan that have the experience to fix these issues. There's a bill right now in Lansing. It's called MI Cares. It's essentially a statewide version of Medicaid for All. It's House Bill 4893 by Rep. Rangas that she's put forth. I would be in support of that bill so that every healthcare worker, if you're a home healthcare worker, listen folks, the same issue is taking place for people who are disabled after car crashes, after the latest auto insurance bill that they passed 2 years ago. We're seeing the same issues statewide due to insurance. We need to pass MI Cares and make sure that our home healthcare workers are fully funded.
All right, I want to thank the Kings.
No, we got two more. Oh, you're good. We got Tony and then Arthur.
Oh, because I was about to be like, I know y'all ain't ignoring me. Okay, so I've spent my years fighting for reproductive care access, which is fighting for folks to decide what to do with their bodies and getting the help they need when they need it. Home health care is on the same side, just on the other end, and I'm all for it. You will have a fighter in me, and as opposed to just a fighter, you have a disruptor, because I like to disrupt the system in order to get the answers that we so boldly need. Because as of right now, we've seen what the fighters are doing. They're doing absolutely nothing. So it's time to put a disruptor in office. Thank you.
Arthur.
Well, thank you so much for that question. Number one, we don't need a disruptor. We need a worker in office. We need someone who's going to work on behalf of the people, work on the behalf of our community. It's already messed up. We don't need more of that. But let me just say that this is personal to me. As someone who's had a mother who used to work in home health care. She had to leave because she wasn't given the benefits that she deserved. So this is personal to me. I've seen the strain that it took on her when she would come back home, and the things that she went through working with the seniors at their homes. And so we need to ensure that we are going beyond Senate Bill 790 and 791. And I also want to note that I'm the only candidate on this stage that even acknowledged that endeavor and that effort of Senate Bill 790 and 791 that gave our home health care workers their right to collective bargain. But we need to go beyond collective bargaining rights. We need to ensure that Medicaid is fully funded. So if you elect Arthur Harrington to be your state representative in Michigan's 9th House District, I'm going to ensure that I am supporting the fully funding of Medicaid to ensure that you guys don't only have the right to collective bargain, but you also have the right to make sure that we are that your wages are being increased as well, and that you also have safer work environments. Thank you.
All right, it is time for closing remarks. Bryant, you're up first.
Thanks everybody for having me and listening to us all talk about our platforms. I'm Brian Hepp, I'm running in District 9. You heard me talk about my priorities about affordability. And those were really related to the questions that I hear you are interested in today. For housing that we're going to go through over the next 2 years, and I want to help our district navigate it by making changes that we can enact at the state and local level around property tax reform. For healthcare, I want to work towards Medicare for all. I want to work with home health workers and SEIU for better working conditions for the workers in order to fix the market failures in those areas that prevent people from reaching the care that they need. And then in the area of transportation, I think it's really vital that workers can get to work and that those jobs are created in our local community. Those are my main priorities. If those resonate with you, I'm hoping that you will vote for me on or before August 4th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. I should my microphone down. Willie.
When you vote for Willie Burton, former Detroit Police Commissioner, to become your voice in Lansing, what you're going to get is a fighter, someone with a proven track record that not only when they stand up, they actually get results. When the city was using techno-racism, better known as facial recognition, I sounded the alarm. We ended up getting a policy. The policy wasn't strong enough at the time. I brought in SEIU, the Detroit Justice Center. Now we got one of the best rated policies in the country. When mental health was at an all-time high with people with mental health crisis suffering right here in our community, I started a mental health task force partnered with Wayne State University School of Social Work. When we're talking about teen takeovers downtown Detroit, instead of ticketing and arresting the parents based off of the youth, we can create different initiatives where kids can earn a paycheck at 9 o'clock in the morning in the skilled trades arena and some former apprenticeships. I created over 700 jobs right here with the Fight Crime Grow Job Initiative while I was a city police commissioner. I'm the only one on this stage that's been duly elected to public office. I represented the community for 12 years. When I stepped down January of this year, 6 months later they brought me in to become the police commissioner emeritus. Jesse Jackson, the late great Reverend Jesse Jackson, told me to continue towards greatness and be the change you want to see in our community. And so I remember sharing with him that we're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to fight for voters' rights in transit and affordable housing. This is something that we have discussed 4 years ago. And so I'm going to continue that dream until that dream is a reality, where we have more affordable housing in our community. But we also have the
All right, time's up. Arthur?
First of all, thank you to ECN, thank you to Donna, thank you to Sam. You guys, can we give them a round of applause for organizing this today? Thank you guys, it does mean a lot. I'm Arthur Harrington, I'm running to be your state representative right here in Michigan's 9th House District, and I'm doing it, again, as I said, because we deserve more. I don't want you to judge me by what I say I'm going to do. I want you to judge me by what I have done. Like I said, I've been running for this race longer than anybody else up on this stage the past year. We have the most experience working at every level of government. We have the legal expertise, but we also have the community behind us. This is a community-minded campaign, and everything I do will be community-centered, and that's something that I can assure you. Like I said, I'm a first-generation college student finishing law school. Dad's in jail currently. I didn't grow up with all the resources in the world, but thanks to God for my grandmother and for my family, they instilled the importance of loving everybody, no matter your race, no matter your sexuality, no matter who you choose to love. They instill to love everybody and care for everybody. And that's the same type of fervor, and that's the same type of heart that I'm going to take to Lansing serving as your state representative. This is a service role, and I look forward to being a public servant, not a politician. And if you elect Arthur Harrington to be your state representative, we are putting people over politics. Again, we are putting people over politics. And right now, it's been too much politics over the people. But if you elect me, I can assure you that we are going to get what we deserve, and that is more. We're going to get more public safety. We're going to get more community violence intervention. We're going to get more increased wages for our home health care workers. We're going to get more collective bargaining rights. We are going to get more civil rights, because that's what I'm going to fight for. We are going to vote to enshrine the Michigan Voting Rights Act to ensure that we are codifying our voting rights in the state of Michigan. So whatever Donald Trump tries to do, and whatever the Republicans in the Supreme Court try to do, we're going to make sure that you have someone who's going to fight for you and stand as a backbone in our community. So again, thank you so much. I love you all. I appreciate you all. And I look forward to connecting with you after this. Vote Arthur Harrington, August 4th. Thank you.
All right. To the moderator, I wanted to say, I want to thank Arthur for quoting the very topic.
All right. Okay. We're going to thank you. We're going to let Anthony bring us home.
For acknowledging me as the leader.
All right. Well, first I'd like to acknowledge our hosts here. Thank you again. I'd also like to acknowledge my opponents here. This is a hard thing to do, to come out here, run for office, put yourself out there. And I think myself and my opponents, we all have much of the same policy issues. So I want to ask you to focus on some of the differences. There's only one candidate here today that's passed a statewide law, and that's me. There's only one candidate that's held a statewide office, honestly in a position that had much more media attention, much more scrutiny, and was quite a bit harder than what a single state house seat out of 110 do. And that's me. If you want someone in Lansing to represent our community in the right way, in a way based on data and evidence and getting the job done, not just talking about it, but the guy who has the track record on multiple levels. I've done it on our city level through our nonprofit ecosystem, I've done it at the university level, and I've done it on the statewide level. Finally, I believe our communities are too divided. I'm hoping to unite us as one people here in the city of Detroit. The original motto of our country, E Pluribus Unum. It was that before it was In God We Trust. That was the original motto back in 1776. It translates roughly to out of many, one. We are one Detroit, we are one people, and together we are stronger. Together we will work together to pass positive outcomes for the city of Detroit. Thank you.
I want to thank the candidates for the ninth. Oh,
Hold on.
No. I'm sorry, Tony. Tony is going to bring us home. I am so sorry.
Tony gonna bring y'all home like I'm gonna bring y'all home in Michigan's 9th House District. So vote for me if you want a true fighter. A fighter who has fought to be on the ballot for you all, because one of these opponents over here paid somebody to try to get me disqualified, and I successfully defended that affidavit of identity all the way up to the Michigan Court of Appeals. Vote for someone who has worked creating and facilitating legislative orientations for different government bodies in 38 states, managing a $228 million budget. Vote for someone who's a fed-up voter just like you. I know we get sick and tired of sitting in these crowds, hearing all of these folks saying what they're going to do and what their deed and what they're going to do and all of this crap. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're held accountable to you all. And that's the type of leadership I'm going to come in with. Swiss fast, and yes, we do need a disruptor, because unfortunately the fighters aren't doing shit. I'm trying to disrupt some shit so we can get some more shit, because we deserve more and we deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you all. We want to remind you that the District 9 House seat is representing Detroit, Grosse Pointe Park, Highland Park. Hamtramck? No Hamtramck. Just Detroit. I'm reading off the wrong thing. I'm reading off the wrong thing, excuse me. Where's your guys' district? You tell me.
Hello? We got downtown, midtown, New Center, Courtown, then it runs up through Jefferson, through Belle Isle, including all of the historic villages.
He made that so hard. It's Belle Isle to Motown, 75 South to Alter Road, point blank period.
Thank you guys. Give it up for all the candidates, guys. Thank you.
I want to take a moment to say, acknowledge the people who showed up, because if they're serious about the Eastside Detroit, the Eastside Detroit is a big part of their district, and they're here. Thank you.
Let me do my job. Damn.
Harrison, Kimberly Fisher, Michael Howard, Eddie. Pronounce your last name for us, Eddie.
The Americanized name is Kawaczynski. If you're Polish, you say Kawaczynski.
Kawaczynski. You know, I am Polish, so I'll take that. And we got Matthew Stafford, not to be confused with the LA Rams quarterback. We have Michigan's own Matthew Stafford here. So thank you guys all for joining us. Give them a round of applause.
All right, opening statements, starting with Eddie Kawaczynski.
Just Eddie's fine.
Eddie.
Okay, so hello, my name is Eddie Kawaczynski. I'm going to give you a brief background on me. Age 15, I became an emancipated adult. I went to military school. I graduated from military school. I joined the military. I went and fought in the first original Gulf War. So that was in 1990. If you're young enough, you probably won't remember that, but it was from 1990 until 1991. I also served on the Inkster Police Department for about 3.5 years. I worked in drug interdiction. I also went back into the military full-time after the budget cuts in the city of Inkster on the police department. I served in Somalia. I was severely injured from an IED explosion to my back. And I had to wind up getting out of the Army after 17 years in 2006. I have also served in the Department of Housing and Urban Development's police department, as well as GSA's Federal Protective Services. So I have law enforcement and military background. I also served in the Warren City Council for 4 years, and I've served also in the United States Army Housing Commission.
Next up, we have Constanta Gina Brown Anderson.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Greetings. It is a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored to stand before you today. My name is Constanta Gina Brown Anderson.
Hello. My name is Constanta Gina Brown Anderson. I'm a native Detroiter, born and raised right here in Detroit, running for state. No, I'm a back up because I'm not running. I'm probably one of the only candidates not running. I am applying for the job for Michigan House State District 11. I have built my life here in Detroit, raised by my mother, my father, and my grandparents and community. I'm a neighbor. I'm a good neighbor. I'm a mother, a daughter, and I'm a community advocate along as well as a block club president. And I am a candidate because after a period of watching my district in District 3 of Detroit City Council be deteriorated, I got wind that we were just not going to have the representation that we're looking for. So instead of just voting for people continuously, I'm off the sidelines, and that's why I'm in this race, because I'm going to keep on running and looking for integrity. Thank you. Thank you. Michael Howard.
Good afternoon, and thank you everybody for joining and the host as well. My name is Michael Howard. I am running for the State House District 11, which is 42% South Warren, and then the remaining part of the district is Northeast Detroit, where I grew up at. I am running because I want to build a Michigan where every family can thrive and every child has a hope to believe in. As I first got involved in what we call politics, because there were issues in my neighborhood and the elected officials at the time were not being responsive. I went down to a city council meeting to talk about it in Warren, and it fell on deaf ears. And so we were trying to get things changed in our community, and the kids in my community was looking for a park to play in. But here's the unfortunate quote. Those people from Detroit are coming to our community and messing up. He said, number one, those quote-unquote people from Detroit live here, because I live here. So you don't even know who's in your own community. And number two, we demand change. And when you see stuff like that, you only have two options. You either have to vote them out or you run against them. And so ultimately, I ended up running for Macomb County Commissioner, where I've been serving for the last 2 years. In being a Macomb County Commissioner, despite us having a Republican majority board of commissioners, I've delivered over $30 million of investment to our district. That's in infrastructure, that's in veterans care, that's in health care, that's in Mountain Road is completely redone all the way down to Amon. Not completely redone, it's not like we want it, but it's a huge step. And so I have a track record of delivering. The things that I ran on for a county commissioner, I've accomplished those as of May 18th, and as the next state representative for this district, I plan on doing the same thing. Thank you.
All right, Michigan Matthew Stafford.
I just want to welcome and just say thank you for hosting this event for us so we can have a voice and, to let people know what we're about and why we want to serve. My name is Matthew Stafford. I know you guys, you make jokes because I do it all the time. But I just want to give a little background about me. I'm a Marine veteran. I'm a nonprofit founder and with my family. And we help struggling families in our community with housing, food assistance, and job services where we can. Now, everything is self-funded. We take no money from the state. We do everything ourselves. And so, that's been really proud. We're real proud of that. So I just want to, again, give a little background on me because I want to do a lot of things in this community. And one of the main things is affordability in housing, because I see it all the time where a lot of people they're priced out of the community. And I want to be able to be your representative that is able to push through legislation that is going to make affordable housing available once again. Thank you.
All right. Kimberly Fisher.
Thank you. Afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kimberly Fisher, and I too am seeking and running for state representative in the 11th House District. And just to give a little example, this district is comprised of Northeast Detroit and Southern Warren. So unlike the other races you heard today, we're here to blend and bring our two communities together. I know, just like everybody else, we're sick and tired of politicians. We're sick and tired of being sick and tired of politicians. They overpromise and they underdeliver. And that is why I'm running for this seat. For myself, my family, we migrated here almost 100 years ago, and we landed on Conyers in Nevada because we came here for good jobs. And over the years, after the recession, we saw those good jobs leave, and we saw a huge black flight, which has left our district vacant, deplorable, and we don't have a lot of other things that we used to, and I'll get to that stuff a little bit later. But a little bit more about me. I attended the University of Michigan, Dearborn, majoring in urban planning with an emphasis on environmental science and community development. I am a small business owner. I'm the Lilies of Italy's Tea House, which is located on the historic Avenue of Fashion. I am Michigan's only black-owned tea house. I'm also the owner of Cultivate Detroit 501c3, which does emphasize mentorship for black girls in Wayne County. Okay, I got you. In Wayne County, in Western Wayne as well. I'm proud to be from Detroit, but I'm proud to have family that lives in Warren as well, because this district is one. And what we know is that Southern Warren and Northeast Detroit, we are oftentimes forgotten about. We do not get the grants, we do not get the access to resources, nor do we oftentimes get the opportunities as other people. I'm proud to be the incumbent endorsed candidate. I'm also endorsed by Mary Sheffield, the Detroit City Council, and the Working Families Party. Thank you.
All right.
Again, please.
Question?
Thank you.
Yes. We're going to try to get through this and make sure everybody has a voice and gets heard. So the first question is about Stellantis and the right to clean air. The destruction of the concrete greenway and concrete plant in Cadillac Heights have one thing in common. The polluting activities were facilitated by the expansion of the automotive company Stellantis on Detroit's east side, which also resulted in multiple clean air violations. Both the former Greenway and the Cadillac Heights neighborhood were rezoned to intensive industrial, which violates the city's own zoning rules. Question: do residents have an enforceable right to a clean environment? Yes or no? If yes, how do you reconcile that with the state permits and local rezonings that put heavy industry inside of neighborhoods? And would you support changing the Michigan Constitution to make clean air and water a human right? That goes to you first, Kimberly.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by saying District 3 here in Detroit, we are directly affected by cement factories like you just mentioned. In this District 11, we have about 11 cement manufacturing or crushing industries, because this district is 45% industrialized. As the former Environmental and Climate Justice Chair for the Michigan Conference NAACP, I know that we experience high environmental racism in this district. Number one, we have some of the highest infant mortality, some of the highest pre-existing health conditions, and as we all experience the smog and fire and smoke that we had over these past couple of days, that scares me, because when it is proven that it is felt in Lansing and NPC that that is not a right for us. Detroit has failed its environmental air quality report since 2015. 2015, we failed our air and quality reports. So yes, I do support making it a mandate that clean air is a right. Yes, I do support.
All right, thank you. Matthew Stafford.
I absolutely believe that yes, clean air is a right for the people, and I would ensure that any polluters will be held accountable to our community, and any penalties are going to be triple.
Now I have a question, a follow-up question. You are running as a Republican?
That is correct,
All
yes.
right. So my follow-up question for you is, do you think that that's a bipartisan issue in Lansing? And if not, what would you do? Or if so, just tell me how you would address that issue if elected to office.
Absolutely. So it's a bipartisan issue because everybody is affected by it, whether you're Republican or Democrat. The citizens are affected by it, and I believe that I again bring a fresh perspective to it because I'm living through it. I'm living in the districts that are affected by it. So I absolutely believe that I could talk and discuss, and we can come up with solutions in ways because I believe that up until this point, nobody's come up with the real solutions, and that's what we need.
All right, thank you. Michael.
This is in part a local control issue, so that's why we need to kill Public Act 98, which is the Death Star. Because the question started off with this violated local laws. Well, we have to then push that back to what our local leaders are doing about that. If you violate zoning ordinances in a city, the city's responsible for addressing that. So in part.
I'm sorry, the city violated the zoning laws. The city rezoned to these neighborhoods.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. So those issues are done by the cities, and those issues, those laws are broken. The people that did that should be held accountable, number one. Clean air is absolutely a human right. We all have to breathe. I grew up at 19175 Goddard Street, and we had to move because my little sister couldn't get adequate health care here in Michigan, and she literally could not breathe the air where we grew up at. So we had to move. And so that is not a political position, that's a personal position because my family has been directly impacted by that, where we had to leave the city of Detroit just so we can, which is ridiculous. Nobody should have to move for a lack of access to health care or a lack of access or ability to breathe.
Thank you. Cranston?
Yes, I first would like to say that, of course, air, water, soil, anything that's a natural resource should be a human right. It's created by God. It's natural, and we should have access to it, free access, and we shouldn't have to pay over and over again for the mistakes of our leadership that allows zoning to come in. They permit them to rezone our areas. We moved into residential 1 or 2 areas which were low noise, but yet still they zoned it for commercial and industrial measures. We continue to have this environmental issue because we are letting industrial companies come in and wreak havoc on our communities right next to our homes. It is important that we understand that if we don't have the correct leadership in there to stop and show some ethics with the codes and the ordinances that we already have to protect us, then we are seriously going to be environmentally in danger all the time.
Thank you. Eddie?
If I could, I would like to address that follow-up question we gave to. So, I agree that we have a natural God-given right to water, clean water, air, and our environment. Okay? What a lot of people don't understand is Republican Party is all for conservation. We care about our environment just like anybody else does. Okay? Part of conservation is making sure we have clean water, we have clean air, and it doesn't affect the animals. Okay? There's a split in the Republican Party. You have the uniparty rhino establishment, and then you have the grassroots conservative base. I'm part of the grassroots conservative base. The people that are directly responsible for this environmental pollution are part of the rhino establishment. That is Baggy Maroon, and that is the Koch brothers. That's who you have to blame for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like all of you agree that water is a human right.
going deeper into that topic of water affordability, a two-part question on water as well as our utility companies. Would you vote for the State Water Affordability Act? That legislation would make people's water bills based on what they can afford. Do you support making community solar legal? And would you force DTE to pay for long outages, much like we've seen today, they give us a $42 rebate check? Are you taking money from utility companies like DTE or consumers on your campaign? We're going to start with Eddie again. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I've taken no money from any corporations whatsoever, save one. It's a small mechanic shop in Warren, and they gave me a little bit of money to pay for my literature. No, I have not taken any money from DTE. As a matter of fact, I'm really pissed off at DTE. So right now in the city of Warren, we're dealing with where they're doing the tree maintenance, and they made a total mess in my backyard and a lot of other people's backyard. They actually knocked down wires. I still have a down wire in my backyard as a result of DTE. This is not storm damage. This is their maintenance that they do. Okay? Yes, DTE has to be held accountable, but part of the solution and what they're doing in the northern suburbs of Macomb County is they are actually burying the wires now. The electrical wires are being put underground and not above ground. If we start putting new construction in the city and in South Warren, where the wires are buried underground, I guarantee you we're going to see a lot less power outages because it's not affected by the weather.
Thank you. Grandstander, go ahead. Yeah. Will you vote in favor of the State Water Affordability Act so bills are based on what families can afford? Would you support making community solar legal? And what's your take on DTE? Would you make them pay for long outages? Are you accepting money from DTE or consumers? Multi-part question.
Okay, first of all, yes, I would vote to make water affordable for the state. And I would change the language that needs to be changed, amended, modified, created, whatever you need to make water more affordable for those who live and reside in this city and state. Will I support? What was the other one? Support what? Solar. Oh, community solar. Okay, so
Currently illegal.
I'm really conflicted with solar. I support solar based on individual capacity, but I do not support taking over our land for solar fields. So because of that, if we're not going to benefit as residents to that solar field, then why are we allowing them to come in? And another reason that is a con to it, after 30 years, what's going to happen to it? The contract only lasts 30 years for those solar fields. So 30 years from now, if I have a grandchild, they're going to be the ones having to deal with solar fields.
I do want to clarify though that the community solar we're talking about is not what the city calls community solar. What the city of Detroit calls community solar, nobody else outside of the city of Detroit calls community solar. Community solar is solar that people in low-income communities can share to reduce their energy bills. It is not solar that the city brings in to reduce the city's energy bills. The city flipped that. Right now in Michigan, it is illegal for you and your neighbors to get solar and to share the benefits of that solar with each other. You can put solar on your home. They can put solar on their home. The challenge is that people who are low income cannot necessarily afford solar on their homes, and also people who live in rental housing sometimes struggle. So I want to give you an opportunity to answer the question with that understanding of what we mean by community solar.
Okay, thank you, and I thank you for that clarification. Because in that event, yes, I would support solar for community. It would definitely, only thing that's going to benefit us and reduce costs for us, I support for our community. The last question, no, DTE, yes, I would make them compensate us for downtime. They constantly do that. We lose a lot of money. We lose a lot of food. People have to beg to get replaced items. And yes, they should be accountable for paying us back for all downtime. And no, I'm not taking any money from anyone, really.
Sure. Michael.
Absolutely. The state water bill, when it was first introduced, I organized town halls with several state representatives, several state senators, not just in Warren and in Detroit, but all throughout Macomb County. Organizing that, we had a Macomb County state representative that was the biggest opponent to that, and through our advocacy, she then voted for it. And so it's definitely something I've been working on over the last several years. Community solar, my dad has solar panels on his house, but we can't share that. And it's ridiculous that someone at the government can tell you what you can and cannot do for your property. It's also ridiculous that we're charging for the sun. We're going to tell someone what they can and can't do from the energy that God gave us. And it's absolutely ridiculous. We want to champion and say we believe in local control and we believe in independence, but then we handcuff our own communities. If corporations can benefit from what, as you mentioned, community solar that we know is not community solar, if municipalities can benefit from community solar that we know isn't community solar, why as residents we can't benefit from that same solar from our neighbors? I mean, I can think about the Highland Park. I mean, when I lived in Highland Park for a few years and the blackout happened, we all relied on who has power at this moment. How can we hook up during that blackout time? When it comes to DTE, DTE needs to go. It's a monopoly. It's absolutely destroying our community because they pay off people. If you look at every mailer or piece of mail, what you have on there is a disclosure. Pay attention to this disclosure because DTE mails on behalf of candidates. They pass it through a C4, and so candidates say that they do not take money from DTE. They don't take it directly. They give it to somebody else that benefits on their behalf. So make sure you check the disclosures when you're getting mail. Absolutely, I'm the only candidate up here that signed not only just the Michigan League of Conservation Voters no utility pledge, but also the National Conservation Voters utility pledge, where I do not take corporate money at all.
Thank you. We're going to go to Matthew Stafford.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, so I absolutely support the affordable water. Being from a family that, I mean, we're not rich, we don't have a lot of money. This would definitely effectively help, myself and people in my community and people across the state. So I'm all for saving residents money. As for solar, I do support that as well because again, it saves us money. Anything that will save us money is a great thing. DTE, I'm not taking no money from DTE. And I do believe they should be held accountable because, again, many families, especially just recently when we had the power outages, many families lost more than $42 worth of food in their refrigerators. I'm sorry, $42 doesn't even buy you a loaf of bread these days. So I'm all for holding DTE accountable, and not just DTE, a lot of these energy companies who are donating and profiting off of residents here. I'm all for holding them accountable and bringing more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I do support making solar legal. And just to take it a little bit step further, as Mr. Howard stated, I do also believe that we should be able to share our locally sourced solar. And what's currently happening in Detroit, I do not support that because we have solar fields in District 3 right now, and our community does not benefit from having these solar farms in our city. So I know that that's a local thing, but it does directly affect our district. No, I have not taken money from DTE, and I too also signed the pledge for the League of Conservation Voters not to take corporate money or utility money, and I'm very proud to not have done that because I personally hate DTE. With last week, what we saw where businesses were shut down for 4 and 5 days, people who had just went grocery shopping after the first and the second, we lost everything. And $42 does not make up for the $21,000 that I lost at my restaurant, which includes wages, tips, gratuities, lost income, and of course food. I believe that we should go towards a public-owned utility company like the Wyandotte Utility Company, and for the Great Lakes Water Authority affordability, I'm proud over the years to have formed coalitions to go afford it. We should not have to choose between paying our bills and eating. We should not have to choose between taking care of our kids and paying our bills.
Okay, our next topic is affordable housing. Detroit and neighboring South Warren face a connected housing affordability crisis driven by the intersection of deeply constrained household incomes, escalating housing costs, and an aging housing supply. This is not solely an income crisis. Detroit's housing costs have risen substantially faster than inflation and residents' income growth, while South Warren's lower income households face similar pressures within the same regional housing market. Together, these conditions have reduced the amount and quality of housing that existing incomes can purchase and demonstrate the need for a coordinated cross-border housing strategy. Do you believe safe, stable housing is a human right? And if so, what would you do to help address these problems? Starting with you, Kimberly.
Thank you for the question. For starters, I know that this is local, but I believe that we should be pressuring specifically in our district for the down zoning of our district. Right now, we're 45% industrial. But after the recession, we saw all of these businesses close, which left us with acres and acres and acres of vacant land. I believe that our housing crisis can be settled right here in District 3. If we were able to down zone these areas and we're able to bring actual state funding to our local developers, we can see some change. Right now in Warren, there's a black woman who's developing right now. Her name is Faye Baker. And if we had grants available for her, if we had support for her, if we were able to utilize the resources that we have for current small business developers, that we can see a better housing crisis. I also believe that if we work with Mayor Sheffield, right now she wants to bring 1,100 new homes into Detroit using an infill. I am proud to say that if we worked with her, we could solve a lot of issues right now. Right now, we have a job issue. Detroit has a higher low minimum wage. If we can get some houses built, if we can get some properties built, we can use people to work for the city to make more money and rebuild our district, because that's the biggest issue that we have. Too much vacant land. Thank you.
All right. Matthew.
You know, a lot of people, I've been listening to this same question all day today. A lot of people talk about, you know, the affordability of housing, and they need to offer incentives and things like that. That won't solve the issue. The cost of material and the cost of building these homes is what's the real issue right now. So I think when I'm your representative, I'll work within the legislature to get these costs down, because that right there, if we can build homes at affordable rates, then we can have more people being able to afford these homes.
Okay. Michael?
As a small business owner, I build custom furniture. I'm familiar, and I've worked on actually building houses before. If you are building a $250,000 house, which is already unaffordable, we're talking about $250,000, it actually costs well over $300,000 to build that house. So developers are already upside down before the house is even constructed. Some of that is because of unnecessary regulation, which we have regulation in place to be safeguards for our community. But there are some of that is actually problematic, that draws out, as someone already mentioned, Faye Baker. There's issues where she's having to pay $9,000 per house for a soil sample. And that's not necessary when the county already knows the soil sample for that community. As a county commissioner, one of the first things that we did is we launched a regional housing assessment program, where we analyzed the entirety of Macomb County to provide specialized local suggestions towards how can they address their housing. Some of this does go back to killing the Death Star, because when you talk about housing affordability, of course we want home ownership. Home ownership is the #1 way to create generational wealth. We also have to address the rent, and that rent is out of control. The average age of a first-time homeowner is climbing north of 40. And so we should, one, take a statewide regional housing program to make suggestions and address the zoning laws across our state and the ones that are prohibited at a state level. But ultimately, this comes down to tariffs that are increasing the lumber supply. Lumber has gone up 277% since last year, and it keeps going up and has not gone down. And so putting tariffs on our #1 business partner, where we get 70% of our softwood lumber from, is absolutely ridiculous. but we have to come up with down payment assistance programs. We have to come up with supporting our developers that are doing the real meaningful work, and we have to help create generational wealth and homeownership.
All right, Christina?
Okay. So yes, stable housing should be a human right. We should always fight for that. We need movers and shakers on that, and to collaborate. We need to build a coalition and make sure that is a human right. One of the things that my opponent did mention was infill housing. That would be an excellent ideal, especially in Detroit where we have a lot of vacant land. The land is just abandoned. Detroit Land Bank doesn't take care of it. Block clubs can't buy it all. So infill housing would be superb if we can get the zoning properly zoned to where we know exactly what footage we can build on these lots. When they tore them down, it was a 30-feet lot, and they told us we couldn't build but back on the 60-foot lot. Now we're back to 30. So we need to get to some specifics in our leadership and in our language so that we will be able to come up with a solution that we all can work with. And cost for equipment, yes, it's gonna always go up. That's what it does every year. That's a part of life, but the tariffs have made it bad, but they've switched back. We're coming along, and the cost is gonna always go up. We just gotta be prepared. If you look at jobs with gainful jobs and skilled workers, you will not have to keep crying about affordable housing. People can afford houses when they get jobs that they can earn the right wage to pay for it and have employers that provide some medical assistance.
All right, and Eddie?
Oh gosh, I wish I had the time to explain how the economy works, but I'm going to try to make it brief. So, Mr. Howard addressed the tariffs. Let me address that, okay? The tariffs are what funds our government, okay? The tariffs are what funds our government. It's not supposed to be taxes, it's supposed to be tariffs, okay? From imports and exports. That's what specifically says in the Constitution. It's supposed to be our government's funded by tariffs, not by us, okay? So, what we need to do is start manufacturing our own products here in the United States. Stop buying from overseas. Stop importing product. Make it here, create jobs here, but what's happened is these factories have left the United States, they've left Michigan, and they've gone to foreign countries. Why? Because the labor is cheaper. So what do we need to do? We make our own products here, the labor costs go down because we're making things cheaper here. That's how the economy works. We have 4 pillars to our economy in 30 seconds. So I will say what the acronym is, and you can look it up on your own. The GDP, which has to do with American exports, GNP, which has to do with American imports, GNI, which has to do with business income, and GDI, which has to do with residence income. This is what our economy is based upon. And if you understand our economy and you understand how that works, you'll understand how home affordability and everything else we need in life is affordable if we make it here in the United States and quit importing it. As far as buying a home, I'd rather rent because I don't want to take care of the home maintenance. I have a land contract right now. I rent.
Right.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you. We have 2 responses. First, Michael, and then Kimberly. If anybody else would like to respond, let us know.
Yeah, as I mentioned, 2 factors increase housing costs. It's lumber costs and the land costs. What we're seeing in Detroit is some of the lands from the houses that were torn down was filled with toxic waste. That drives up the cost dramatically. The second thing is lumber. We get 70% of our lumber from Canada. We cannot, here in America, reasonably match the imported lumber that we have from Canada without, it takes 10 years and billions of dollars to open up a lumber mill, and then it will decimate one of our most precious natural resources, which is our trees. If trees had Wi-Fi, we would treat them better. And so when it comes to housing costs, we must, one, some of that is handcuffed because of this illegal tariffs that our president is placing. 2, because of decisions that were made in Detroit to blight and pollute our communities. And here's the solution. We can, 1, address the blight and address the brownfield. If corporations can get brownfields, why can't residents get brownfields? And then lastly, there are positive home ownership assistance programs that happen here in Michigan, and we can bolster those things.
And just to lightly touch really quickly, because Mr. Howard said a lot. bills that I was going to mention, but the biggest thing is the illegal tariffs. When we talk about tariffs, we oftentimes forget about the impact that it has on micro and small businesses. I can speak from my personal experience as someone who owns a tea house. I have no choice but to import tea. And unfortunately, when you import tea, you have a little bit of aluminum in the bag. So what happens, a tea bag that once cost me $40 a kilo can now upwards cost me anywhere from $220 to $290 a kilo. We see small businesses are being burdened, overburdened by these illegal tariffs. And while I do agree, Mr. Eddie, with keeping our businesses local and specifically keeping our people who work in Detroit, I do know that these tariffs are illegal and it is killing our micro and small business culture.
Thank you.
And Eddie, if you would like to respond, you have a chance to just give a rebuttal. But I'll let other people give a rebuttal and then you're just going to come after us, okay?
I just want to respond to something that you said about we're funded by tariffs, not taxes, when we don't tell the leadership that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Anthony.
So, okay. This is not me. This is our Constitution. This is what the forefathers, the founders wrote. This is how our government was to be funded. It wasn't taxation was created to fund and pay for the Civil War. That's where taxation came in. Look it up. It's in our history. Okay? We didn't have taxes prior to the Civil War. We didn't. The Civil War was paid for by taxation. Okay? The tariffs is what funded our government. We taxed anything that was imported and anything that was sold abroad, it was a tax on that too. We were worried about exactly what's happening now, is that jobs would go overseas, and they have, and companies and factories have gone overseas. Look what happened in the 1980s with the auto industry. They fled, and we got all these Japanese and foreign vehicles in here. That's what happened. We stopped investing in America because businesses thought it was going to be too expensive. We need to get back to rebuilding Michigan, rebuilding Detroit, and building America back domestically.
Thank you. We're going to shift topics. Talk about public safety and violence reduction. Detroit operates hundreds of automated license plate readers, hundreds of flock cameras, as well as shot spotter gunshot detection technology. Warren, Michigan, including the South Warren community, also uses flock license plate readers and recently renewed its 2-year flock contract. Because residents routinely cross the Detroit-Warren boundary and flock functions as a networked data system, these technologies raise regional questions about effectiveness, privacy, oversight, and interagency data sharing. At the same time, community violence intervention, youth development, neighborhood stabilization, behavioral health services, and family support compete with surveillance and enforcement technologies for overlapping public resources, institutional capacity, and political attention. The question is, where should the money go? Surveillance technology, community violence intervention, as we have seen the city of Detroit deploy, youth programming, and on the topic of police surveillance technology, what proof that it works, privacy protections should be required before public money buys police technology. I believe we're going to start with Kimberly. Kimberly, yeah.
All right, thank you. So I strongly stand behind and support CBIs. I'm proud to be endorsed by both CBIs in Detroit District 3, Team Pursuit and Live in Peace. And that is because we need to fully fund things that are not going to criminalize our children and criminalize the people who live in our district. I will admit this is 48205, home of the red zone. But the reality of it is we have an affordability issue and we have a lack of things for our youth to do. If we look at the news, we see every weekend about these teen takeovers. But when you drive up Van Dyke, there's nothing for our teens to do. When you drive up Gratiot, there's nothing for our teens to do. I do not believe that we need to fully support and fully invest into surveillance that is not local works in tandem with CVIs. And unfortunately, the options that we have do not work for the people. We do not want to be surveyed. We do not want our data to be sold overseas, nor do we want someone watching us on drones. So my answer is no. I do not believe that we should be surveyed until it is something that is locally owned and something that we can make sure that we're protecting ourselves from our data being sold. And secondly, I do fully support our CBIs, and I believe that we should be putting our money into things that are going to prevent crime in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Matthew Stafford.
Thank you for the question. I actually agree with some of what you were saying about if we can prove that somehow that these flat cameras are not going to be used in a derogatory manner, then they could be an invaluable asset to our community. Because again, just recently they caught a kidnapped victim using the flat system. So if we can prove that what they can prove that yes, it can be used and we can put limitations on it to where it's not intrusive on our data, then I'm all for it. But again, it's not going to be the only thing that we need to invest in. We need to invest in, police training, maybe more equipment, better equipment, more officer salaries, because they're underpaid right now. So if we can help the police department in coupled with the Fox system, and also with in terms of the youth programs prevention, then I absolutely will agree with that.
Thank you. We are going to go now to. We're going to go now to Michael Howard.
So flock is a problem, and it's not the only one. It is one that is getting a lot of attention right now because we know the name. But this license plate reader devices have been around for a very long time. Some of these things that they've been doing have been going on for a very long time. So now there's a lot of energy addressing Flock, but we have to step it past Flock. What Flock as a company has done is decided that it will sell our data. It will sell the information that it gathers, and that's absolutely wrong. It should be criminal. Companies say that, oh, we're not going to do it, but if there's no policy that says you're not going to do it, then there's nothing barring you from doing it. We see that with DTE, we see that with consumers, we see that with every major corporation. If there's not a specific policy, they will violate it, and sometimes if there is, they will still violate it. Most of us in this room have been doing CVI before it had a name. I grew up 19175 Goddard Street, and if I got in trouble at Mason Elementary, before I got home, I got yelled at by Ms. Anderson and this person and that person before I ever got. So we know that community violence intervention works because it's worked for almost throughout all of history. We know when we invest in community violence intervention programs that are specific in Detroit, and I'm so thankful that you keep asking questions and including Warren in Detroit, because sometimes that is getting missed, that 42% of the district is Warren. But we know that when we invest in CVI programs in Wayne County, Macomb County, Oakland County, and throughout all of Michigan, they work. ShotSpotter does not. We're seeing that in Chicago, that police times, response times are faster in Chicago without the ShotSpotter, and they listen to us 24/7, and that's a problem. We need to invest in things that work, evidence-based.
Thank you. Kristen.
Wow, I'm not a fan of too much surveillance. Not even a big fan of CBI if it does not have some restrictions into who we're letting be over our children in our community. A lot of the CBI groups that I've noticed in our area, I would like to see the metrics on the improvement. We pay them $1,225,000 a year within 6 to 7 CBI groups, but we are not getting the metrics. I do not support ShotSpotter because it's an aftermath. It is not a preventative source to help us stop the violence before it happens. So we're reacting, we're not being proactive. See, like Michael said, we grew up with CBI because the community was the violence intervention. We made sure that the community lived together. And I admire true young advocates that are in community violence intervention in the CVI groups who do what they say they're gonna do. But we need to check our sources we have, it appears to be like gangs that we're giving $175,000 to every 3 months to just snitch on other people, other organizations that's getting the funding, giving them the upper hand. I have seen some very disturbing reactions out of CBI leadership, and that concerns me. I don't want anybody over my children. Intervention, yes, I would love to invest in intervention.
Thank you.
And youth program proportionally.
Thank you. Eddie.
So I think this is a very broad topic having to do with public safety and law enforcement, so I'm going to cram a lot in here. First of all, there's been at least 3 Supreme Court decisions that provided that law enforcement has no duty to protect you. None at all. It's your responsibility to protect yourself. That's why I'm pushing for Michigan to be the 34th constitutional carry state and repeal all gun control legislation that's on the books right now that's unconstitutional and allow the residents to protect themselves against the criminal element. The flock cameras are unconstitutional, absolutely unequivocally. And these data centers that are storing the information from the flock cameras are also going to harm our communities as far as the water and the electrical rates. So that's where it's going to be stored, is these data centers. We're turning our communities into dystopian society. George Orwell's 1984. That's what we're turning into with these flock cameras and data centers. But as far as public safety is concerned, the other thing was addressed was teenage violence. Right now on the books, on MCL, and I'll give you the statute number, it's 380.1163 alpha for A. It's firearm safety and marksmanship education. You may not realize this, but if you go to any of the old Detroit public school buildings that are still standing, there's a firearm range in the cellar next to the civil defense supplies that used to be here. That's because children were taught about firearm safety and marksmanship skills at one time. We're no longer doing that anymore. So we teach the kids about not using the guns and what they're supposed to be used for, we won't run into this situation.
Thank you. We have one candidate
Back in the
who wants to
day,
respond, and then Michael Howard, and then anybody wants to respond. Feel free after Michael's comments.
HB 5065, HB 66, HB 5758, 5751, 5752, and ban ghost guns. These are a list of bills that Democrats have been pushing together forward that will protect our community. How many of us have ever seen a ghost gun? Do you know what a ghost gun is? It's one that was printed by a 3D printer. I was at a firing range because I do teach my children gun safety. I am a competitive shooter. But we were at a fire range and we noticed that this person was firing a gun that looked a little interesting. He printed it from his house. The problem is this: if we're trying to go after folks that commit crimes with guns, 95% of crimes are involved in guns are sourced from 5% of manufacturers. You can't track that if you cannot trace the firearm. And so the police officers can't even do their job if there's no license or serial number with that. So we need to get banned ghost guns out of that. HB 5752, which is Emily Devendorf's bill that I work with Giffords Gun Owners for Gun Safety to help champion. That is actually a firearm training course that is Democratic-led that talks about how do we educate our community members about that. And we need to hold industries accountable. If you need a license to serve food, you need a license to build furniture, we should have a license for gun dealers.
Thank you.
I'd like to respond.
You do.
Okay. First of all, I want people to read our state constitution. Article 1, Clause 6. What does it say? Read it. Read our national United States Constitution. Second Amendment. What does it say? There's no licensing, permitting, or anything else. When this country was being formed, we had minor children carrying firearms in the battle. That's what the word infantry comes from. They were young children stomped into battle and fought for our freedom in this country against the British.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie.
We'll make sure we get to all our questions. The next one is regarding ICE. Federal immigration enforcement operations are occurring in communities with substantial Black, Latino, Arab, Asian, and other ethnic communities. Documented operations have stopped or detained United States citizens as well as non-citizens. and enforcement and detention have involved force, injury, and sometimes fatal encounters. In Nome versus Vasquez-Perdomo, the Supreme Court tacitly approved racial profiling. Immigration enforcement is principally federal, but Michigan state agencies and local governments make consequential choices about whether police and jails share information with ICE, respond to immigration detainer requests, or voluntarily assume federal immigration functions through 287 agreements. The question is this: what would you do to protect people being targeted? Should they be protected? And what role, if any, should Michigan and local police play in federal immigration enforcement? Should there be penalties for officers who comply in violation of the law? We're going to start with you, Kimberly.
I do not believe that local governments should be assisting ICE with the detention of whomever they feel should be detained. As we know, this is no longer an immigration issue. This is a black and brown issue. We're seeing Americans being illegally detained. We're seeing people being racially profiled because they have fair skin. And we're seeing people who migrated into this country legally being illegally detained. For instance, I have someone that typically will assist with my home. And a couple months ago, I wanted to get in contact with him because I need my sprinkler fixed. Long story short, I recently heard back from him. He and his family migrated here legally from Venezuela. And not only was he embarrassed and horribly and embarrassedly detained at his job, but he was held for 2 months. And he was given a $15,000 bill that he has to now pay to the government because he was illegally detained. I do not believe that we should be overstepping at the state level, going into local governments and telling them what to do. What's the point of me electing someone to support me and to represent me locally if the government is going to come in and oversee that? We saw in Detroit a couple months ago how a police officer assisted ICE with the detention of a resident, and we witnessed the broken trust that our city now has with DPD. We witnessed how it makes a huge effect on the way that Detroiters feel and how Americans feel. We have to look at what people are saying. We have to look at what our neighbors are saying. We do not want ICE here. We do not want ICE targeting black and brown people because they are killing us right now. So that is my answer. Thank you.
All right, Matthew?
I believe that we actually should be having ICE and our local police departments working together. I mean, if we can stop some of those instances from happening by them working together and eliminating some of those detentions, I think that's a great thing. That'd be a good thing for our community. So I don't understand why people are saying, "Oh, get ICE out of here," when they're just doing their job.
Can I ask a question? What percentage of detainees are stopped from European countries?
I do not have that answer.
0.
I would like to have that answer, because we can have race-neutral responses, right? But if ICE is driving down the street and they see somebody who looks Mexican, is that Mexican person more likely to be stopped than somebody who looks like the First Lady of the United States or Elon Musk?
I think in today's culture that we brought about it, yes. We need better training for ICE agents, and we need better training for our police departments, because again, a lot of these incidents can be solved just by working together. And I mean, yes, they're disproportionately stopped, and that's a bad thing. But ICE is just doing their job. And I think that we need actually more funding for better training and better knowledge and education for these ICE agents.
2%.
Michael.
I would like to say that uneven enforcement means that there is no enforceable policy against illegal people coming here from Russia, England, France, Germany, and places, Australia and New Zealand. But there is an enforceable policy against people coming from African and South American and Asian nations, and I think it's important that we just acknowledge that truth while having this conversation, because if we don't want illegal immigrants in our country, why do we give Elon Musk control over Doge? But I'm sorry, I want to make sure that we are letting people, I just it's so hard for me to have this conversation because it affects people I know and love. And I've had my staff members follow home, and they were born and raised in the United States. So let's make sure that I open this up to other people. And I apologize for that interruption. I just sometimes get emotional.
Can I respond?
Thank you. Yes, you can respond.
To your point, I mean, with, again, disproportionate, we can look at legislation. I mean, we can pass things at the state level and local levels at that to protect the citizens against that and hold these ICE agents, when these incidences happen, accountable, which I'm all for. When things like this happen, yes, they need to be held accountable. However, again, we can minimize these incidents.
All right, okay. I get your point. So you're saying pass laws, hold them accountable. Okay, Michael?
I mean, this topic is heartbreaking. It's ridiculous that this is even a question. I mean, we know that ICE agents disproportionately target people that look like me and some of the others in here. We know that statistically, the country that has the highest population of illegal immigrants in the U.S. is Canada. They come over and they overstay their visas, but because they don't look like us, they don't get stopped. I know what it feels to be stopped and frisked by a police officer and followed by a police officer the entire time. I know what it feels like to be worried about whether I'll come home and whether I'll have to hear a story about a friend, my dad, my cousin, my neighbor across the street who is from a different country here legally, but whether he'll get detained tonight. Last night, I had to hold my 8-year-old daughter while she was asking me why is her friend that she went to school with for the last 3 years is no longer in this country. According to the Constitution, everyone has rights, not necessarily citizens, but every person has rights. And they have a right to due process. We are not following the basic law. Officers that kill people in the streets should be held accountable, whether they're police officers, whether they're SWAT, whether they're ICE, anybody. They should be held accountable. And it got viral.
Time is up. Kristen?
Yes, there should be rules for ICE. America is one of the most diverse countries in this world. And as I was growing up over here on the east side off of Jefferson, I remember always coming past the immigration office. So we've had immigration laws and processes for citizenship. I would be foolish to say, get rid of ICE completely. That is just not reasonable. We have to make sure that we're playing on an even playing field for this. This is people that we know that we let into our country illegally and that have broken some laws. I don't want ICE on the street, but they do need to have some specific rules. And how do you penalize our police officers if you don't have a policy for them to not deal with ICE or not assist ICE? You gotta have language there for them to go by. We need some structure in order to work together because we have to collaborate. We have to work across both the aisles in the House of Representatives. We gotta work in our city across the aisle. To say no ICE, I don't know. I'm not gonna say
All right,
that.
thank you. We're going to let Eddie have the last word on this. We're not gonna go back because we have a couple more questions and we're already over time. Thank you.
Okay. So, I bet everybody thinks I'm going to be pro-ICE on this. I'm not. Okay? ICE is very unprofessional. As I said before, I worked in law enforcement for many years, and this goes to a broader context in law enforcement. We have seen unprofessionalism happen in law enforcement recently, and it's not the same law enforcement that I worked in the early 90s. And the problem is we're not seeing these officers act professionally in their appearance and their conduct. They're not following the law. That's the problem. And they're being allowed to get away with it. Why? Because, this was the surge of people working in law enforcement. Nobody wanted to work in law enforcement.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you for answering the question. We're going to move on to the next topic.
You said ICE is unprofessional.
Yes.
I say our government is unprofessional, and that's why we're having these problems. That is us running. Who is running our country? Who's running our state? Who's running our city? There's no professionalism anywhere, and that's why these people are running rapid like they don't even know that we got human rights. I don't care what country you come from.
I was trying to get to that.
sorry, we have to move on because we have 2 more topics and we're out of time, so we would normally allow this, but we can't.
All right. This next question, we're going to be focusing on local control. It was submitted by an SEIU healthcare worker. To make development projects happen, the city of Detroit gives businesses tax breaks. Those businesses turn around and hire people for jobs, but they pay pretty low-level wages instead of a living wage or a high wage. In essence, we're paying ourselves for jobs that aren't enough to survive on. Laws like what's known as the Death Star bill prevent cities like Detroit from raising wages at private businesses in the city, even if those businesses and those buildings receive massive tax breaks for those jobs to exist. So what is your position on the preemption, the Death Star bill of local labor laws that prevent Detroit and other municipalities from ensuring good jobs? That question again was submitted by an SEIU healthcare worker. We're going to start with Eddie. Oh, you went to Bethany.
No,
We're going to start.
He had to leave. He told me before that he had to leave at 4:30.
So we're going to start with Christina. Go ahead.
So with the union background, I would definitely repeal. I think wages is one of the #1 resources to get us out of this situation that we're in with affordability. And 20 years ago, we were paying our new hires in a factory to come in at $15 an hour, and they got to a wage of almost $32 an hour. We converted, let these plants shut down, and then come back and try to give our children $12 an hour. So we should have been at a living wage already. And so yes, I will repeal that. And basically, I don't see anything else to do but to stand with your unions on issues like that they can be supported on each avenue that's going to help them be empowered instead of reduce all their wages and salaries.
Yeah, and again, to repeat the question, your position on the Death Star bill, state preemption of local labor laws that prevent municipalities like Detroit from controlling. No, you're all right. Go ahead, Michael Howard is next.
I think I've been pretty clear about this. My #1 issue, 1A is gun violence prevention, 1B is killing the Death Star. I think it's representative in the support that I have from ASCII, UAW, Unite Here, Region 1 and Region 1A, IBEW, Local 58, Iron Workers 25, Sheet Metal Workers. I keep going down the list. My dad's been a Teamster nearly my entire life, and I have the support of Linda Hall, who is represented by SEIU. And this is a huge issue for me. This is the most consequential piece of legislation that we can address in the State House. There is nothing more that will make a bigger generational difference than killing the Death Star. It killed our economy. It harmed and destroyed some of our families and being able to earn a livable wage. And the fact that it strips local municipalities from local control. As a county commissioner, one of the things that I've been working on is trying to get a specific ordinance in our community for good governance, responsible contracting. However, the Death Star handcuffs us on what we can and can't do. So local communities that want something are prohibited because of state legislators. And that's absolutely immoral. Killing the Death Star is the first thing that Democrats should do. And if they don't, they need to get kicked out of office.
Thanks. Matthew.
I actually think that we all can agree on that. I mean, repealing the Death Star. Because, again, I think everybody needs to afford to have a living wage. And that has killed a lot of that. So I 100% will repeal that legislation.
Kimberly Fisher.
I have to agree with everyone that's up here. I think whenever we talk about preemption, and I know I kind of touched on it earlier, but when I vote for someone, if I'm voting for a city council person or a county commissioner, I'm voting for that person because they represent me. They represent what I believe needs to happen in my said district, be it the city or the county. I do not want someone from Lansing or someone from DC coming in and telling me, one, how much I can pay someone at my business. I don't want someone coming in and telling my city council how they need to act or they need to move. When we talk about wanting to get ahead, when we talk about housing crisis, affordability, we need people in office who are going to be able to fight for that. And that can only happen if we're able to know our district and know our people. To give an example, what happens in Detroit or in Southern Warren is different than what happens up north. We have higher costs, we have higher property taxes, and we need to be able to operate independently. And that goes not only for Detroit or Southern Warren, but that also goes within our jobs and within our businesses. No one should be able to tell us how much we can pay or how much we can make. Thank you.
Thank you. We got another topic from the
This is
SEIU.
our final question, also posed by an SEIU member. From SEIU Healthcare, there are 50,000 healthcare workers statewide via a home care worker member. Across Michigan, seniors and people with disabilities depend on home care to live safely at home with the dignity they deserve. Cuts to Medicaid, worker shortages, and poverty wages are putting that care at risk. What is your position on investing in home care by raising wages, fully funding the historic home health care legislation passed in 2024, and funding a strong contract between home care workers and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? Can home care workers count on you to support investing in home care? We'll start with you, Prince Dan.
So I would fully support increasing the wages for home care providers. Having a mother who is at home right now, or members coming home from the hospital and don't have the state of support for home health care. Someone to go shopping for them, someone to help them with their laundry, fix their meals. So I understand healthcare providers' issue. As a CNA trained by Red Cross many years ago, I found it ironic that I can walk into a plant and make $20, but I can only get $15, and I'm taking care of my elderly people. And I really believe that needs to change in the state of Michigan. Contracts, negotiating, always allowing them to have the same rights as all union members. Make sure you're negotiating and you're electing good negotiators on your behalf. You should have a contract that stipulates how much you get paid, seniority, and your level of pay all the time. The other one was the 224, was that the 2024 language that supports the SEIU, the healthcare workers, am I correct?
Yes.
Constantly, continuously. I will continue to support all union activity, union brothers and sisters.
Thank you. Michael, you're next.
This topic is pretty personal for me. I had a sister who was born with biminal encephalocele. So 2/3 of her brain was on the outside of her skull when she was born. She was denied medical care, she was denied life insurance, she was denied virtually everything. We had to leave the state of Michigan to get basic medical care for her. It wasn't that home healthcare workers, and we're talking about this because it's a political position or a democratic position or a policy point right now. It was home healthcare workers that taught me and my sister how to change a trach, how to change a feeding tube, how to care for my sister. If it wasn't for home healthcare workers, my sister, who did pass away when I was in high school, would have lived a much shorter life. For me, this is advocating for the people that fought for me and my family when it was the hardest time throughout our entire life. This is the basic that we can do. How can we talk about anything if we're not addressing healthcare? Like, we should be all talking about my care, how to get my care passed. The biggest indicator, I got 10 seconds left, the biggest indicator of the future is the past. I've been with SEIU rallying for Medicare for all when we were throughout Macomb County. As a county commissioner, we have a county hospital. The reimbursement rate for Medicare is a 2-year delayed program. So that's why healthcare workers are paid less, because it's a delayed program. In Macomb County, we've actually bolstered and worked with our local hospital to improve the rates that folks are paying and to improve the facility as a whole. There's a lot more work to be doing, in that Martha T. Berry, but it's a step forward and it's what I have been doing. So it's an example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew?
Our home healthcare workers are essential to senior and to our fellow Michiganders with disabilities. So I would absolutely would like to look at funding to expand their salaries, also retention, so we can actually add more, home health care aides. Because I believe that, with their salaries, it's not really enticing. So why not expand that? Why not expand the retention and expand the retention so we can retain a lot more of our home health care aides? They absolutely can count on me.
Thank you. Kimberly?
One of the first jobs that I had out of high school was as a home health care aide. And let me tell you one thing I learned. It was not only the way that the family depended on me, but it was also the work that I did to protect that person. That experience that I had fresh out of high school helped me to be able to care for my mother. In 2019, she went sepsis, which required her to be without being mobile for almost 3 years. I had to change IVs, I had to change bedpans, and I'll leave the rest of the imagination. But I will tell you one thing, we need home health care workers, and home health care workers deserve to be paid, deserve to have the accolades and the benefits as every other health care worker. And at the end of the day, we need to fully fund Medicaid. A fully funded Medicaid will allow SEIU to negotiate a fair and equitable agreement for home health care workers. It will also allow for us to be able to get the health care that we need. In January, I lost my Obamacare because of the big beautiful bill. And I can talk about how the loss of Obamacare has affected my life, but I also understand how here in Michigan, a fully funded Medicaid will not only bring the health care for people who need it the most, but will also allow home health care workers to get paid the wages that they deserve.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to go to our closing remarks. We're going to start with Christine.
Okay, you've heard everything on this panel today from all of us, but I want you to remember one thing. My name is Cranston Gina Brown Anderson, and I'm on the ballot for state representative for Michigan House District 11. And I know for a fact we have not recovered from the crack epidemic, the foreclosure crisis, or the plant closing. So if we don't recoup some decisive decision making in our leadership, we are going to see more people leaving the whole district. We have people migrating from Detroit to Warren. I'm a long time, dedicated individual with tenacity, and I appreciate your support on August 4th, 2026 for State Representative Michigan House District 11 if you're in our area.
Thank you, Matthew.
I first want to thank hosts for having us and my fellow candidates for having a civil discourse and where we can share ideas, because that's what the spirit of America is. So I want to thank them, of course, for being here. But I also want to say that although that many candidates say that this is what I'm going to do, this is what I want to do, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen the delivery that they have promised. And I want everybody to know that when I am your representative, I will fight, I will listen, and I will deliver. So vote Matthew Stafford on August 4th and also in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Fisher.
All right, I just want to thank you both, Sam and Ms. Donna, again for hosting this today along with the ECN. Listen, on August 4th, please vote Kimberly Fisher. I am a community activist and a public servant. For over 20 years, I've been here in the community doing the work at marches in Lansing, in Detroit, and also in DC. We are sick and tired of politicians. We want more community servants. This is a movement that we're seeing right now in our community. And listen, I am that person. I'm a small business owner. My job is to get stuff done. I am a person who has lived here for her entire life, and my family and I, we've never left. I'm proud to be the endorsed candidate in this race, and more importantly, I am proud to stand here along other community members who want to fight for District 3 and for Southeastern Warren. Listen, at the end of the day, we want someone in this seat that's going to fight for you. And I can say after today that there's a couple of us up here who may do that. But I do feel that on August 4th that you should vote for Kimberly Fisher, and my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Howard.
Thank you guys for hosting us. Thank you everybody that's joined us online, everybody that's been here all day with us. My name is Michael Howard. I'm running for State House District 11, which is part Warren, South Warren, and Northeast Detroit. I grew up 7 Mile in Conant, where I learned, like many of us, the value of hard work and community. Right now, me and my wife raise our now 4 kids. We just had a baby on Juneteenth, baby Violet. We raise our 4 kids, and we feel the pressure of what the affordability crisis brings. Whether that's home, whether it's childcare, whether it's simply groceries. As a small business owner who builds furniture, I know the impact of the detriment of our current economy, especially how it impacts small business owners. As a father, I've seen firsthand the changes in our education system and how it needs to be improved. Something that does not get addressed. 2 things. 1, our education system is only 60% funded. We need a tiered education system funding, a tiered funding for our education system, and special education is virtually unfunded. Those are 2 things that we must absolutely address. We must address the Death Star and improving local control so that municipalities have the ability to lead their own communities. My website is votemichaelhoward.com, and my personal cell phone number is 586-213-3197, and I will answer out my phone until 3 o'clock in the morning, but you might hear a crying baby because I'm up late. But remember, regardless of who you vote for, please vote. Our voice is our vote. Frederick Douglass said one of the most important things, one of the most important boxes is the ballot box, the jury box, and I'll leave the 3rd one up in the air. Y'all can look it up.
Thank you.
So use your voice.
Thank you all so much. Give a round of applause for the candidates here. We want to thank you for joining us. We can take a sigh of relief. That's it, guys. This has been your 2026 Eastside Candidate Forum. Again, we want you to make sure you vote on August 4th. If you're not yet registered, you can wait until the day of the election. Once again, many thanks to the SEIU of Michigan and the McGregor Fund for their generous sponsorship of audiovisual and food expenses. Thank you to Sarah Johnson, Jasmine Kaltenbach, as well as staff and volunteers from Eastside Community Network for their hard work in event management, setup, cleanup, and serving food. Michael, CJ, Clarence, Zach, thank you for excellence in audio, visual. Please make sure to visit the Authentically Detroit YouTube for the full event. You can watch the replay. Thank you to our live audience. Please be sure to vote on August 4th, guys. Thank you guys so much.
Quiet. Leave me alone.
Oh my God.
No, he always talking to me. I ain't trying to hear him. He don't know half of what we doing here. Yeah.